Chapter 43, What a Small World. Naruto didn't get back to the town of Toads until long after the party between his choice summons and his friends had died down and ended. It was just as well anyway. If he wanted to see any of them get drunk, he could do that any time. What he needed after taking a stomach punch from hell and getting Kurama back was sleep, and Gamakichi's home was the best place for that. Being the newest boss of the Toads, he had the biggest place to stay to go along with his size, and that meant plenty of free space for Naruto to put down a bedroll and sleep comfortably. At least until the morning when he was unceremoniously awakened by toad oil being poured on his head. Bleg. Who's the dead jerk that did that? Naruto demanded, sitting up heatedly with the hair standing up on his neck in fervor. Polly, in all of his blonde, cigar-chomping glory, stood over him, along with the newest addition to the crew in Byron, looking rather apologetic. My apologies, Naruto-sama, but I was only aware that we were to wake you. I didn't know how exactly. The ruffled shirt buccaneer said with a short bow. Don't apologize to that guy, he's not worth it. Polly said, as it was clear that he had been the one to do the awakening. The empty pot in his hands was a dead giveaway. Byron seemed far too respectful to be a pirate by his view, like a gentleman of the seas or something. In a group full of jerks and rude idiots, it seemed sorely out of place. Admonishment of the newbie behind him, Polly turned his attention to the sputtering Naruto. All right, I've got about 10 different questions for you, and I figured that now when everyone else is asleep would be as good a time as any to get some answers. With a sharp growl, Naruto accepted a handkerchief from Byron to clean as much of the slimy liquid off of his face as he could. It didn't matter really. He needed to get up and bathe anyway. 10 questions? That seems like a little much. It wasn't like he was even trying to hide anything either. Yeah, but there's a reason for that. Polly said, backing away to let Naruto get up and stretch. The first reason being, why the hell do you feel stronger now than when you left when we first got here? Seriously, standing in front of Naruto now seemed like his mere presence demanded his entire attention, and he wasn't even doing anything other than shaking oil off like a damn animal. No class. Because I am. I'm stronger now than I was yesterday. It was a simple question, required a simple answer. It was as clear as that. Did he really have to get into the technical stuff that nobody other than the highest ranked of Toads would have understood? The simple answer wasn't any less frightening though. Even stronger than he already had been? Both Byron and Polly wanted to know how that was possible, but that could wait. Okay, second question. Paul said before pointing off to the side of Naruto's bag where something else was sleeping there, on a mountain of nothing but toads. Why is there a fox here? And indeed there was a fox. A red-orange fox the size of a full-grown dog with strange front legs that looked like arms that could grab if necessary, as well as a pair of piercings in its chest and in each of its 9 tails. 9 tails that it happened to be laying on like pillows. Weird. Naruto looked down to his right where said fox was sleeping and shrugged. The fox is here because he's the reason that I'm even stronger now. So now he could see why people were so purposefully vague with him all the time. It was actually kind of fun, and when we leave he's coming with us. Damn it, we don't need more pets. Polly said, palming his forehead at the thought of having to feed yet another animal. Funkfried was a sword that turned into an elephant instead of the other way around, so he didn't need to eat anything, thank goodness, but Karoo was enough of a hassle to have to account for, and now there'd be an actual predator on board that could kill and eat the large bird if it got too famished. Who are you calling a pet, fool? The ornery shipwright lowered his hand from his face and looked around the room for the origin of the voice. He turned to Byron first but realized that the musician was staring with bug eyes at the fox that had cracked open one eye to look at them. By now, Polly had seen enough weird stuff to the point that he already knew where this story was going. The fucking fox talks, that's great. I do more than talk, I can assure you of that. Kurama said as he stood up off of the tails that he had been sleeping on. I forgot how loud humans could be. Loud enough to wake me up. He remarked with a yawn as he continued to eye Polly and Byron. These men are a part of your crew, I presume. Polly and Byron. Naruto introduced, pointing to each of the men. Guys, this is Kurama. And he's not my pet, he's my partner, and a really important one too. He's been with me since the day I was born. It's a long story. Polly nodded as he took in the information, like a pet. He was then hit with one of Kurama's tails that somehow extended far enough to slam him into the distant wall of Gamakichi's rather sizable dwelling. Ow. Not a pet. Got it. He said in a pain-racked voice. Aniki, keep it down. Me and the missus are still sleeping here. At the bellowing voice of Gamakichi shaking the walls of the home, Naruto and Byron cringed while Kurama snorted at the thought of that damn tadpole making him do anything at all. Faye. Let's go for a walk so that I can meet the rest of your current allies. The Kyuubi said as he used his head to push Naruto out of Gamakichi's house. Byron watched and moved with them until they passed Polly. It was there that he stopped and addressed the hole in the wall that still had cigar smoke billowing out of it. Are you intending to follow along with myself, Naruto-sama, and Kurama-san, or are you going to keep sitting in there until someone pulls you out? Polly sighed, but didn't pull himself out of the hole in the wall. I just got shoved into a wall by a glorified furball's tail. Can't I get 30 seconds to come to terms with that before I start following you all around for the day? XXX. He's so cute. The first person to actually get sight of Kurama was Perona, and for once they had found something about their crew that she apparently enjoyed. I thought the only thing I'd see on this mountain were all of these weird toads. Hearing her actually be happy for once froze Naruto and Polly in place, since she hadn't really sounded this way for the entirety of her stay on the ship. Even Kurama was confused at first, raising an eyebrow at the pink-haired ghost princess and her strange behavior until she scooped him up and hugged him, like a pet. Naruto, could you remind me which path's powers you instilled in this fox body? He said dangerously. He talks too. Is he mine now? No, he's not. Naruto said when he finally regained his senses at seeing a happy Perona for once, and I gave you the human path powers because I don't use that one much. He thought about using the Preta path for his buddy, but no one he had fought thus far used chakra to fuel their attacks, so the ability to absorb it, especially for a Biju who Naruto had yet to see run out of chakra, wasn't useful. Kurama growled and tried to restrain himself from biting Perona's arms to free himself. She wasn't really hugging him hard enough to hurt something as tough as him, but all of this pet crap was going to get really old really fast. Good, because she has 10 seconds to let go of me before I dashed. Pull out her soul with one of your tails? Naruto interrupted with a roll of his eyes. Someone still took himself a bit too seriously. I'd rather you didn't. Perona, let Kurama go before he does something to hurt you. She was so lucky that he could limit how much power Kurama got due to the lot of it being inside of his body behind the seal. Of course she didn't listen, still hugging the fox to her chest. This cutie wouldn't hurt me, would he? All I want to do is love him and dashed. She stopped when she looked down and saw Kurama's eyes. Instead of the red eyes she had seen at first, she now saw purple, ripple-patterned eyes like Naruto's Rinnegan. Okay, I'll let him go. And just like that, Kurama jumped out of her arms with a mean-spirited vulpine grin. He could get used to the whole path thing. Most of his power resided in Naruto unless he allowed him more, but the trade-off to having the eyes of the Rikudo Sannin in his path body on command almost seemed worth it. Frightening Naruto's more friendlier comrades into taking him deadly serious aside, Kurama had to say that he liked what he had seen and sensed so far out of them. He had only met 3 of them, and none of them could really be perceived as weak. Before he turned his eyes back to normal, the shared field of vision he had with Naruto alerted him to more people coming their way. Just how many people do you travel with? You are severely underestimating just how big the rest of the world is. Naruto said as he waved more of his crew over to where they were. I haven't even seen close to all of it yet. The incoming crew members looked curiously at the fox that seemed to be getting a wide berth from everyone else save for Naruto and Nojiko, who was still sleepy and merely walked over to Naruto to kiss him good morning. Well, that wasn't good as far as Yasaku was concerned. The toads here were smart and many of them were absolutely huge, but there were also too many small ones that were too young to deal with a predator around. Being the good Samaritan that he was for those that put him up, partied along with him, and let him drink to his heart's content last night, he had to get the fox off of the mountain. He hadn't seen anything else up there that ate toads, so seeing a fox was just odd. All right, you get out of here now, Yasaku said, leading the way and taking Kubikirabuchu from his back to try and scare the fox away. Go on, scat. He then quickly found himself frozen in place by the blatant presence of will that the fox had while staring into his eyes. What? Naruto decided to belatedly warn everyone as they all froze in place by the fear of God being stricken into the lower-tier combatants of the crew. Even Nojiko held onto his arm with very uncomfortable fear strength. Yeah, don't do that to him. All of the random woodland creature crap was starting to work Kurama's nerves. He already missed being a gigantic monster fox of obscenely scary proportions. Sure, you could still pet him or tell him to scram then, but you'd probably at least think twice about it before you did. How does a fox have haki? Soren asked as he too could feel the intense pressure flying off of the seemingly mundane creature, though he seemed to be the only one that could talk or do anything about it. Uzumaki, what is this? Naruto flicked Kurama on the ear to get him to stop trying to effectively bully all of his crewmates with his sheer force of will. It stopped being funny after Polly got put through a wall after they woke up. Maybe you should introduce yourself instead of just sitting there trying to look scary? That'd probably stop everyone thinking that you're just some random fox. Once the feeling of impending death stopped washing over everyone, including the toads inside their homes that had just been waking up to start their day. Nojiko was the first one to walk forward and stoop down in front of Kurama to look him in the eye. In the background, everyone thought to themselves just what a bad idea it was to do something like that, and Kuru was actually hiding behind Vivi. He didn't want to be breakfast, and honestly after Kurama's little display no one could blame the duck for thinking that way. Still, Kurama just stared back at the up-close Nojiko, who didn't seem to be doing anything other than looking at him. How curious. Well, it was better than hugging him, calling him a pet, or trying to chase him away like some small forest creature. Eventually she just reached out a hand and placed it on the back of his neck before smiling at him. If he didn't bite her or eviscerate her the way his killing intent would have indicated he would, he clearly wasn't that bad, so I'm guessing you can talk since apparently everything else in this wacky place can. What's your name? She and the others that hadn't heard him talk didn't expect the authoritative voice that came out of the fox as he calmly answered the young woman kneeling in front of him. I've had many unofficial titles throughout my existence, but for the sake of simplicity you may refer to me as Kurama. He then smirked when he heard Naruto grumble about how long it took him to learn Kurama's name while he was just giving it away to the others now. Let's just say that I currently find myself fonder of you than of the idiot next to me when we first met oh so many years ago. The circumstances of said meetings were also grossly dissimilar from one another, but that was a completely different thing altogether. Kurama. Nojiko tested before nodding and standing up straight with her hands on her hips, still smiling down at the nine-tailed mammal. Well, you certainly scared us all to death, so you've got our undivided attention now. What's going on? It's simple. Kurama stated dryly with his tails idly swishing about. Thank goodness that little habit of his didn't end up the way it would have had he been at his normal size, or this mountain would have been in some serious trouble. I'm coming with you on your journey, or trip, or whatever you want to call it. He asked me to. He concluded, gesturing his head in Naruto's direction. Everyone just looked at each other confusedly until the never shy to speak Miss Valentine asked the question on everyone's mind at the moment. Why? Seriously, the fox was scary, but there didn't seem to be much point in bringing him. Remember that story I told most of you about how I used to have a monster dash? We prefer the term chakra beasts over monsters, by the way. Right. Naruto then amended his previous statement per Kurama's correction. The story I told you about how I used to have a chakra beast inside of me? He didn't really need to finish what he was saying when Kurama lifted one of his paws and waved cheekily at everyone else. Yeah, I put him back in for a while. That gave everyone a bit of pause, but honestly most of them had gotten used to being surprised by the things going on around them seeming improbable, those that had been there since the very start, thus they shrugged it off handily enough. One of them, Soren, just proceeded to give up on trying to understand it. He wasn't a scientist, nor did he have an innate need for the universe to make sense. If it was in front of him and he was aware of it, there was no need to go any further. No, he just fought, and the gist of what Naruto was saying was that he was stronger now because of the angry looing fox standing right in front of them. It was simple enough, and all he needed to know. End of story. Okay. Whatever you say. I don't care anymore. I don't want to ask another question. I don't need to know how he'll make you stronger, or how he can be inside of your body but standing right here at the same time. It doesn't matter. With a satisfied grin, Naruto pointed at the bald, tattooed, ill-tempered young man for Kurama's benefit. That's Soren. He's basically the first mate. The crew's second in command. I see. Good choice. Kurama said, also satisfied at Naruto's choice of junior officer. I like him, he seems quick to anger but he looks like he can deal with it. Oh, and on a completely unrelated note, I like her too. He finished with a tail pointed Nojiko's way, eliciting a bashful response from the usually confident woman. I honestly expected you to amass a pack of morons for your team. We've already got that quota filled. Miss Valentine said with her usual laugh as she grabbed Johnny and Yasaku by the backs of their collars and pushed the pair of swordsmen forward. We've got all of the bases covered. We've got a naive princess, a temperamental den mother, a sociopathic killer, a bratty girl, a gentleman musician, 2 dumb muscle swordsmen, a doctor girl scared of everything we see, a lame gambling prude of a shipwright, and me. Well, I'm simply the greatest of them all. Half of the crew took slight at the labeling of their characters, while the less volatile half of them simply let it be. It wasn't like she was really wrong about anything that she had just said, other than that she was the greatest of them all, but they weren't going to say that was inaccurate to her face because she controlled their food supply. They had seen what passed for food around there, and had been grateful that Miss Valentine had somehow managed to procure some provisions from their ship. Thus technically that did make her the greatest of all of them, because without her they'd be eating bug soup or some other wiggly mountain delicacy. Right. Kurama's eyes panned back and forth amongst the amassed foxhound pirates before looking over at Naruto. So what would you say the plan is now that I'm on board, so to speak? I can't imagine that you requested my assistance for old time's sake. So down to brass tacks they were? That was just fine. They all might as well have been around to hear what Naruto had to say anyway. Okay, I'll just go ahead and say it. Akiji almost killed me at Ini's lobby, and because Kizaru's so fast I haven't come up with a good way to beat him yet. Other than making him hit a mirror. Exactly. Naruto said, shooting a glance at the mischievously grinning Nojiko, who merely winked at him, but that already worked twice, babe. I really don't think it'll fly a third time. My point is, there are supposed to be people out there stronger than admirals. And if I'm really going to do this, and I can't get our bounties taken away, I need to be at my absolute best. Hearing him say something like that struck home with many of the crew members that had been there for quite some time. As far as Johnny and Yasaku went, Naruto was the strongest, period. Nobody was on his level, even when they had seen him at his limit and seen that he was actually mortal against Akiji. The way he had bounced back and managed to win solidified the fact that he was great. And they weren't the only ones that had a sentiment similar to the swordsman. The only person that hadn't been hit hard by hearing Naruto say such a thing was Soren, who could see where Naruto was coming from. He had long since come face to face with his own reality check when he fought Doflamingo on Jaya and got decimated. We all need to be better, Soren said, sneering before angrily spitting acid on the ground directly next to himself. We don't know what's on the other side of the red line, but we all know that we ain't seen nothing yet, and if we're going to go any further we can't be fucking around or we are going to die. Way to sugarcoat it, Soren. Perona shivered slightly at the thought of moving on to the other side of the red line into the new world. Mariah-sama's first crew, he took them past that wall into the new world, but they were all slaughtered right in front of him by Kaido of the Yonkou. Just thinking about that story gave the ghost princess chills. Well, I've got all the time in the world, Naruto said, tapping at the non-existent watch on his wrist. The last thing I want is for someone here to be caught in a situation where I can't help, but if that does happen I want to make sure that you guys are the best so that nothing can happen. That's a nice sentiment and all, Soren lazily said, drawing attention back to himself, but really, in the end when it comes to that there's nothing you can do, Uzumaki. You can't really do much more for anyone than you've already done. Seriously. He'd given half of them the tools that they used to gain their strength. The only person here that was raw enough for you to train in the least is Lil Haim over here, and she can't use that chakra stuff of yours either, he concluded, pointing a thumb in Vivi's general direction. But the voice of confidence came from the last person anyone expected to hear any optimism in regards to combat come from, the aforementioned Nefertari Vivi. Not to say that Vivi wasn't brave, because that couldn't have been further from the truth, but Vivi, and she would be the first to say as much, was not the strongest fighter on the crew, and it wasn't even close. She could survive, which was the entire point of Naruto training her to begin with, but realistically she couldn't have beaten anyone in CP9. She would have been defeated by the Gorgon sisters of the Kuja pirates even if she hadn't been turned to stone by Boa Hancock, and had Naruto not been there on Constellation Island she would have been forced to fall into world government hands even if she had only fought Hina, not even counting Smoker. Even so, she sounded completely sure of herself as she walked around the rest of her friends in the crew. It doesn't matter if Naruto can train us or not. We can do this ourselves, right? We're not helpless. With a very impressive single jump, Vivi leapt from her place on the ground to the roof of one of the larger dwellings of the toads that had to have been 25 feet off of the ground. Naruto gave me a push push my ass. Naruto Iniki dragged you through his training kicking and screaming. Yasaku deadpanned, not willing to let a decent speech get in the way of the facts, kicking and screaming. And that was not hyperbole at all. Glaring down at Yasaku to get the headgear-clad power swordsman to button his lip, Vivi continued, Naruto gave me a push, but I know that I can keep getting stronger on my own. And that means none of you can say that you can't. You're all so strong it's just unfair, and if the new world is so scarier you'll all just have to get even scarier than it. Kurama poked Naruto with one of his tails to get his Jinchuriki's attention before whispering to him, I kind of like her too. She's kind of weak compared to most everyone else here, but I like her anyway. She's got spunk. No one said anything at first until Polly started a slow clap that quickly died off due to its failure to catch on. You guys don't know how to respond to speeches. That was awesome. A goddamned princess just started publicly speaking in front of us and you all might as well be zombies for it. Naruto was smiling up at his unofficial student until he felt a tugging at the back of his mind. The mental distance he could feel the pull from was actually not as far as he thought it would be for someone triggering the reverberation effect of the Hiratian kunai to call for him. That was weird. It wasn't coming from anywhere in the elemental nation since it was illegal to own a kunai with the formula inscribed, but it wasn't from far enough away for it to be the Straw Hats or Boa Hancock, the only two groups he had given one to. It actually felt, kind of close really. Closer than it should have been. They weren't anywhere near the Grand Line. Guys, you can meet and greet with Kurama later. Naruto said, still feeling very put off and suspicious about the whole thing. I've got to go. Go? Really? Murit raised an eyebrow, idly running her fingertips on the hilt of the Funkfried sword to hide her curiosity. Where? That's the thing. I don't know. I can't tell who's calling me because I can't tell where they threw it. Before he knew it, a featherlight blonde woman draped herself over his back, raising her hand into the air and smiling brightly. Ooh. Ooh. I want to go. Let me come with you. I like traveling. It was true enough, otherwise she probably wouldn't have become a pirate. That was fine, but he had to go now. Sure, whatever. Kurama? Naruto asked, trying to scope out whether or not the fox wanted to see what was up. I assume that you're asking me that to be funny, because I doubt that this you're going to place falls within the range that we're allowed to travel away from each other before I get pulled from this body and back into you. They were tethered together by nature of Naruto's jutsu after all. It was just different than being stuck inside of him all the time for this go-around. Hey, I'm the only one that's ever used this jutsu and I'm the one that figured that out to begin with, so cut me some slack. A slightly embarrassed Naruto said at being called out on missing an important point of his new bond. It was only the second time he'd ever used that sealing jutsu and the first time that he used it to retrieve a biju. Miss Valentine spurred Naruto's hips with her heels to snap him out of his argument with a talking fox, less talky, more teleporty. Go, go, go! With a roll of his eyes, Naruto jumped the three of them away in a flash. As everyone else stared at the aftermath of Naruto, Kurama, and Miss Valentine's departure, Perona, the prisoner, of all people, spoke up to what was the most important thing that no one had thought of at the time. If Miss Valentine is away with your captain, who exactly is responsible for cooking for us? No, they were not about to eat insects, damn it. They had seen what had passed for food up there, and there wasn't anything that seemed edible to humans anywhere on the mountain. XXX. Moments earlier, Tequila Wolf, Celestial Bridge. In what seemed to be a rather hastily set up side building, several soldiers in red uniforms and hats were rummaging through a large amount of items of all sorts that had been thrown inside haphazardly. I can't believe some of the stuff some of these workers have on them when they show up here. One of the men said as he found a sizable wad of belly that he quickly pocketed for himself. They'll get these people from anywhere, won't they? Criminals, people that aren't with the world government, who cares about M? They can work M to death for all I care. That elicited a round of laughs from the others in the room until the clang of metal hit the ground and someone picked up a weird-looking three-pronged knife with a wooden handle and a weird engraving on it. Heh, what kind of stupid-looking weapon is this? Nobody could defend themselves with this thing. Here, check it out. He threw the weapon blade first into the floor away and let another person pick it up. It's sharp though. Another uniformed man said as he touched the edge and drew blood, really sharp. Whoever had this had to know what they were doing with it. Maybe one of the criminals happened to be a pirate? With a careless shrug he wound up and hurled it at the wall, smirking as it stabbed deeply into it. Nice. They all went about their business for a few moments longer until three more presences entered the room near the strange throwing knife from before. Nobody just appeared out of thin air like that, and all of the soldiers recoiled in fear and scrambled to the other end of the building entirely. Where the hell is this? Miss Valentine asked aloud, not liking the dingy atmosphere after leaving the beautiful mountain she had just come from. It was really killing her mood. I don't see anyone that would have called you anywhere. For sure. Naruto said as he pried his kunai out of the wall and turned back to the scared stiff soldiers. What's up? Where are we? W, what's that? W, who are you? One of the soldiers asked fearfully, only to whimper when Kurama climbed onto a pile of swag, grinning cruelly with his tails whipping around him. The devil. Kurama said in his rich, deep, and imposing voice as his red-eyed gaze did its best to burn into their souls, proverbially of course because he couldn't do that, in that body anyway. Devil fruit users technically. Miss Valentine amended helpfully, at least I am. They're not. One of the men pointed at Kurama and Miss Valentine hatefully with a shaky finger. The devil is not welcome here. Yeah, great. Naruto deadpanned. This was getting old. One of you tell me where the fuck here is exactly. He's not going to eat you, damn it. He didn't know if Kurama would eat them or not, he was just guessing really. How long had it been since he devoured human beings exactly? Was he even still into that? Getting yelled at by Naruto as opposed to being spiritually bullied by a talking fox snapped one of the guards back to reality as he jumped up and glared at the intruders. Hey! Why are unprocessed prisoners here? And they're unshackled. This was a prison? That didn't matter right then, as the entire group got up and pulled out cutlasses and whips, planning on using them against Naruto, Miss Valentine, and Kurama. You're in the wrong place. Get to work at the end of the bridge with the others. This was a prison on a bridge? That didn't even sound right. Confusion didn't even begin to define what was going on with the yellow-headed pair. They did understand the fact that weapons were being brandished against them though. It didn't take much for that to translate to them. Kurama, you want to handle this? Naruto asked, turning to the fox that was now lying down on the piles of random stuff and clothes. He merely yawned and shut his eyes. No, I'm fine here. Take your time. Yo, lazy-ass fox. Naruto said, marching over to Kurama before grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. Get your fat tails into shape. When was the last time you did anything that qualified as exercise? Just kick some butt and we can find out where we are. I don't feel like it. I just woke up, and we haven't eaten breakfast yet. I thought you said that this human female could cook. Who cares? Get your shit together, it's time to do this. Miss Valentine rolled her eyes at the argument going on between her beloved captain and his pet, and turned her attention to the series of men still threatening to arrest or kill them all, right then. Still smiling brightly, she tapped her closed umbrella into her palm. If you think it'll take all of you boys to handle little old me, by all means come and get me. Her hat shaded a slight sadistic glint in her eyes as she said this. With her invitation to attack her in unison, all of the men launched at her with intent to harm, but just as suddenly realized that they were attacking absolutely nothing. At one point they saw her and at another they didn't. 6 solid thuds slammed 6 of the men into the ground, knocked unconscious from single shots via a shockingly sturdy umbrella. The last of the 7 men turned around fearfully and lifted his arm to attempt to whip Miss Valentine when she merely touched the arm with her fingertip. Kilo henkan, kilogram conversion. She chirped brightly as the man's arm suddenly took on the weight of a lead anchor, dropping him to the ground. Completely unable to budge the entire limb, nor lift his body up due to the unmovable weight of his arm alone, the man cried out in pain and fear, "What are you?" Twirling her umbrella playfully in one hand, she started listing things in the other: pirate, chef, lover, melee specialist, and possibly the sexiest woman you've ever laid your pathetic eyes on in person. I'm probably missing a lot more of them, but the one that really matters right now is your newest deity. Now be a sweetie and tell us where we are. You'll find out when you're enslaved with the rest building our bridge. Ah, so there are slaves here. That's a good start. Miss Valentine said in mock encouragement, but we're not opening that door without some background info. Who knows what we'll walk into? So I'll ask you again, where are we? The man tried to stand, managing to get up on his belly and knees with his arms stuck flat to the floor by whatever this witch had done to him, but she then immobilized the rest of his body with another touch to his torso, sending it crashing flat to the ground with a dense thud. Gah! You think paralyzing me is going to make me talk? Nope. With that, Miss Valentine plopped down on his back, sitting carelessly. This probably will though. Better talk fast. I hear structural damage to the spine is pretty nasty stuff. Crescendo stone. Slowly she started to increase her weight, getting a straining grunt out of the man beneath her. You don't seem that tough, so in 2 minutes you'll either be singing like a canary or you'll be a pancake. Naruto just sat off to the side with Kurama and watched Miss Valentine more or less torture some poor random schlub. Yeah, Miss Valentine has the power to change her weight or the weight of anything she touches. Naruto explained as he watched the woman work. The lightest she can make anything is 1 kilogram, the heaviest is 10,000 kilograms. Kurama had to admit that watching her torment another human being in such a trivial manner was kind of interesting. And a lot of your so-called crew members have their own odd assortment of abilities? And no chakra usage either? Amazing. Naruto nodded, though not in an attentive manner, as Miss Valentine was smiling suggestively at him and winking. Is it weird that I'm kind of turned on right now watching her do this? Yes. Yes it is. Kurama answered without even looking in his direction. Still linked telepathically, Kurama could still listen into him whenever he felt like hearing what Naruto was thinking. Naruto just blankly looked his way before actually responding aloud. That was rhetorical. No it wasn't. Shut up. It took almost 2 minutes like Miss Valentine had estimated at first, but indeed the soldier underneath her started gasping as if his lungs were being squashed. Ha, ha, okay. Okay, I'll talk. The place you're in is called the Celestial Bridge. After hearing that he'd talk, Miss Valentine had lowered her weight enough for him to speak, but still kept the fear of being crushed inside of him. Good boy. Now what island on the Grand Line is that on? It's not. It's a bridge that leads out from Tequila Wolf, in the East Blue. Please just stop. Having a crying grown man beneath her notwithstanding, Miss Valentine turned and looked at Naruto, letting out a bit of a startled laugh at what she had heard. Why is one of your kunai stuck in the East Blue? He couldn't tell her. He hadn't even used any when he started to take his journey out from the elemental nations, and he'd definitely never heard of any place called Tequila Wolf on his way out. Now with his curiosity piqued, Naruto got up and walked out to the door before opening it and being greeted by cold, snowy winter winds. Standing at the open door, Naruto looked around at where they were, past the other hastily constructed-looking buildings that populated the area as they were at the edge of some kind of elevated, constructed platform. That platform had to be the bridge, and walking to the very end, Naruto stared over and looked down at the ocean, then turned his head to stare down both ends. He could see the end of one side a mile or two away, but the other simply stretched on and on past his ability to see in a single direction. Miss Valentine had walked out along with Kurama and did the same thing that Naruto had done before, shaking her head. She had knocked out the man inside since it seemed that there wouldn't be any more questioning. What on earth is this thing supposed to be for? We're in the middle of the sea and there's not an island around anywhere. What is this thing being built to? Let's find out. Naruto said before suddenly taking a seat on the ground, freaking out Miss Valentine a bit as she was concerned due to the fact that there were more than likely armed guards all over the place. If they were anything like the 7 in the shack, she could probably decimate them all on her own, but that wasn't the point. This is going to take a minute. Naruto closed his eyes and entered sage mode before holding his hands out and returning to being as still as a statue. In front of his hands, a blue grid and a smattering of blue dots of his own chakra sprang up. Quite a few were clustered relatively close together, but 3 were much farther away than the rest of them. It was beautiful, but also kind of baffling as Miss Valentine moved closer to take a look. What is this? Kurama moved next to her to try and help her out if he was able. Ah, I see. The users of Hiraishin can use places that they inscribe the formula for the technique as marker points to teleport to. You know that much, but another thing that a sensitive user can do is pinpoint the proximity of the separate markers. Naruto has merely turned that into a visual instead of just something mental. Huh. Well, that was neat. And Kurama was smart because he explained it easily enough for her to deduce the rest. She wasn't a dummy either. The blonde hair meant nothing on her intelligence, she just liked to act a bit ditzy for fun, so this light thingy, or chakra grid thingy, is basically like a map. The dots are his markers, and the middle of the space between Naruto's hands represents where we are since we are on that one particular dot. She observed them closely with a cute tilt of her head. If we're in the East Blue, this one dot where we are is way closer to that mass of dots than the other 4. The bigger mass of dots would have to be the elemental nations obviously. The smaller mass of dots would have to be where the ship was waiting at One Finger Island, and the remaining dots would have had to have been the Hiraishin kunai that Naruto had left in places around the seas. 3 were far enough away to be on the Grand Line, but that was where the problem sat. There should have been 4 out that far. 1 for One Finger Island, their unofficial base. Another for CP9, whom had been given one so Naruto could keep an eye on them. A third for Boa Hancock and the Kuja pirates, whom Naruto had extended the olive branch of sorts to. And the last one of course went to the Straw Hat Pirates for obvious reasons. One of those 4 he had left out to mark people and places had been woefully misplaced, and none of it made sense. There was no feasible way that anything had made it that far out. And since when was anything in the East Blue this close to the elemental nations? This whole celestial bridge thing was befuddling. The chakra map vanished in a snap as Naruto stood back up now that its use had been spent. He looked up at the sun and frowned even deeper. This bridge is going even farther east, but it couldn't be going toward home, could it? Impossible. The thought was ridiculous. The elemental nations weren't that well known for anyone to fund a bridge to be built. According to traders he had sailed with, intrepid East Blue merchants had only been trying to trade out that far within the span of his lifetime. People had only been trying in the smallest of numbers to sail that way since he was a kid at the earliest. Even in 100 or so years, hell even more, no one could ever build a bridge even from the closest smaller island in the East Blue to the big continent of the elemental nations. It was impossible. It was at least 10 times the distance between the mainland of the elemental nations and the island nation of Mizu no Kuni. Even sailing that far across the open ocean was something that only the bravest and well-stocked would attempt. Building a bridge out that way was unfeasible. He had to have been mistaken. Come on, Naruto said, motioning for Miss Valentine and Kurama to follow him. We need to find who had my kunai here. This place had slaves, and slaves wouldn't be allowed to keep weapons or any actual possessions really, hence why all of that stuff was in that shack. So who was a prisoner there that had his weaponry on them when they had arrived there? Time to reach out and sense somebody. Breathing calmly as he sensed around, Naruto had to immediately steady himself for the amount of misery he could feel permeating the air. It was even worse than the human auction house at the Sabaody archipelago. Even so, he was able to feel only one familiar presence anywhere near them, and that was who he was banking on as to who had been in possession of the kunai. Kurama? Naruto asked his furred ally, "You want to give me a bit of a distraction so I can find somebody?" It wasn't that he needed it, but it would just be a lot easier if he wasn't the person that people were trying to pay attention to. "I can do whatever I want, right?" A reasonable enough request since he was basically asking him to run amok and raise hell. Yeah, the guys in red are fair game, but leave the prisoners alone. Other than that, go nuts. With a hand seal from Naruto, Kurama's body began to glow and grow to 10 times his previous size due to an influx of his chakra from Naruto's seal. Yes, Miss Valentine believed now without a shadow of a doubt that Kurama could be incredibly scary as he now stood 50 feet tall and started to whip his tails around him, destroying any shacks or tents that were within reach. Naruto had to grab her hand and pull her along to leave, or she probably would have stood and gawked the entire time. "Okay, I've got this. Go do whatever you want," he said before turning toward the already constructed side of the bridge where he saw a tower probably built as a waypoint of sorts, and that was where Naruto was going, flying there with Miss Valentine. That looks important. Like a watchtower or something to observe the aforementioned prisoners working at the end of the bridge. They were more than likely going to be sorely missing that in a few minutes. Well, he didn't have access to his full power, but what he had already was going to be more than enough to make a damnably big bang. It had been so long since he had been provided an opportunity to blow something up that actually meant something that Kurama was almost giddy. Akin to a great and proud beast of the wilds, the Grand Fox turned his head to the sky and let out an ear-rending roar that busted the stone of the sturdily built bridge beneath him just from being near the focal point of the sound. There. That would send clowns running either toward him or away from him. Either or, it didn't matter. He was going to have his fun today. XXX. From as high in the air as Miss Valentine had floated, with Naruto holding onto her, Naruto had to admit that all of Kurama's waving tails when he stood in the middle of a destroyed place was a pretty impressive sight. He could actually feel Miss Valentine shaking as she looked down at it. "Hey, don't worry about it. Kurama wouldn't hurt any of you guys on purpose. I think he likes most of you." It was kind of hard to take that at face value when she was watching him shoot fire from his mouth and create mini twisters with swipes of his tails. The hapless tequila wolf guards that had charged in to take the beast down before he could destroy the bridge were getting fricasseed and tossed asunder. Yes, the originally unassuming Naruto had pretty much almost broken her neck in one move when they first fought, but it had been over so quickly she wasn't given much time to become afraid of him in battle. Afterwards she had become one of them, and all of the scary things that Naruto did from that point onward had been for her benefit, thus she was never really given the opportunity to fear him. Kurama was different though, so she could be a bit wary of him until later. "We're over the tower," she told him, deciding to change the subject back to business. "What's the next move, dear?" she asked, brightness back in her voice. Naruto looked down and made sure he had his aim on right. He only had a short time left in sage mode with the small amount of nature chakra he had gathered, so it was time to make it count. "Waste not, want not, you can drop in with me if you want, or you can wait until I do this and float down after me. Later." He then departed by letting go of the beautiful woman and free fell to the roof of the tower. It was quite the drop, but in sage mode he was durable enough to easily survive a fall from that height no problem. As he fell, Naruto took a single deep breath and focused his chakra into his body, percolating wildly. Senpu, Hishugama. Sage Art, Flying Toad. Landing on the roof on bended knees to brace the fall, Naruto's body immediately used the properties of the frog kata to expel all of the chakra he had been building outward in a shockwave that blew open the room of the tower without causing structural damage to the entire building. Using a Rasengan-based jutsu would have probably blown half of the tower away, so he fell back to taijutsu. Not as flashy, but who cared? It didn't bring the tower crashing down either. Nobody needed that, yet anyway. To anyone looking at the move from above, such as Miss Valentine from her point of view, it looked very impressive. One lone man falling 50 feet from the air before stomping into a roof hard enough to shatter it, and safely at that, as all of the chunks were blasted outward instead of downward. That was her beloved captain, man of action extraordinaire. To anyone within though, it was markedly less inspiring, as all they would have seen from above after a horrible rumbling was the sight of a young man falling down and landing on his face on the cold stone of the prison floor. After doing just that, Naruto jumped up immediately and looked around rapidly for anyone that might have seen him hit the ground. Muttering to himself angrily for more than one reason as he dusted himself off, Naruto then started to look around in the rather dingy light of the prison area for his person of interest. What is she even doing out here? It was just completely weird. Once again, this made no sense. Walking past all of the cells, Naruto kept a low growl in his throat at the despondent and broken people he saw within them. These were slaves that hadn't gotten the chance to be freed before facing their misfortune. So a fate like this or possibly worse could have awaited Byron had Naruto not stopped those nobles from taking him that day. Gonna break them out, just as soon as I figure out what to do with them. What was he going to do, even if he did manage to corral hundreds if not thousands of slaves in a field to be teleported with an adjusted version of his jutsu? He didn't even know if he could jump that many people at once. Even if he could, where would he take them? He now had 3 other kunai out there. One wherever the Kuja pirates were. One with CP9. The last one planted at the summit of One Finger Island. None of those places were really anywhere he'd consider prime location for relocating enslaved peoples for various reasons per destination. Oh, what, was he going to take them all back to the elemental nations? A decent idea in theory, and it was definitely his first idea, but there were holes riddling that plan as well. Like it or not, they were stuck out at sea, and to build a bridge this size it had to take a veritable army of slaves that he wasn't sure what he could do about. Speaking of which, it would have to take an army, a smaller army of course, of guards to watch over them and ensure that they were working and wouldn't try to muster an escape or revolt. Just how was Kurama doing, by the way? There weren't any windows in that place, so he couldn't look outside to see. XXX. Now is the winter of your discontent. Kurama shouted audibly enough for everyone to hear as guards scrambled about. How the hell were they supposed to deal with anything like that? The damn thing could create mini windstorms with its tails and spit fire or whatever the hell it wanted on command. I am all-powerful. Not really, but no one subjugated to his wrath was aware of that. Naruto had allowed him more than enough chakra to play around with against jerks like this. Where the hell did this thing come from? One of the embattled and in over their heads guards asked fearfully as Kurama turned in another direction and fired a powerful jet stream of fire from his mouth. We're not near the Grand Line. Nothing like this should exist anywhere around here. Screw that. It's here, so how do we kill it? They had to duck behind a ruined wall as a mass of tails swiped overhead, taking out loads of men that hadn't had the same idea in other places. Who are we supposed to call about this? How about God? Yeah, I think calling God would be the only thing we can do right now to stop this. A small denden mushi on the wrist of one of the men relayed a message that caused him to pale as he relayed it to his comrades. When it rained it poured apparently. The guards keeping watch at the end of the bridge confirmed 17 unmarked ships coming this way. Unmarked? Pirates. No Jolly Roger, just plain sails with red flags at the top. Damn it, we need to get away from this thing and run. Haven't you heard about the revolutionaries? Meanwhile, as the work camp guards proceeded to lose it over their doubly bad touch of horrific fortune, Kurama was taking that time to stretch his legs and puff out his chest. It had been a long, long time since Kurama had gotten to fight something that was actually too afraid of him to do anything useful to stop his rampage. Ah, those were the good old bad days. So enraptured by the fighting he was involved in, the Biju took a moment before he registered that there was a small fleet of ships with nothing marking their allegiance other than plain sails and red flags, heading that way from the under-construction end of the bridge. What they were coming for, he didn't know. If they belonged to the Tequila Wolf Guards, wouldn't the ships have come from the completely opposite direction where the bridge had been built from? So chances were that they weren't their reinforcements, especially since he had heard them all screaming about who there would be that could help them as far away as they were from an actual island. So the jury was out. Could he destroy those or not? And then one of the ships shot a cannonball at him, officially taking the decision out of his hands. Well, Naruto did say that the guys in red were fair game. He could probably spin that so it meant red flags too. It'd probably be more fun than crushing people on foot. XXX. Yeah, he was probably fine. But as he walked past the cells he finally found the one that he was looking for. With an unreadable expression on his face, Naruto used his bare hands to rip the barred doors off of the hinges and hurl it aside. I've got a ton of questions right now. He started to say as he walked inside and kneeled down in front of the figure on the floor, but that can wait, because you don't look so hot right now, Robin-chan. And indeed it was Nico Robin, lying on the floor, drenched in seawater and bound with seastone shackles. She was dressed in a blue jumpsuit that was standard for the slaves building the bridge to wear. It seemed to be the kind of outfit that she wouldn't be caught dead in if she could help it, but even then she was able to make it look good on her, mostly because the front zipper was undone enough to expose ample cleavage. Being soaked with seawater and cuffed in seastone seemed like overkill, but this was Robin. He had to hand it to those slaver pricks. They knew well enough to ensure that such a smart girl wasn't able to work her way out of their custody. Despite her rather compromising situation and position of weakness, she still managed to sit up onto her knees to face him. I don't know how you knew I was here, but I can say that I certainly won't complain about it. Even as a prisoner and potentially a slave, she still had a calming charm about her. I didn't know you were here. Some idiot that didn't know what they were doing called me by throwing the kunai I gave you. Naruto informed her as he checked over her cuffs. Even pulling at them mightily while in sage mode couldn't bust them, damn it. He said while reaching around on his person for something. Sea stone is harder to break than diamond. Robin told him, trying to get him to stop working on them as he started fussing with the cuffs again. If you want me out of these, I'll need a kudasht. She stopped talking after the locks opened up and the cursed shackles fell from her wrists. In Naruto's hands were a small set of lockpicking tools that he placed back within his supply pouch. Never mind. Well, look at you. Not just brute force, I see. Naruto smiled as his sage mode faded from the small amount of energy he had managed to gather while he had been outside, and he helped her up. No, that just seems to be what works best most of the time. He didn't need sage mode to hear the barking of guards coming their way. And then with no way out other than the roof he had crashed through. Can you fight? And how did you of all people even get captured to begin with? Extenuating circumstances. Robin said, rubbing her chafed wrists and frowning at everything that had transpired. And give me a moment. I'll be fine in just a bit. She just needed a bit of time to dry off a touch. Take your time. Naruto said, as he walked outside of the cell already making hand seals. The moment he stepped into the hall of the prison block he slammed his hands onto the ground. Kuchios, Gamaguchi Shirbari, summoning, Toad Mouth Bind. Guards turned the corner as Naruto had his palms on the floor and pointed their rifles at Naruto, all set to fire on cue. Focused on the strange intruder, they never noticed that the walls of the prison level had turned pink and fleshy, moving as if it were alive only with prison cell bars in certain openings. Needless to say, the cognizant prisoners were quite freaked out. Put your hands up. Naruto stood up and placed his hands on his hips as he raised an eyebrow. No. Confused looks went around from the Tequila Wolf guards at the extremely casual response from this random guy that appeared from who knew where. But we've got guns. I don't care. And indeed he didn't, because they didn't even know that their legs were trapped in the stomach of a damn mountain toad up past their ankles. The guards all looked at each other. The guy wasn't begging, running, attacking, or anything, and they were all aiming right at him. That doesn't make any sense. A shrug and a humorless chuckle came from Naruto, who didn't seem to have enough patience with the men to humor them. Too bad. Before he could make a move to quickly decimate the amassed troops, the option was taken out of his hands when arms sprouted on the bodies of each of them. Trying to fleur, clutch, 30 hands, clutch. In one move, all of those arms grabbed the guards as necessary and bent their torsos to the extent that their back had been broken. That was brutal. Naruto commented dryly. He couldn't blame her either. It wasn't like these were the best of people. Do you have to break everyone's back when you beat them? That's kind of excessive. He said as he snapped his fingers and the hall turned back into normal walls. Behind him he could feel Robin standing there with her arms held up in an X, as she usually did with the way that she fought. I'm just making sure that my enemies don't get back up. She said evenly as she brushed past him. You destroyed 2 entire Buster Call ships and every marine on board them as if it were a warm-up. You literally incinerated most of one. I'm sure it was painless, mostly. Naruto defended weakly, as Robin fished keys to the cells off of one of the broken guards. Come on, we need to get Valentine-chan and Kurama so we can figure out how to get all of these prisoners out of this place. Where the hell is your crew, by the way? It's a very long story that started after all hell broke loose on Sabaody Archipelago. Robin told him as she quickly moved from cell to cell, opening the doors. How did you manage to defeat Bartholomew Kuma, by the way? Busy in his own right as he sent clones down the stairs to clear the way for any fleeing slaves once they were freed, Naruto also had a futon, Rasengan forming in between 2 of his hands that he started using to carefully carve a hole in the wall of the tower lest it grow unstable and simply explode. Still, it was an easy enough tale to remember. I kind of dumped him on a deserted island in the middle of the calm belt with Hiration and ditched him there. There's no way what I actually did to finish him killed someone that tough. If I'd kept fighting him, even if I'd won, I wouldn't have had much gas left in the tank to get back to Thriller Bark or my ship. He then recoiled slightly when he felt a slap on the back of his head from an arm that had sprouted there. Oi, what was that for? You a fan of the Shichibukai or something? So that was why Kuma still managed to appear out of nowhere in that battle against the pacifista cyborgs after everyone had figured that Naruto had gone and dealt with him. Still, managing to fight someone like that to a finish had to be a harsh challenge after wasting so much power trying to help them fight Ors beforehand. Besides, he apparently had no clue that Kuma could basically teleport similarly to him, otherwise he probably wouldn't have assumed that such a thing would be a fix, so that was another thing as well. Yes, Robin understood this, but knowing now after the fact the extremely indirect reason that her crew had been so abruptly separated from one another was right there in front of her, even with all of her skills of reasoning and deduction couldn't stop her basic knee-jerk reaction. No, never mind. It's just that he's the reason I'm here. He fought against us and used one of the abilities of his devil fruit to send us all to random corners of the world. It was a good thing he was done carving, because Naruto's control over the volatile Rasengan slipped enough to blow up in his hand and knock the slab of wall out and down to the ground far below. What? You heard me. Kuma split us all up during the Marines' attack on the pirates at the archipelago. What? Ignoring him the second time, Robin walked over to the hole in the wall that Naruto had carved as his clones started escorting other people out. As she looked down, she raised an eyebrow at the sight of a gigantic fox jumping onto the surface of the ocean from the bridge. What exactly do you call that? Kurama was about to get into a shootout with a small fleet of ships, and he'd seen those subtle little flags that they flew high above them before. One time before, right before he met the world's most dangerous criminal. Crap. He already had the Marines crawling up his ass as the enemy of the Foxhound pirates. He didn't need the exact opposite end of the spectrum lining up to take shots at him either. Inciting both the Revolutionary Army and the Marines would be the equivalent of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Naruto could feel the atmospheric pressure shift and could see black and white chakra being gathered in front of Kurama's face by his tails. His eyebrows jumped up past his headband and he quickly hurled a Hirashin kunai at the Kyuubi before holding onto Robin tightly and teleporting away. This had a very real chance to end extremely poorly. As he barely noticed the knife in his back, Kurama was completely surprised when Naruto appeared on top of his head and kicked some of his tails out of position to disrupt the chakra ratio he needed to form a Baijidama. What's the big idea, idiot? That's dangerous. No Baijidama. What the fuck? Naruto shouted, almost flipping out at the sight of his partner even thinking of trying such a thing. I know we're at sea and you're excited to fight, but goddamn. You said to go nuts. Those were your exact words. Guys in red are fair game. Yeah, but the only thing red on those ships are the flags. I'm colorblind? Bullshit. When you use Rinnegan I have your field of vision, so I know that's a lie. As they continued to argue, one of the lead ships shot another cannon blast in their direction. Kurama turned his head and let out a sear-rending roar that slowed the ball in midair enough for him to casually swat away with a tail. Thank you. But still, don't fight with these people. I don't really like them, but we're not on their bad side yet. Put your hands up. Okay, so maybe that was unnecessary, but they really did need to de-escalate this somehow. Part of Naruto just wanted to see if Kurama would really do it though, and he had to keep from laughing out loud when indeed Kurama reluctantly put his massive arm-like paws into the air as if he were at gunpoint, which technically he was. But hey, it worked. And when Kurama placed everyone back onto the bridge with his tails and shrank in size, it seemed to work. No more shooting, which meant that another fleet wouldn't have to be sunken for a misunderstanding. Once again, having been desensitized by the Grand Line and having been placed in absolutely terrifying and unbelievable situations since she was 8 years old, Robin did not visibly react to Naruto's verbal spat with a gigantic vulpine creature. But to think, not only was she saved without calling for it, she was now about to come face to face with the Revolutionary Army of Dragon. Well, timing certainly is everything. XXX. None of them had ever seen an army of a liberating nature come through a settlement before, but it was completely amazing to see. Those revolutionaries swept over the bridge and started immediately getting people situated to get them the hell out of there. It was damn impressive. They came in there with a plan. Granted, that plan involved a somewhat drawn-out battle with the guards first, but without a fight that just made the liberation go all the more smoothly. Naruto and company had pretty much rendered whatever defenses that the slave labor camp had absolutely worthless before the revolutionaries had even landed. When they did, they immediately began doing what they could to assist the slaves, quite a large number of whom had actually been born into lives spent working on the bridge. The reason for that was actually absurdly startling for Naruto. 700 years? Sitting on one of the ships of the revolutionaries as they got the slaves situated and given actual clothes to wear instead of the work uniforms in preparation to be taken far away from that horrible place, Naruto was given a startling bit of information. You've got to be kidding me. They've been building that thing for 700 years? Why? The nobles from back then demanded it. The leader of the attacking force of revolutionaries told him. A man with curly brown hair wearing a tan cloak and a bowler hat with a feather in it that went by the name of Bunny Joe. He didn't go into any detail on the name, and Naruto really didn't want to press the issue of where it came from. Nothing good could come of that. He had to cover Miss Valentine's mouth before she could say something funny about it. Speaking of her, why? She echoed Naruto's sentiment accordingly in a similarly inquisitive manner. What was the point of building a bridge out to the middle of nowhere? Nobody knows. Bunny Joe said, finding it absolutely disgusting that for 700 years people were forced to work to the death on building a bridge for such an arbitrarily worthless vanity project. There are legends amongst the slaves though that have been passed down from the days when this started. It's probably the truest rendition of a reasoning for why that you'll possibly get if you're really interested in hearing it. Outside of the East Blue nobody really hears about it at all. Why the hell not? Robin was getting changed into some real clothes, so they had time to wait to hear the entirety of her tale of exactly what transpired to separate the Straw Hat Pirates. Until she was ready to go in some decent clothing they had plenty of time, so it was story time as both Naruto and Miss Valentine wanted to hear what the tale just so happened to be. Well, there's a place. A whole continent, bigger than any single island, that sits at the back end of the East Blue, with lots of wide open space, vast lands enough for everyone, and it's forbidden to no one unlike the land of the Red Line. Apparently people can go their whole lives without seeing the ocean at all in some cases, or so they say. Bunny Joe started to explain, it's so far away. Most of the islands that comprise the East Blue are way farther west and north than this place. The East Blue marks the back end of the Grand Line. Anyone that makes it there gets dumped out in this sea, though only one pirate crew ever made it all the way through, 20 years ago. That's where the better descriptions of the land come from. Kurama hadn't been interested in hearing about old crap that didn't involve him until he heard about a crew of foreigners that had seen a decent if not a large amount of the elemental nations 20 years ago. Wait, something about that sounds oddly familiar. Damn it, all of those years were blending together on him. 20 years ago was recent compared to how long he'd been alive. Biju don't become senile. Well, Shikaku did, but I'm 9 times better than him, so I should be able to remember this. It was going to grind his gears until he figured out how the hell this had anything to do with him. Somehow he felt that as a Biju he should have definitely remembered this. To him that thought made complete sense. As he growled lowly to himself, lying down on the deck, head in his paws, he continued to ponder. Miss Valentine already knew exactly who Bunny Joe was referring to, but Naruto didn't care because 20 years ago wasn't relevant to 700 years ago, which was what he wanted to know. Yeah, come on, what's the legend between the workers? I can hear that other part later if it's a Grand Line legend. Impatient perhaps, but he had a bit of a point though. If he really wanted to hear that one there probably wasn't anyone on the Grand Line that didn't know it, so he could always ask about it there if it came up enough for him to care. Besides, it was a pirate legend, and he wasn't a pirate. Taking the hint, the revolutionary continued, this place, it's so far back that it's hard for any crew sailing from the islands of the East Blue to reach even if they knew where it was. They'd risk running out of supplies before ever getting close. The East Blue is the weakest sea too, so not just anyone can make it out there too. There's some nasty legends about that place too, monsters and people with incredible skills, things like that. Over the last few decades pirates try going out there every now and then to make it their turf since there's no one really tough enough in the sea to try and head to the Grand Line. None of them come back, and some people ended up calling this place the final continent. This is starting to sound kind of familiar. Miss Valentine pointed out, shooting a look of intent Naruto's way. And indeed it did sound familiar, but Naruto simply wanted to hear it out until the end, just in case. This place you're talking about wouldn't happen to be called the Elemental Nations as well, would it? Yeah. How'd you know the official name of the place? It's not really a legend that gets around much outside of the East Blue. Dragon told some of us about it since he's from the East Blue. He always wanted to visit a place that had never seen the influence of the world government. I know because Naruto here is from the Elemental Nations. You're talking about his home. Given that information, Bunny Joe looked at Naruto in a different light, as if he were some kind of novelty or something, and in actuality he sort of was. Wow. Wait till I tell Dragon about this one. Seriously, he'd have the coolest random bit of information out of the rest of the revolutionaries once he got back to their base of operations. Well, long story short, they've been building this bridge to your continent for 700 years. Why, I couldn't tell you. That's something nobody knows. Come on, why is everyone's history shoddy after a certain point in the past? It was really annoying. It didn't matter if it was his home if it was the rest of the world apparently. His homeland was supposed to be far out of the way, even by modern standards of ships. What the hell happened where building a bridge to that place seemed like a good idea according to the world nobles? Things that happened 700 to 800 years ago were always murky and cloudy no matter where he wound up trying to infer about history. In the Elemental Nations nobody had any history that went back that far because it had been the day of the old-school clan wars and the free-roaming mercenary days. Important things had to be handed down by word of mouth for security purposes. There really wasn't a reliable history system for all to take knowledge from until the establishment of the hidden villages, when recorded history started becoming important to foster pride in one's home and for various other reasons. Even then, there were way too many legends and stories to keep straight what was true or not. Half-truths and embellishments were the norm, because they were supposed to be a society based on the shinobi arts after all. That almost wound up biting all of them and possibly the entire world in the ass when Naruto had been a teenager, but that was another story for another time. Apparently the rest of the world sucked at keeping records that far back either and having it be common knowledge, which made more sense because the world was huge. That still didn't make it any less annoying though. Wait, Robin was some kind of awesome archaeologist that was so good she'd gotten a massive bounty just for knowing things about the past. Maybe she knew some East Blue history that could help connect some dots? While Naruto just sat in place and mulled over everything that he had been told, Kurama was doing some thinking of his own. In a span of less than 24 hours he had his soul yanked hundreds of miles by a spirit chain, he'd been processed through a statue, and been shoved back into the stomach of the kid he'd spent nearly 60 years sealed inside of, all voluntarily. He'd met a group of eccentric humans with varying personalities and abilities from all walks of life that Naruto had deemed interesting enough to travel the world with, as well as a gigantic duck that he was probably going to end up eating at some point before it was all said and done. He'd been given the chance to make pitiful mortals tremble at his presence again for the first time in decades, both from his sheer presence alone and on the battlefield getting to hurl his considerably powerful chakra around as well. And he'd been given a brainbender of a memory question from the revolutionary man story that was going to be killing him to remember until he actually managed to do so, because for the life of him he swore that it was supposed to have been something really important at the time that it happened. It just didn't engross him directly, hence he didn't care too terribly about it when it had happened either. If this was the way that the rest of the trip could be expected to go, Kurama could dare say that he might even be excited to be involved in it. Chapter 44, What Makes a Man? So, Naruto said, sitting outside on the deck of one of the ships of the Revolutionary Army along with Nico Robin, now dressed in real clothes instead of the prisoner's uniform she had been in earlier. Kurama was next to Naruto, back to normal fox size, trying to catch some Z's while his former/current Jinchuriki continued to keep an eye on the woman he had saved. He'd taken Miss Valentine back to MT Mayaboku after all of the ruckus had died down and remained behind himself to make sure nothing funny happened with Robin. And while there he'd been able to get an important touch of news from the revolutionaries. After figuring out that Robin was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, they had a newspaper they needed to show her. I'll go out on a limb and say that your crew's week was crazier than ours. He didn't quite know what else to say about what he was reading. I need to get back to Luffy, Robin said resolutely, knees pulled to her chest where she was sitting on a supply crate. Her eyes couldn't be torn away from the newspaper on the ground between them, and everyone else on the crew. He needs everyone there. There wasn't anything else lining the papers aside from news on everything that had happened at Marineford. Naruto didn't think that people fought wars like that anymore, but then he realized something that he kept forgetting. That the world was way bigger than he'd have ever figured it was. Just because people had gotten sick of warfare in the elemental nations didn't mean that anyone anywhere else had done away with it. Thousands of marines and thousands of pirates in the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates had fought one another one reason and one reason alone, to free or keep captive Portgas Ace before his execution in the square. That was what the war that Soren had alluded to days before had been about? Holy crap. He did not know that. Luffy's brother. The cool guy that he'd met back in Alabasta. The guy that asked him to keep an eye on his little brother since he trusted him. Not only had someone managed to beat him and take him alive, he was the catalyst for the two most powerful forces on the seas to clash. Whitebeard really would do anything for his most trusted subordinates. But that guy. People kept telling him to stay out of Whitebeard's business. That Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world. With an entire fleet at his back there would be no way that he could fail. Only he did. He was killed. And Ace died. He died in Luffy's arms. Luffy had somehow made it there to save him, and he watched his brother die. For a lot of his life Naruto wished at times that catastrophic events would stop happening around him long enough for him to catch his breath. He felt that way when they started happening again after uncounted years of peace in his life, sometimes wondering why he traded in relaxing and traveling through the elemental nations for constant deathmatches with overpowering enemies in the Grand Line. And when something calamitous occurred that he actually felt he could have done some real good with, he missed it. He didn't even know where this big event had even occurred. Marineford was just a place that he kept hearing people talk about. Almost things seemed to be were talk, until something happened. So many of these places that he kept hearing about were just names that he couldn't put an idea or an image to. Marineford, the New World, Mariehua, Amazon Lily. What the hell? What did he know? What did he know about anything? All those deaths for one person. Naruto thought to himself, and I don't even know how to get to Marineford. If he'd been there, maybe he couldn't have stopped the battle. As a matter of fact, he definitely couldn't have stopped the battle, but maybe so many people wouldn't have had to die. Maybe he could have brought someone back. I should have given Luffy your kunai even though I was told to keep it. Robin said, still staring at the newspaper between them. He is the captain after all. Don't even start with that. How the hell would you possibly have known that anything like this would have ever happened? Naruto said, not willing to hear all of that self-loathing crap for something that wasn't anyone's fault, getting separated like this? If you had to make a list of improbable things that could never happen, this wouldn't even have made it. With all of you getting separated all over the world to who knows where in a matter of seconds? Not a chance. You want to know why? Because that would mean that you'd have thought of it happening somehow. Kurama interjected, intentionally cutting Naruto off from finishing his own line just to annoy his host, and this is something that you'd never think of happening. Kami, Naruto, your lines suck. Oh, shut up. Naruto groused, nudging Kurama with his foot. What do you know about trying to cheer someone up? You just step on stuff and blow things up. Try to stick to your strengths and I'll try to stick to mine. Meaningful conversations are not your strength. Kurama jabbed verbally before getting himself comfortable and getting back to sleep. Saving his ire for arguing with his fox later, Naruto turned his attention back to Robin. Look, my point is that he needs you now. So what do you need from me to help you get back to your crew? I need to go back to Sabaody Archipelago. Robin said without a moment's hesitation. That's where the Thousand Sunny is, getting coated in the resin for the next part of the trip. The original plan had been to meet back up at the ship in 3 days after it was coated, but all of that fell apart quickly. It had been way longer than 3 days by that point. It had been, as Naruto had earlier alluded to, closer to a week. All Naruto did was nod, whatever you need. It'll take a few days though. He said, figuring that his vacation had been long enough, and if his friends wanted to go back he could always take them back to the mountain and maybe show them his home anytime. Come back with me, we'll stay the night where the rest of the crew is, and tomorrow morning we'll head out from where my ship is stashed. What about the Revolutionary Army? They were currently riding back to the starting area of the bridge to the country that the revolutionaries had just overthrown, and from there they had been trying to get Robin to return with them to their leader at his HQ elsewhere. Apparently she was some kind of great inspiration to them. I don't think they'll be fans of you just up and leaving with me. I don't really care about that. Naruto admitted without real regret on the matter. I don't care at all. You already told them you want to go back to Sabaody. Well, I'm pretty sure going with me would be faster and more comfortable too since you know me. Also, he really didn't like how adamant they seemed about taking her to see their leader even though Robin clearly was not comfortable with doing so on her own. There was something that screamed big red flag about it. And while Naruto had run across Dragon before, he didn't particularly trust him at all. So how about it? Naruto offered once more. We can go right now. Leave a note or something. I'd rather not have to deal with that Bunny Joe guy trying to talk you into staying again. Robin had already scribbled something on the back of the newspaper before leaving it on the deck and grabbed Naruto's hand. You should brace yourself. He warned before whistling sharply, getting Kurama to jump up with a start. What? What is it? I'm ready. Food? Kill? What? More like we need to go home. Couldn't you have just grabbed me without waking me up and Hirashine back? The irritated fox asked, swearing vengeance in the near future. Naruto didn't seem to care though. Not severely enough to do anything about it. I could have, but I would have had to stand up and walk all the way over to you. XXX. The next day, Grand Line, Calm Belt, near One Finger Island. The entire crew of the natural disaster left the comfortable surroundings of Naruto's home away from home and got back on the seas, finding the ship right where they left it at their island of choice. What a safe place on such a dangerous part of the ocean. No time whatsoever was wasted in getting things moving after getting back aboard. The reason being that after learning about what had happened on the Sabaody Archipelago, a good portion of the Foxhound pirate crew were worried sick about a few of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nojiko had an ill-tempered feeling in her stomach thinking about her sister being separated and all on her own. Sure, she'd done the same thing for years trying to steal enough money to buy the freedom of their village from Arlong, but that had been in the East Blue. As far as she knew, Nami could have ended up anywhere if Robin ended up on a bridge being built in the direction of the elemental nations. Johnny and Yasaku weren't necessarily worried about Zoro, on the surface. The thing was though, that both of them were absolutely terrible at disguising the fact that they were concerned with anything. So what you got from them was basically calm voices whenever the topic came up, but their faces would twist up involuntarily at random points in a conversation, and they couldn't feel the kind of expression that they had on at the time. If anyone out of the anxious crew members that were worried was able to keep a level head, it was Nefertari Vivi. But it was also clear that she wasn't feeling very well about what they'd found out. She was keeping herself busy, training extremely hard, and basically doing whatever she could to refrain from having to sit still. Sitting still gave her time to think. Giving her time to think allowed her mind to wander, and when she did that she tended to think about bad things. It was just her nature, a bad habit that she had picked up back when she'd been infiltrating Baroque works for Alabasta. Sabaody Archipelago should be safe to go back to now, for the most part. Perona said, somehow taking her presence on the ship much better nowadays after a month on board. She was still slower to adjusting to her Stockholm Syndrome status than Soren had been, but times when she actually spoke informatively signified that she was getting better about staying. I don't think Marines are going to dispatch anyone back out from Marineford anytime soon. Sitting at the helm as usual to channel chakra into the sails, Naruto followed Perona's needy and desiring gaze and peered over at the object of her newfound obsession in Kurama. Apparently he didn't find the ocean by itself very interesting. He got a kick out of the tranquility of One Finger Island though until a batch of monkeys that had gotten on board the ship saw them and flipped them off. The others were kind of used to it, but Kurama was not used to anything, especially a bunch of stupid primates trying to give him the middle finger. Thus he then proceeded to try and eat them. It didn't do anything to make Perona think that he was any less adorable, as the sight of him chasing monkeys off of the ship just made the ghost princess love him even more, much to his chagrin. Sailing is boring, Kurama said with a long yawn as he randomly batted his tails around in the shade of the mast. Soft grass covering the deck? Masts with branches that simulated trees complete with fruit? Yes to all of that. Way to abuse that Mokutan for personal comforts. Naruto, how do you deal with this? The boredom? How did he deal with it? Well, there were multiple things. For instance, there was training himself in the open ocean where nothing was off limits since there was absolutely nothing out there that he could destroy and regret. That would probably only get better now that Kurama was back in the mix. Training Nefertari Vivi was always fun since she soaked up everything like a sponge that he could actually teach her, and she was absolutely adorable and endearing. Picking on the swordsman was usually great because their responses never disappointed. Drinking with the swordsman, and Soren, and Polly, because the only thing more fun than drinking was drinking with entertaining company. Murid didn't like that, saying that alcoholism was unhealthy and stereotypical of pirate crews. Naruto would then gently respond that he wasn't an alcoholic and that he wasn't a pirate, trying to render her point moot. She would then have Funkfried try to sit on him because he would shout the latter at her. He also had very lovely girlfriends that were usually complete joys to be around in their own way, so spending vast amounts of intimate time with Nojiko and Miss Valentine, most often in his quarters or theirs, was also high up on that list. Let's just say that there were more things for a human to do than for a fox. And the constant salt water smell was irritating his nose. He assumed he would get used to that. It's not that bad. Naruto said to his partner, you'll find things about it that you like. I promise. Kurama just muttered to himself moodily. That old fox was just constantly grouchy. He'd be back to normal by the time Valentine cooked for them all later, just wait. You've only been on the seas for a few hours, give it some time. Elsewhere on deck, Robin was sitting in the grass that completely covered the deck of the natural disaster ship just looking out onto the waves. The quicker they returned to Sabaody the better. She could return to the Thousand Sunny and try and be productive preparing things while waiting for Luffy and her crew members to return. She turned her head for just a moment when she felt herself joined on her side by Nojiko holding a rolled-up canvas bag. Do you mind if I sit with you? She asked with a smile. Robin had no problems with the woman and knew her pretty well as Nami's fellow adopted sister, so she casually consented with a nod. Thanks. I don't see why you should thank me. Robin said with a small smile of her own, after all, I am the guest on your ship here. You have the right to go wherever you please. Oh, don't be that way. Nojiko said, sitting down as she began to unravel the canvas bag to reveal her guns neatly set inside of it that she began to clean. Our crews are pretty close. A straw hat pirate might as well be a foxhound pirate too, really. I still hate that name, by the way. Naruto shouted from the front of the ship. Even half the distance down the deck, his hearing was still well enough to pick up on most of the conversation. We're not damned pirates, and I will defend that to the death. We haven't done one single solely pirate-related thing since day one. Either that or the entire world outside of the elemental nations just uses the term pirate as a general description for criminal. Hush up, Naruto-kun, it's alright by now. Nojiko said, waving him off with one of the pistols she had been cleaning. Even though it wasn't loaded and she wasn't even pointing it, he still hit the deck just in case. You never could be too safe when it came to her possibly shooting someone. Anyway, Robin-san, feel free to stay with us for as long as you'd like. Not for too long, I'd hope. Robin replied. No offense or anything, but she was worried and wanted to know that everyone on the crew was alright. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Frankie, Brook, all of them. Don't worry about it. Nojiko said, ceasing the cleaning of her weaponry to place a hand on the older woman's shoulder. The one thing I know better than anyone else is waiting for someone you care about to come back from something like this. For 10 years on Kami Island she saw Nami come and go non-stop, doing everything she could everywhere she could in the East Blue to try and procure the money to buy her village's freedom from Arlong and his fisherman pirates. In all of that time, Nami never said where she was going, what kind of danger she would be getting into, and never told her anything about it whenever she would drift back in, be it weeks, months, or years later. And in all of that time she kept faith in her little sister. So yes, while Nami could be anywhere, she was already used to going everywhere, and while she was on her own she had always gone it alone before, and now she was powerful enough to keep herself safer than ever before. By proxy to that, if Nami could survive she had no doubt in her mind that the rest of the Straw Hats would be just fine. Even Luffy, for all of the things that he had probably went through and was probably going through wherever he was. Poor guy. She could only imagine the hell he went through trying to get to Marineford by himself as quickly as he did and all alone. To come that far, to actually reach his brother and then still watch him die. All you can really do at times like this. Nojiko said, putting her pistol and cleaning tools aside as she spoke softly, thinking about what she'd do if she had to witness the same with Nami. All you can really do, if you can't find them and go to them yourself, is believe in them and know that they'll come back. And be ready to support them when they do. At that point a small encouraging laugh came from her. Who knows? They might have made it back first and you might just be the straggler out of the group. The attempt to cheer Robin up actually did manage to get a better smile out of her, though as normal for her it still looked extremely aloof. I can see why you're the one that runs things on this ship. Ah, Naruto-kun's the captain. Nojiko said with an uncomfortable laugh. I just offer suggestions every now and then. But you have great influence over him. Robin pointed out, and the others do listen to the things that you say, don't they? I've noticed that much. You were the first person on, weren't you? More or less she was, thus she also had seniority so to speak. I hear that you're the one that takes care of most of the people around here anyway. At that point, Naruto's summoning senses were tingling, and he looked around to notice that Kurama had felt it as well, lifting his head and raising an eyebrow at his Jinchuriki. Trouble? Battle? He asked rather excitedly at the prospect of either. Anything to break the monotony. I don't know. Naruto said, I think I want the swordsman, Polly, and Vivi just in case for diplomacy's sake on this one. Nojiko heard him and got up to go inside and get the requested people. I'm popular these days for some reason. XXX. Meanwhile, Amazon Lily. Taking a break for a bit in watching over the recovery of Luffy after the horrible events that had occurred at Marineford, Trafalgar Law found himself staring at something in a place that he wasn't really supposed to be by decree of Boa Hancock. Due to island rules, men weren't allowed. But since he'd rescued Luffy from his injuries and had gotten him into stable condition, the Heart Pirates were allowed to at least stay on the island. They weren't allowed in the city though. The exception to this were the times when Law would need to pop in to check on Luffy's condition, and this was one of those situations. But he'd eventually taken a break to wander for a bit because there wasn't anything more he could do for his supernova rival. Normally he wouldn't have listened to being restricted from anything since he absolutely despised being told what to do, but Hancock was a very, very powerful woman, and they were smack dab in the middle of the calm belt with no way to deter the Sea Kings, so for the time being they needed to play ball to get adequate shelter. It was a rather niggling matter. Why'd he have to feel the need to treat Luffy after what happened at Marineford again? Oh yeah, because dash. What do you think you're doing here? Turning around, Law found the very tall, dark-haired Kuja pirate empress standing sternly in the doorway in all of her flowing regality, accompanied by a very small old woman using one of the Kuja pirates' weapon snakes as a walking staff, freely wandering around the premises of my palace on your own. You should know your place, Trafalgar Law. Whatever. Law said in a lazily annoyed voice before pointing at what he was looking at, that. He was indicating a strange three-pronged knife with a strange encryption on the handle sitting flat on a pedestal with warnings to stay away from it. Where did you get that? Hancock narrowed her eyes at Law as she walked farther into her own throne room to sit down on her chair. The elder with her was surprised, as this had been the first thing that could sidetrack her from fretting over Luffy non-stop for days at this point. What do you know of that weapon? If she didn't like his answer she might have done something drastic, but Law didn't care. What I know, he started to say, is that the guy that it belongs to pistol-whipped a world noble for trying to take Nefertari Vivi away from him, and then he crumpled the human auction house on Sabaody Archipelago into a gigantic ball and threw it at the Marines that attacked during the Admiral summoning. The guy is supposed to be close with the Straw Hats from what I've gathered. I've seen their crews hanging out like old friends. He'd also heard rumor about what the guy did with those knives in action and knew that he could go anywhere that had one of those things planted there. At least that was what eyewitnesses that had seen such a thing claimed. Most of the time on the Grand Line, hearsay turned out to be true. Hancock raised a thin and lovely eyebrow at that bit of information. She did not know that Monkey D. Luffy was connected in some way to Uzumaki Naruto. Her first run-in with that man was part of the entire reason that she didn't remain as heated at Luffy's presence on her island as she should have been at first. That and Luffy himself. Wait, Naruto destroyed the human auction house and used it as a weapon against the Marines? How did he even make that happen? Someone was stronger than they showed the first time they met. Why the hell didn't Luffy just call the guy to help before he left here the first time? Law asked, jerking a thumb at the Hiration kunai. I've seen the guy in action and I've heard rumors. He definitely would have evened the odds at Marineford. Well, the room was usually very, very crowded the one time that Luffy had been in there, full of Kuja pirates interested in the only man any of them had ever seen, and he might have not seen it? He more than likely definitely didn't see it actually. Do you think that there is anything that he could do for Luffy? The elder Kuja pirate asked, walking up to the doctor of a pirate, using her snake as a makeshift staircase to gaze at the kunai. Summon him. Hancock said with complete decisiveness. I don't have the guy's den mushy frequency and Luffy's kind of indisposed right now. Law said derisively. He was getting really tired of the whole bossy queen thing she had going. Yeah, she was hot, but he wasn't about to let anyone, even the hottest woman in the world, tell him what to do, so unless you want me to stand on the shoreline and flash a light on and off hoping he'll see it from wherever the hell he is at sea dashed. Throw the knife at something, fool. Hancock shouted at him in return. She didn't need the sarcasm. Just because he was the only doctor that could make sure Luffy was stable with what was medically wrong with him didn't mean she wouldn't turn his ass to stone until he was needed again. She was not in the mood. Law frowned as he grabbed the knife and contemplated throwing it at Hancock, but she'd just stop it and then all hell would break loose, and he didn't need that drama fighting a battle he was probably going to lose and get his entire crew killed during. Dropping the knife on the floor, both he and the Kuja pirate elder backed away from it just in case, but nothing happened at first for over 5 minutes. So it was just a trick or something? Law asked, scratching his head through the fur hat on top of his head. I guess this really was just hearsay. It really isn't. Hancock assured him, I've seen it. I've been in it. That got an extremely curious look from both the elder and Law, but before anything could say anything about it, a flash occurred around the knife and 5 figures appeared from it. Naruto was the first to step out and look around after he picked up his weapon from the floor. All right, where the hell is this? This is one of the ones I sent with someone, only this one stopped moving eventually. He saw an old lady, that Trafalgar Law guy that Murat had a monster crush on, and last but certainly not least Boa Hancock? You actually called me for something? The lady that turned everybody to stone that one time? Polly said, reaching for one of the infinite ropes he had on his person just in case and looking around apprehensively. You gave her a knife to call you anytime she wanted, anywhere she wanted, in the world. Brilliant. Hey! Naruto barked, making the gesture for eye contact with Polly. When you get a laundry list of awesome superpowers you can do whatever you want with them. Until then kindly shut the hell up about what I do with mine. I spread the love around, because sharing is caring and I love the world. Kurama butted his way forward through the crowd and looked around the very swanky palace room. They were definitely not anywhere near the elemental nations anymore. I am so glad you improved the range of the Hiration from your father. Now we can globe hop all of the time. Sounds like fun. He shot a glance over at Hancock sitting and observing them and then walked off to explore the room, boobs. I'm going to ignore the talking fox with a libido. Law said, walking up to Naruto and taking note that he'd brought along Polly, Johnny, Yasaku, and Vivi, and I'm not even going to ask where you came from. She called you, go talk to her. I'm getting out of here. Naruto just let Captain of the Heart Pirates walk past him and out of the throne room without saying anything until he eventually turned to Vivi, who had been standing right next to him as she usually did. Why does Murat think that guy is cool? Vivi just shrugged while Yasaku quietly fumed and contemplated going to murder Law with his gigantic and heavy sword. Where are we? There's a disturbance in the force. Johnny said, setting a hand on both Polly and Yasaku's shoulders, getting the latter to stop plotting violence against Trafalgar Law. It doesn't feel negative though. It feels sexy. Polly shrugged his shoulder out of Johnny's grasp and took a few steps away. Don't say that and stand that close to me. I was talking about Hancock, you prude douche. Because she was definitely wearing that skirt and blouse with a passion. What an indecent woman, dressed like that. She can be as indecent as she wants to be. She'll turn you to stone again. Yusaku interjected into the discussion. Even so, saying that he was still staring hard at Hancock. A lewd grin crossed Johnny's face as a shine came to his sunglasses. I'm already as hard-dashed. Unfortunately for him, he was cut off from finishing his statement by Polly, who was not amused and exhibited such by wrapping a rope around his neck as quick as lightning to choke him. If you make a stone or rock joke about your penis, I swear to God I'll burn that tattoo off of your face with a lit cigar. Ignoring Naruto's 3 male crewmates, and the talking fox walking around the room and taking note of everything in it, Hancock got off of her throne and descended the stairs with her smiling snake weapon over her shoulder. Hello Uzumaki Naruto, she said, getting a small smile and a nod from him as Vivi hid behind him, remembering being turned to stone by the Shichibukai. It's been a little while since we fought, Naruto said, feeling Vivi squeeze him around the waist from behind rather tightly out of concern. Poor thing. Maybe bringing her wasn't the best idea, but he wanted her to get used to this kind of thing. I hope this isn't you calling me here to try and kill me again. No, it is for no such reason. Hancock assured him calmly. Our crews have called a truce, and now I see that your goodwill extension of your summoning tool was not an empty one. Though I expected you to be faster about coming here, and to come alone. Of course she was referring to the fact that he'd brought 3 other men and a fox. Bringing Vivi was fine since women were allowed, but the others weren't really allowed at all. Sorry, but the last few times people called me I had to fight a giant zombie and then a Shichibukai back to back, and the last time I wound up fighting an army on a bridge being built for hundreds of years across the sea by slave labor. I didn't really want to take any chances this time, so I brought some support. Like Viviheim here. I understand. Vivi wasn't certain or not, but it seemed as if Hancock were sizing him up or something. And she possessively gripped onto Naruto a bit tighter, though it didn't seem to bother him as he just rubbed her arm reassuringly while speaking with the Snake Princess. She seems to be quite attached to you. Huh. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he threw his hands up behind his neck cheerfully. She had just made a joke that didn't involve petrifying and shattering him. Progress, how've you been doing? At the moment, not too well. Which is why I've summoned you here, she said, with a frown on her absolutely gorgeous face as she walked closer to him, close enough to stand an inch or 2 taller than him. Not counting the heels, there is a rather grave issue at hand. Why is she taller than me? Naruto groused to himself before getting serious. I'm listening. What can I do? She gestured toward the exit to the room, indicating that the others should leave. Perhaps your crew should take a look around Amazon Lily while we talk about this? Elder Nyan would have no trouble showing them around to where they are allowed to be. The women of this island are slowly getting used to men lately. Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily. The place that was entirely populated by the finest gathering of the female form that any sailor in the entire world would ever lay eyes on. The place that was so hard to get to due to its positioning on the calm belt of the Grand Line. The place that was entirely off limits to men, except for now apparently. Johnny lived up to his positioning as the second fastest member of the crew when no one even noticed him move before sprinting outside to the grand steps that led to and from the Empress Palace. While Polly and Elder Nyan went along at a more reserved pace, Yusaku followed his best friend as fast as he could, but Johnny might as well have been Kizaru for as fast as he forced his body to go. And before him lay the greatest sight that any pirate in the know would otherwise never have seen. A tear came to his eye, falling down past his sunglasses, and right then he realized once and for all that he had made the correct choice in going with Naruto. I've got a feeling, Johnny said as he and Yusaku gazed upon the paradise of gorgeous women that lay before them, that tonight's gonna be a good night. Yusaku turned to him momentarily, only for long enough to take in the look of awe that his partner shared with him. Tonight's gonna be a good night? A nod from Johnny. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Triple X. With Naruto, inside of the palace. Vivi kept putting a very sturdy, yellow-haired wall between herself and the person that she was currently scared of, since she'd never gotten any closure out of the whole being turned to stone thing. But that eventually came to a close once Hancock took them into the room to show them what she had called for Naruto about. Luffy was laid up unconscious, bandaged from head to toe and looking half past dead. The moment Naruto had seen him and taken in the entire thing firsthand, he'd placed his Hiraishin kunai back into Hancock's hand and bolted back to the ship to go get someone really quick. So, that left Vivi alone with one of the strongest women in the world. Luckily, Luffy was the bigger focus at the moment than the awkward almost killing her thing, and she could preoccupy herself with that. What happened to him? What didn't happen to him? Hancock said, standing over the bed, looking down at Luffy imperceptibly. At times, I regret doing what I did in taking him out to make his own way to Marineford, but you can partially thank your own captain for such a thing. He proved men can be selfless and down to earth, to save his brother. Monkey D. Luffy did all of that for his brother. Well, that's right about Luffy, but Naruto's actually pretty arrogant. Vivi said, thinking aloud with a sweat drop. I don't know if I'd call Luffy usually bull-headed or what, but if you want to call a man arrogant, you'd definitely be right about Naruto. You sound like such a thing is so easily forgivable. Because of the first thing you said that they proved. Even if he's arrogant, Naruto isn't selfish at all. Vivi said with a very bright smile, men, even pirates, they can be terrible people, and I'm not saying for a second that they're not, but my friends are the exception that prove the rule, because they're all wonderful people. Except for Perona, who she still didn't like from the first time they fought, and Soren, who was just an unapologetically terrible person that they had all gotten used to as being terrible. This girl was very young and rather idealistic. This was the kidnapped princess of Alabasta that had been taken away months ago, Nefertari Vivi, but she didn't seem to have identified with her captors as a method of Stockholm Syndrome. It seemed deeper than that. She hadn't been taken against her will, and she genuinely cared for Luffy and especially Naruto. Tell me something. Hancock said, getting Vivi's attention. It feels strange to ask a woman younger than me a question like this, but how do you know if you love someone? And Vivi almost felt her knees shake at the question. Not really from the question itself, even though it was a trifle shocking, but mostly from the person that had asked it. The powerful sole female representative of the Shichibukai, the most beautiful woman in the world, and the leader of a pirate crew notorious for possessing a cold, indifferent demeanor towards men. Who the hell did someone like that find worthy to love? I find myself split between the finest example of a kind man that I have ever met, and another with a sharp sense of honor that I am dangerously attracted to. None here outside of Elder Nyan come close to understanding, and therein lies the problem. Kind of understandable. After despising men, seeing them as weaker than her, and forming an archetype for what comprised them, she had the misfortune to run into two remarkable examples of them, remarkable for differing reasons, but both still close enough to confuse someone that simply chose not to interact with them until being required to by whatever circumstances forced the issue. And she was choosing to ask an outsider woman because, well, outside women were supposed to be better acclimated for that sort of thing. Very few other Kujas knew anything about men except for the pirates, and they usually followed the leading influence of their leader, so they would have been no help as an outside opinionated source. That didn't make the question any less embarrassing to try and answer for the Desert Kingdom princess, however. Love. She said with a nervous tint in her voice. Now she wasn't even scared of Hancock for the sake of being weaker than her, now it was just out of nerves. Well, it's pretty hard to explain. There are many different kinds of love. Romantic. Hancock clarified bluntly, putting a halt on that train of explanation. Vivi was not going to allow to beat around the bush. I am referring to romantic love, and I'm quite certain you were aware of that already. Fair enough. With a sigh, Vivi decided that she had to go ahead and get it over with. Okay. I think romantic love is dashed. This was hard. Princess or not, she was still 16 years old. These were not the kinds of questions people older than her should have been asking. Well, it's not just seeing someone and having that fluttery feeling in your chest when they look at you. There's more than that. Like what? She was getting to that. Impatient pirates. A little patience would be appreciated. She barely knew where she was going with this. Do you think about them a lot, even when they're not around? Or do you know enough about them that their looks are only a bonus, and that who they are is what you find special? So much, that you don't mind the bad things about them, like his ego or his bluntness, or his punch-first kind of personality, because you know he's got a heart that's worth $1 billion belly, and that he'd do anything you needed if you asked, and his smile. It was quite clear that she had someone in mind already as she was saying all of these things. The young princess already had someone that she was in love with, and if they don't love you back? Hancock asked. A frown marred Vivi's face at the thought, but a ghost of a smile eventually found its way back up there. Nevertheless, if someone doesn't love you, that's that. But that doesn't mean you can't try to win them over somehow. And you believe that Uzumaki doesn't love you? The shocked look on Vivi's face and any remark to the contrary that she was going to make was stopped by Boa Hancock raising her hand. It's quite clear that from how you react around him you love him, so tell me why you don't think he loves you. Because she was too young? Because she was a girl that he was more or less forced to take on board out of goodness and wound up netting him an increased bounty and more trouble once word spread that he had kidnapped her? Because she was more trouble than beneficial to have around? At least Miss Valentine and Nojiko were more than just beautiful. They were powerful and had uses outside of sex appeal and combat to boot. She was just a princess that could barely keep pace with the others in battle. And diplomacy, as she was coming to see, did very little in the big, bad world. Might made right, and she herself didn't have enough of it to ask questions first and take up arms later the way she would have preferred to. She didn't answer, eyes averting to Luffy, but when seeing him that injured and vulnerable became too much, she looked at the ground. So someone that would take you in to protect you from being a hostage of the world government and the world nobles, would teach you how to protect yourself and fight more effectively, and would gladly protect you with his own body, does not love you. Hancock said, a small smile actually forming on her face. If only I could be so lucky. The bit of conversation was cut short when Naruto appeared back in the room in a flash. Vivi's face was red and she tried to hide it at the reappearance of her captain. He noticed as much and raised an eyebrow at her, but didn't have the time to question his princess on it. This time, upon his arrival in Boa Hancock's domicile, he brought a little more company than just Kurama, whom he had left and reappeared with, and it was a woman. A tall, dark-haired woman that seemed completely horrified at the sight of Luffy. Who is this woman, Uzumaki? Hancock asked as she saw this person slowly move around to Luffy's side and kneel down by the bed. And why did you bring her to this place? Do not take advantage of my extended hospitality. Last one, I promise. Naruto assured her, speaking softly for the sake of Robin, who was still taking in the situation involving her bedridden captain. Robin-chan is on Luffy's crew. The way he was separated from his crew happened to everyone else, and I somehow wound up getting to her. I'll take back everybody else and make them go back to the ship if she can stay here with him, and I'll owe you a favor. Hancock just stared at Naruto and the solid look in his blue eyes, even though he was looking straight ahead with grave severity. What he was thinking was anyone's guess. She can stay and you do not have to return any of your crew until you leave. But I will take you up on that future request. Naruto just nodded and stared down at Luffy without saying another word. Name it and I'll do it. I mean what I say. Vivi looked between them concernedly, her hand finding Kurama's fur with him actually letting her pet him. This room was full of negative feelings at the moment, but from her touching him he could feel a large loving spark from the would-be monarch of Alabasta, directed at his Jinchuriki. I'll save it for later. Hancock said, barely taking her eyes off of Naruto. XXX. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Amazon Lily. You guys are idiots. Polly said as he and Elder Nyan followed behind an extremely dejected Johnny and Yasaku. They had left that palace with the greatest and highest spirits possible. With an entire island of women that were not used to seeing men they couldn't have possibly stricken outright? Wrong. Because yes, they were men, but the heart pirates had been there first, and they weren't as interested in them as they were in Luffy, who was the standard bearer for all other men that would come after him. And they didn't measure up in that standard. Some of the women had asked them if they stretched. Johnny was about to answer in his own off-color way, but once again Polly was able to wrap a rope around his neck and choke it out of him. And according to Kuja laws they couldn't stay in the town. So they were escorted out, all the while getting views of all of the scantily clad women that had little to no interest in them whatsoever. You went through the entire city telling all of the women to cover up and about how they were disgracing themselves. Johnny replied flippantly to Polly's remark, I wish one of them would have shot you with those snake bows. But come on, after the last time you're seriously telling me that those women didn't enjoy peanut butter and Johnny? I'm a sexual tyrannosaurus. Word should have spread. Sure, he wished that they had been hotter at the time like Yasaku's had been, but still, he had to take what he could get and he'd claim it. How about a nice, tall, frosty glass of shut the hell up? Polly said, freely smoking through the jungle now that they were outside. So elder lady, where are we going? Said diminutive elder was leading the way with her snake staff. Men aren't allowed on the island as I've told you, but we can't just send you out into the jungle since you would probably die trying to find things to eat out there. I'm insulted. It happened to Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy's a special kind of idiot though. Any other reasons? Why is Naruto allowed to stay? Because he behind declared that he could stay. For some reason she doesn't openly despise him the way she does most of you men. Elder Nyan said, why, I do not know, but since you cannot stay in the town there is a place set up where you can wait with the heart pirates. At hearing heart pirates, Yasaku clenched his teeth with a click and started walking ahead faster than before, finding out sooner than anyone else on his crew that they were being taken to a cliffside cove overlooking the ocean where the heart pirates were just hanging out looking at the water calmly. A bipedal white bear wearing an orange jumpsuit of all things seemed to be the one most interested in the goings-on of the water in front of him. Man, look at the ocean. I saw like 3 different sea king fins in there. We really shouldn't try leaving anytime soon. A talking bipedal white bear in an orange jumpsuit. Killer. Who cares about the Sea King's Beepo? Another of the heart pirates said. He wore a white jumpsuit and had shaggy red hair that covered his eyes and a bulky blue red-rimmed hat on his head. He and another of the crew, a man that also wore a white jumpsuit but had a black winter cap with a yellow brim and the word penguin across the front, were both looking through the jungle in the direction of Amazon Lily as if they could see through to it. There is an entire town of women back that way, and we're stuck out here looking at water and fish. Puffing up his chest, Yusaku continued to walk forward until they all noticed his presence. He stopped and lifted one hand into the air. I'm here to fight Trafalgar Law. At his simple, yet confident declaration, the two humans of the crew started laughing while the bear looked timid and shocked. Okay, I don't know how you even got to this island, man. The pirate with the hat that said penguin said as he tried to reason with him, but fighting with the captain is the last thing you should want to do. Let that be my choice. Yusaku said, holding his hand under his chin in an intelligent manner to look mature. This is a matter of respect and honor as a man. It's a challenge I have to issue, or I wouldn't be able to live with myself. A large set of footsteps came from the jungle and everyone turned to see a man 10 times the size of any of them. He seemed to be a mountain of strength and muscle, wearing a black muscle shirt unlike the rest of the crew. Above his eyebrows he had black flame tattoos and a scar above his right one. His hair was a long black mohawkish mane going down his back and 2 thick sideburns. I cannot allow a challenge to Captain Law to go undeterred. The massive man said as he walked forward to the proud swordsman that had issued said challenge. No one faces the captain so easily. You can't just demand it. I will fight Law. Yusaku said without backing down a step. Instead he plopped down on the ground and sat there in the very Naruto-esque fashion when he was being stubborn. He's going to come out and face me, or someone else is going to have to make me back down. Because I'm not leaving. The rest of the heart pirates all moved away a bit. Jean Bart, are you really going to fight this guy? Here. Jean Bart might have been a slave when they picked him up during the anarchy on Sabaody Archipelago, but he had been a powerful captain before he'd been captured and forced into world noble servitude for years. Out of all of them he was the strongest direct fighter. The other heart pirates all looked at Johnny and Polly, who didn't seem like they were about to jump in and help, but the expression on their faces stated that if this went past a one-on-one they had absolutely no problems backing Yusaku up. He was an idiot, but he was their idiot. Very well. Jean Bart said, looking down at Yusaku, if you want to fight the captain, I'm who you take on first. He lifted a fist back for a punch and Yusaku jumped back up, slinging Kubikurabuchu from its harness to block the punch with the width of the blade. It didn't work out too well, as Jean Bart's punch broke the sword in half despite its massive side, and it drilled Yusaku through a trail across the ground until his body felled several trees at the tree line. Johnny palmed his face and the heart pirates all flinched at the brutality of that one punch from their own crewmate. Man. Penguin said in pity, I hope that guy isn't dead. For someone trying to pick a fight, he was a lot nicer about it than most other people are. I told that idiot to stop blocking with the flat. That's total amateur hour. It'll break your sword easier. Johnny said with a sigh, shaking his head, the blade is much better for that kind of thing. It's not that, it's just Jean Bart. The bear member of the heart pirates said, he's strong enough to move the submarine with his bare hands. You can't block anything he does. Instead of disputing that or supporting Yusaku in any way, shape or form, Polly just gave the bear a strange look for several seconds. You guys have a submarine? That caught him off guard, as he expected Yusaku's crew members to have more sympathy for their comrade after his body was smashed, but he didn't really know how to classify Polly's interest in their mode of transportation over the fight, so he just pointed to the cliffside. Yeah. It's over there. Gotta see that. Excuse me, the bear's gonna show me the sub. Polly said, squeezing past the others to go see the heart pirates' ship/submarine, and ignoring the battle at hand. An actual functioning submarine on the Grand Line was more interesting to the shipwright in him. What's your name anyway, bear? Beepo. He said unsurely as he walked over to the cliff to show Polly their ship. Ah. Name's Polly. The other guy is Johnny. Polly said as they walked away, but not without shouting something in passing. Get your ass up already, Yusaku, and stop crying over the broken sword. You can fix it. No one outside of the Foxhound pirate crew expected him to get up at all, and wondered why no one had gone over to try and help him yet. The last thing they expected was to hear an actual tearful yell from the man that they thought was knocking on heaven's door from Jean Bart's attack. Shut the hell up, Polly. This sword is a gift. A gift from a friend, you rat bastard, something you clearly wouldn't know anything about. The trees that had been covering his body inside of the trench he'd made wound up being destroyed with one slash that seemed to make the ground shake. Everyone covered their faces as chunks of wood and dirt flew through the air from Yusaku's attack that he used to free himself. He looked rather busted up, blood dripping down his face beneath his headgear, but he didn't seem to care about that at all, more concerned with the broken half of sword he was holding by its handle. You're a swordsman with a broken blade. Jean-Bart said as he punched into his own palm, "This battle is over." Yusaku just shook his head. "Nah. I can get it fixed, and you're the one that's going to fix it. Besides," he said before grinning, "the blade is still sharp." With that, he spun directly in a 360 and hurled what was left of his sword right at Jean-Bart. Ufuku, round trip. Desperate. Jean-Bart thought before timing a catch of the weapon in between his hands, where he found that it wasn't as simple as that. Because he felt like he'd caught a cannonball in his hands for as hard as it had been thrown. A cannonball that cut his hands to the bone. How can a sword be so heavy? He had been wholly unprepared to have to catch something significantly heavier than a ton, but he stayed on his feet and dragged his feet deep into the ground for 50 feet until he came to a stop. Dynamic entry. Jean-Bart took a massive kick to the face that knocked him to the ground. Distracted by the heavy sword that had cut his palms deeply, he never thought that a swordsman without his sword would try to get close to him after what happened the first time. Yusaku's kick sent the mammoth man flying through the air near the end of the cliff where half of his body slid over. He started pulling himself up only to have the broken end of Kubikirabuchu pointed in his face. Wait, it seemed longer now. Almost 2/3 as complete. Hadn't it been broken in half just a while ago? That actually worked? Johnny said in disbelief. He was moving as slow as dirt. I'm better at that attack than he is. It's about the speed. The speed. Getting a round of strange looks, he explained. Everybody on the crew does that move. It's required learning for the Foxhound pirates. Okay, it was just a full-speed flying kick with a diversion, but whatever. How did he get up from that? Beppo asked about Yusaku and the fact that he'd taken a direct punch from their most powerful crew member and retaliated in kind. I like to say it's because of the headgear, but it's just because he's a tough bastard really. Everyone's good at something, he's good at getting beaten up. Polly said before extending his hand to receive something. Now about the terms of our wager. Beppo didn't bet anything with Polly on the stakes of the fight, but the gullible bear heard how confident he'd been and paid him what was in his pocket, much to Polly's disbelief that something like that had actually worked. You're lucky that you broke Kubikirabuchu in half before I threw that. Otherwise it probably would have cut you in half. Yusaku said, holding the sword in one hand in front of his opponent's face before setting it aside and pulling Jean-Bart up himself along with the nearby Polly's help. I just want to fight with your captain. That's all. It's got nothing to do with any of you guys or with trying to destroy your crew. Why do you even want to fight him? Jean-Bart asked, conceding defeat to the man that had actually had him at the ultimate disadvantage. Captain Law is one of the supernovas. A rookie pirate with a bounty of 200 million belly on his head. I know. Yusaku assured him, I don't care. The hell's going on here? The surprised voice gave way to someone else in the area, and everyone turned to see that it was indeed Trafalgar Law walking back into the area. Weird, because he'd actually left the palace before the others. Apparently while he would listen to Hancock's conditions of their staying there, he wasn't above taking advantage of his lack of an escort by still doing whatever he damn well pleased. So he'd hung around in the actual town for a bit before heading back to his crew, where he found his resident powerhouse being assisted up a cliff by some other people he didn't know. One of whom turned around at the sound of his voice and started walking his way. He had a huge sword, but it seemed that a good part of it had been broken off. I've come here to fight you, Yusaku said with a confident grin despite the blood covering his face and staining the top of his clothes. Do you remember a girl that you met in Sabaody Archipelago before the Admiral attack? She was a doctor on the Foxhound pirate crew. A look of recognition came to Law's face. That was a pretty crazy time a few weeks ago, but he did remember one very out-of-place pirate doctor that looked more like a regular civilian than anyone he'd ever seen that far on the Grand Line. She seemed to like him a great deal as they'd met several times over the course of a few days. To be honest, she was extremely cute, and very knowledgeable medically. When she described her crew, she actually did bring up quite a few of them, including one that was supposed to be an idiot with a monster crush on her that carried around an incredibly large and heavy sword. Law stroked his goatee in thought before snapping his fingers and pointing at him. Oh yeah, you're Yusaku, right? The idiot on Murat's crew that crushes on her. You know she doesn't like you like that, right? A grim nod came from Yusaku as if that were a bitter pill to swallow. Yeah, I know. But she does like you that way. She thinks you're strong and cool. Way cooler than me. I know she has your den mushy frequency, and if everything hadn't been so crazy lately she'd have called you by now. It's all she can talk about with the other women on our crew. So you're going to fight me for her? Law said, raising an eyebrow. He really felt for the guy, but if he was going to fight over such a petty reason such as jealousy for a girl that wasn't interested in him, he was going to tear some crap up. No, Yusaku said with a determined edge in his gaze. I want to fight you for me. Johnny stood slightly slack-jawed, staring at his friend and feeling the need to wipe his sunglasses that he never took off even in sleep. But buddy. Yusaku looked at Kubikirabuchu and gripped it tightly in one hand. Just under a year ago, I was pathetic. I was so weak before I came to the Grand Line no one could rely on me for anything. I couldn't rely on myself. I've got to tell you it's almost enough to make a man cry to think about. But I got better. I got stronger. I trained as hard as I could, developed my own style of swordsmanship that could compete out here, and was given an incredible weapon by a wonderful friend to go along with it. But I fell in love with a girl that doesn't think I'm mature or cool enough to give me the time of day. And I thought that I had to change to be the kind of person that she wanted me to be, maybe get more serious like Zoro and Ikki. Law was actually listening to every word he was saying, because he wasn't just spouting off. He had a point, and it was something that he'd been building up for oh so long. But I couldn't do it. Yusaku continued, you know why? Because I like who I am. He shouted for everyone to hear, I'm goofy, but I'm a goofy bastard that climbed a mountain in a blizzard with my bare hands and beat the hell out of 100 man-eating rabbits, helped save a whole country, attacked Eni's lobby and helped my friends win a fight with a vice-admiral, survived a buster call, got kidnapped and laid by Kuja pirates and I do mean plural, got a hole blown through my chest by Admiral Kizaru and lived, and gambled and drank with talking toads the size of a municipal building. I'm fucking awesome. By that point he was breathing heavily and slammed his sword into the ground hard enough to shake the entire immediate area for several seconds as if a small-scale tremor had occurred on the island, exposing the fact that when he put some tension behind them his arms were extremely well-defined from swinging a crushingly heavy sword around like a stick. That's all raw strength. Elder Nyan pointed out to herself, if that man knew how to use the correct haki, and he already has the potential for the strength of will to utilize it. Interesting. Yusaku kneeled his entire body on the handle of his sword that was stabbed into the ground and wiped the blood from his face with one hand. Pirates have died doing lesser things than the least impressive thing on that list, and I got through all of that being myself. And if she doesn't see that just because I'm a nerd doesn't mean that I can't be cool too, I'll just keep doing awesome things, and there's no shortage. We'll go to the New World, I'll be the most badass nerd that ever sailed the Grand Line, I'll save her and protect her as much as I need to, and I'll look her right in the eyes and keep daring her to tell me I'm not what she says she wants, until she can't justify it anymore. Johnny had never been more proud of Yusaku than in that moment. That had been the most backbone that he'd ever shown for anything, period. Now if only he could sack up and say all of that to Murit's face, then she might actually start thinking you were cool. So I want to fight you. Yusaku started concluding with his head down, still kneeling and holding onto the handle of Kubikirabuchu, not because I think beating you will make her not like you and magically make her love me. It's so I can prove to myself that I might not be smooth, or a genius, or a leader or something, but I'm just as good. Maybe better. He stood up and raised his head high, that's my dream. I don't want One Piece or to be the best anything in the world. I just want the person I care for to know that they can rely on me for anything. And I'll go as far as hell and back to prove it. No one said anything after he was done because no one knew how to respond to any of that. He wanted to fight Law because Law was everything he wasn't. Handsome, powerful, a natural leader with his own pirate crew on the Grand Line, a man with the plan, someone that oozed enough charisma to easily net the object of Yusaku's affection without even having to try. It wasn't just because of Murit that he wanted to fight. It was because Law represented his exact opposite of everything that he was. And if he was ever going to prove he was worthwhile as he just had to see. See if he could actually win against someone that was really dangerous, with his own power. All right then. Law said with a casual smile, you've got me. If you want to fight that badly I guess that's just the way it is. Yusaku wanted to say thank you, but you didn't really say that to someone you were about to have a battle with just because they were consenting to fight you in the first place. It wasn't really cool either. Chapter 45, The Will to Advance. Due to being spoiled by his own ungodly swift recovery time, Naruto really found himself quite bored when he had to wait on someone else to wake up from catastrophic injuries. It wasn't nice, he knew it, but at least he wasn't doing something insensitive like tapping his foot on the ground impatiently. And he'd blocked every yawn that seemed like it would come his way, so it wasn't that bad. It had been a while since he'd taken Robin to Luffy's bedside and it showed. Vivi was asleep next to him, leaning on his shoulder, scrunching up her nose in discomfort every time he moved. It was a good thing he was great at not moving. Hancock had kicked them out of his room, but allowed Robin to stay. While he could have skirted her will and remained behind, it wasn't worth upsetting a delicate truce just to try and throw some weight around. Due to the magnificent view that the palace of the Snake Princess granted of the city of the Kuja tribe village, the chosen area of choice to sit and wait if they weren't allowed back in Luffy's room was out on one of the numerous balconies overlooking everything. Vivi slept, while Naruto let his mind wander about things, such as where his guys were and what they were doing, if his clones had gotten anything done while training on the seas today, and why Vivi seemed to have difficulty sleeping when on the ship but was sleeping soundly right then and there. Out of nowhere, Kurama, who was sleeping on the floor, perked up, going nearly ramrod straight and baring his teeth a bit. I sense someone disgustingly powerful on this island. Very close. Oh, well thank you bud. Naruto replied with a big grin, reaching down to scratch Kurama on the head. That's nice. In his circles, that was perceived as a compliment. Not you jackass. Feel out and see for yourself. Shutting his eyes momentarily, Naruto did just that, and it didn't take him long to pick up on what his fine-tailed friend was referring to. Whoa. That's like, around as strong as Akiji. And that wasn't a small feat. He couldn't even tell if it was more or less yet. No ill intent or hatred though, so it probably wouldn't end in a fight. What's an Akiji, and why do I care? Kurama asked, batting his tails around lazily. Akiji's this guy that made his own permanent island out of ice by freezing the ocean over just so we could fight on it. I couldn't use water ninjutsu against him. Naruto explained, remembering the bumps he took in that fight. The man could do more than just freeze things. Then we actually fought for half a day and he almost killed me. He's S-rank strong? At least. I told you, there are tough people out here. Tough was an understatement. The world was incredible. And you just now decided to go back and get me? What, did you think I was going to turn you down? I don't know, maybe. But why does this person feel familiar though? It took a bit longer, but the doors out to the balcony were thrown open and Boa Hancock walked back in with some company in tow, but not the kind of company that one would have expected one such as her to have with her. A tall older man with a scar over his right eye, a white beard, and long white hair. He wore glasses, a simple t-shirt, shorts, an open silver hooded cloak and sandals. Very underwhelming in appearance, but this was the source of the power. Kurama had a low rumbling growl in his throat that he tried to quell. Yeah, there was something about this person that he didn't like, which was weird because while he didn't like most people he was willing to at least give them a shot. What the hell is my problem? The white-haired man clicked his tongue pitifully at remembering the sight of Luffy all bandaged up in bed with Robin at the bedside barely noticing him. Some of those wounds are going to leave scars. I wonder how the boy is going to come back from this one. How long has he been like that? 4 days. Hancock said, watching the old man carefully. He's been in this state since his brother died in his arms. It will be more of a matter of his spirit recovering than his body then. The old man said with a wily smile as he placed a hand on Luffy's covered chest. This one's body is young and strong. As far as physically he'll bounce back from this. If his fighting spirit hasn't been killed. With that he turned partway to Naruto and Kurama and bid the former a smile. Oh hello. It's been quite a while since I've seen you. 20 years or so isn't it? Naruto raised an eyebrow as Hancock did the same. She was about to introduce them, but apparently that wasn't necessary. You know Silver's Rayleigh? She asked, wondering just who this man was to know the Dark King, or at least for the Dark King to know him. It took him a second but Naruto finally snapped his fingers. Oh yeah. You were the guy that my crew met in the back of the human auction house. Glad to see you made it out of that mess all right? Wait, that wasn't 20 years though. That was only like a week and a half to 2 weeks ago. Rayleigh chuckled a bit and walked over to Naruto, stopping in front of and stooping down by Kurama who he could hear growling lowly at him. You remember me don't you? You were much bigger last time though. 20 years, wait a damn minute. That smile. Those glasses. That scar. That aura? You and that accursed crew. Kurama shouted, hopping back onto Naruto's lap forcefully waking Vivi up and frightening the poor girl. I remember now. That revolutionary story from the other day jogged my memory, but I definitely remember what he was referring to now. Naruto just stared at his furry partner who seemed ready to lash out at something. Say what now? Kurama just rolled his eyes before they took on the pattern of the Rinnegan and pressed 2 of his tails to his own head before putting them to the sides of Naruto's head, releasing a discharge of chakra. Look. And look Naruto did, as Kurama's current thoughts and the incident he was remembering found itself shoved into Naruto's brain with chakra via the human path powers Naruto enacted through Kurama's body. It all came back in flash, like a really quick acid trip. Around 20 years ago, just before Naruto had completed the seal that would better protect the Biju from those that would take advantage of them. A whole fleet of ships, beaten to holy hell, out between the mainland of the elemental nations and Mizu no Kuni. Holy crap, the Sanbai got the shit kicked out of it by someone that wasn't him or another Biju. Naruto then stepped in, just in case someone was trying to capture the Biju again or some force was about to devastate his homeland. Big, gigantic, hazy fight that required tailed beast chakra mode. Silver's Rayleigh was involved, back when his hair had color to it. As was some other ultra-strong guy with an epic mustache. Roger something. Something Roger. Whatever. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. which led to partying and lots of alcohol. The foreigners then proceeded to leave at sunrise, and blackout-drunk Naruto remembered little of the entire encounter in hindsight, chalking it up to a random chance encounter that seemed to be the hallmark of his life. Apparently not. Holy shit. Naruto said, pointing at Rayleigh, a man he most certainly didn't expect to ever see again. I remember you. You took a futon, Rasengan like a champ and got back up. Didn't your captain deflect a Raisin shuriken into the air before it went off or something? Kurama grouchily tail-slapped Naruto for bringing that up. I still have the scars from the first thing. Rayleigh said with a good-natured laugh, you certainly look well. And I thought we were around the same age. Standing up, Naruto swung his hand out at Rayleigh, who did the same, and the two clasped the grip tightly around the forearm of the other with enough force for a bit of wind to blow through the room, like two old friends or something, even though they'd only met once. How's that captain of yours? Oh, what's his name? He's probably ancient too. Once again Rayleigh chuckled. How many people in the world didn't know his captain's name after hearing it even once? The elemental nations really were far away from the affairs of the rest of the world. I'm afraid he disbanded the crew and wound up passing on not too long after our meeting. Yeah. Naruto said with a frown, he was sick when we fought. He couldn't possibly be implying that Uzumaki did what I think he did. Hancock thought to herself as she watched the strange interaction between two of her guests that really shouldn't have known each other. You're telling me that Uzumaki fought against the Pirate King? He called himself the Pirate King? Naruto snickered with a grin. I like that. He did too, but other people gave him that name. Rayleigh clarified dryly, he had your particular flair for the dramatic, and I see you haven't really lost much of that. He then turned his attention to Hancock, who was beginning to get a bit agitated at being left out of the loop. Yes, the Roger pirates got into a bit of a tiff with this man here for attacking some kind of creature that we figured was an abnormally powerful sea king. I never thought in a million years that I'd see him become a pirate though. Instead of flying off the handle, Naruto just paced around, biting down on his hand to try and keep from exclaiming that he wasn't a pirate. He was trying to set a better example for the youngest member of the crew in Vivi, especially since she was royalty and had a way she was expected to act, but it was hard to keep from going off. Not a pirate. He muttered from behind his fist. An irritated Hancock just held her head and shook it in response. I'm simply going to stop letting myself be surprised by these things. To be surprised as a Shichibukai, how shameful. I can only imagine how your crew manages to deal with you every day. Yawning as she sleepily got her bearings in time to catch the end of that question, Vivi answered what was meant to be a rhetorical query, because sometimes they can all be worse. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the Natural Disaster. On board the Natural Disaster, the members of the crew that had remained behind from the island of the Kuja pirates still had the trials and tribulations of the Grand Line to deal with. Fortunately, they had already braved that neck of the waters and knew what to expect for the most part. With Naruto gone, captaincy of the vessel fell to the first mate, Soren. Soren, who had absolutely no reason to care about leading the ship in Naruto's stead, was busy getting blitzed in the shade underneath one of the two main mast/trees. There was no shortage of alcohol on the ship. There's so much drink on board I don't know what to try next. Soren said groggily, surrounded by bottles, so much wine. So much rum. So much liquor in general. My new best friend is Byron. Where is that long-haired, musical motherfucker? This is where he was found by the next person meant to be in charge on the ship in case the captain and the first mate were indisposed. Drunk out of one's mind counted as indisposed, didn't it? Oh my god, you lush. Nojiko said as she walked out onto the deck and stood over the drunken former assassin with her hands on her hips. It's still daylight out. Have a sense of decency and responsibility. You're supposed to be in charge. How sober do I have to be just to steer the fucking ship? You're not steering a damn thing. You're so far from the helm I don't even think you could walk that far now. I'm not even that drunk. You're totally drunk. You're swaying just sitting down. That got a stern, serious look out of the bald, tattoo-faced former assassin/bounty hunter. Woman, you're not drunk until you have to grab onto the grass to keep from falling off of the earth. Nojiko didn't know quite how to respond to that one, thus the conversation lulled into silence as the foxhound first mate continued to imbibe in the ale. Fa, what's this one? It's fucking got kick. Who? Soren said after taking a sip of some random bottle. I can totally see up your skirt from this angle, by the way. Good on you? He pointed out, tilting his head back as he took a massive swig. Click. Feeling the barrel of one of Nojiko's pistols up against his forehead, he lowered the bottle from his lips with a pop and grinned ferally at her. Alright, you and I both know that you won't shoot me in the face, so dashed. And with that, Nojiko pulled the trigger and shot him in the head, snapping his head back and bouncing off of the trunk of the tree. You've been training Rokushiki a lot, haven't you? The gun-toting beauty commented after noting that no blood came from the pistol shot straight to the head. I didn't even see you tense up and brace for that one. Soren lowered his head with a vengeance. Ow. What the fuck? You just shot me in the face, you crazy bitch. If I didn't have tech eye on dash. But you did have it on, so nothing happened. Nojiko reasoned, spinning the offending weapon by the trigger guard, a slow smirk growing on her face. So that means that you did know that I would shoot you in the face. That's not the point. Soren yelled, bullet still stuck to his forehead and slowly melting due to the acid exuding from his skin out of growing irritation. Who shoots someone in the face when they're pissed? I do, because I can't hurt you or Naruto-kun by hitting you when you idiots are being stupid. Nojiko caught her gun by the barrel and held it with the grip being shown. I know pistol whipping you hard-headed jerks doesn't actually work. Naruto-kun just sells it like it hurts because he knows when I'm upset. Nobody else usually cares when I drink during the day. It was the first day back out at sea and he wanted to commemorate it properly. You're usually not in charge. Stopping her yelling, Nojiko pinched the bridge of her nose to hold back the anxiety. Okay, just, please take these back inside and go get something from Murat to sober you up. You can drink when the sun goes down. Soren gave her a taunting salute before scooping up the bottles in his arm and jogging back inside of the ship. Now Nojiko was the one that needed a drink. Moving slowly as she went back inside as well, the blue-haired first lady of the Foxhound pirate crew sat down on a couch in the common area and let the smells of lunch coming from the kitchen soothe her, as well as the sound of Byron playing the piano that they'd managed to obtain from the Toads before departing their mountain. Why Toads had a piano they didn't know. They weren't explaining, and they'd all learned a long time ago to not ask questions. The pleasant light-hearted laughter of Miss Valentine rang out from the kitchen, probably at her expense. With a roll of her eyes, Nojiko made sure her pistol was loaded before curving a shot through the open doorway to the kitchen, only to hear it ricochet off of something metal. Hey! The shot prompted the feather-haired Byron to stop playing and look around to see the smoking gun in Nojiko's hand. Miss Nojiko, is everything all right? I guess so. Don't worry about it. She said, waving the pistol idly before she spoke up for the benefit of her target. I knew I wasn't going to hit you. Nojiko said, leaning her head back on the headrest. Out came Miss Valentine, and instead of being bright and comforting, her smile was actually rather intimidating to reflect her ire. She held a cast iron pan that now had a bullet dent in the bottom of it. And just how did you know that? You couldn't see me. Nojiko tapped her pistol off of her own temple for emphasis. Safety on, of course, Hockey. She said before twirling her gun and reholstering it safely. It's getting stronger? I really wish it wouldn't. It's giving me migraines. She rested a hand on her head over her eyes. The scary factor of Miss Valentine's smile dropped and she went back into the kitchen to put the pan back before coming out and sitting down next to Nojiko as Byron went back to playing. Come on honey, is it really so bad? It wasn't, but it got stronger on the mountain. It was why she didn't partake in any of the raucous partying that the rest of the crew did with those Toads. She barely slept well while they were there too. Something about the aura of the place just made the clarity of her mind's eye that much clearer. Sensing Naruto's high-speed battle with Kizaru in the sky above the ship a while back nearly split her skull in half as her mind wasn't prepared enough to keep up with the images being projected into it, but something about MT Mayaboku made her senses more intense. Whether that was a good or bad thing was subjective. Why didn't you inform Naruto-sama? Byron asked, continuing to absent-mindedly tickle the ivories as if it were second nature. If you aren't well, it's his responsibility as captain in the end, isn't it? I told Murat. Nojiko defended. That should have been enough to toss that point aside. Murat was an actual doctor, so who else would be better to go to about pains and discomfort? Also, Murat would keep it quiet, since the last thing she wanted was to scare any of the others. This did nothing to assuage the former Baroque Works member who put a hand on Nojiko's lap and lowered the girl's hand herself to bore into Nojiko's eyes with her own emerald orbs. Why didn't you tell Naruto? Miss Valentine echoed in Byron's stead. What good would that have done other than get him worried? Nojiko asked. They had only been back out at sea for less than a day and there were other things to worry about, like the situation with Nico, Robin and Luffy. The fact that the Kuja pirates had him was question-worthy, but Naruto had to bolt back out in a hurry. My powers, my problem. There's nothing anyone else can do. I've just got to find some way to adjust. So what can you do with it other than the visions? I can sense everyone on the ship. More than that too. Really? Yeah, come here. With that, Nojiko walked to a window and opened it up before pointing straight out in that general direction. See King, that way. To let Miss Valentine tell if she was bluffing or not, she handed her the long-range rifle with the magnified scope and watched the blonde woman's jaw drop. You see it? That was why I went outside to bitch at Soren. She was just going out there at first to tell him to avoid that direction, but when she had to adjust and relock the wheel herself to keep them from drifting in that direction, she had to go over and lay into him out of principle. Why do you know that? Miss Valentine asked, still staring at the massive ocean critter that would sink the hell out of their ship if it got too close and noticed them. That was what Naruto did when manning the helm. When he was on lookout, he could feel things before anyone could ever see them. How did you dash? That's 2 miles away. This was where a frazzled Murat found them when she came out from down the hall from her own quarters. Alright, I sobered Soren up with some of the Nagai root I found on MT Mayaboku, but apparently he didn't like the taste, so he washed it down with more liquor, so I just wasted some root. What are you two looking at? A Sea King Nojiko felt from 2 miles away. Miss Valentine blurted out, glad that apparently the gun wasn't loaded because her finger brushed the trigger. Wow, she can sense that far? Murat mused as she took a seat on another chair in the room. You told me during the whole raid on the marine base that you could only feel Soren and Naruto-sama fighting the vice admirals, and that was as far as it went. 2 miles? Nojiko just shrugged. Maybe I'm just sensitive to stronger powers than other kinds. It's the Kenbushoku Haki, color of observation. The eavesdropping ghost Perona said as she floated casually up through the floor and then through the ceiling. She uses it a lot, even when she doesn't know it, so it's getting stronger. Nojiko is pretty much the smartest, most grounded person on this ship, so her mind's usually clear. Because of that she's super aware normally, but since she has that kind of haki she picks up more than she otherwise would without trying. What do you know about haki, Miss Perona? Byron asked politely. Are you able to use it? Afraid not. Perona said, poking her spectral upper body out through the ceiling. I still heard things though. Mariah-sama saw a lot of things before he went to the New World and his first crew was destroyed by Kaido. Byron began to play a slower, more bombastic tune, his voice having a bit of a hum to it as he spoke. I too have heard many things. They say that a strong enough haki of a certain kind can harm users of the Logia-style devil fruits. I never had the misfortune to run into anyone capable of using it though until coming across Admiral Kizaru. That other kind is pretty dangerous too. Perona pointed out, floating in the air lazily, the Busashoku Haki, color of armaments. But I really don't know much about how to get it. All I know is that Amazon Lily is supposed to be filled with women that can use it like second nature. XXX. Isle of Women, outside of Amazon Lily, with the Foxhound Swordsman and Polly. Members of the Heart Pirates stood silently watching the ongoing standoff at a safe distance along with Polly, Johnny, and Elder Nyan. No one had an easy feeling about this, but it was something that they couldn't stop. It meant too much for Yasaku for any of his crew members to step in. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready. Law said, beckoning Yasaku to attack him. Even though he consented to the fight, it still didn't mean that he was excited about it in the least. I'll give you 5 moves to do your worst against me. That's all. Yasaku hefted Kubkarabuchu in a standard two-handed grip, prepared for battle with his powerful opponent. What? You're giving the first move? You don't want me to make the first move. Law assured him with a cool-tempered smirk. It'll be the last. Fine then. Whatever you say. Every bit of hard-earned musculature in the headgear-clad swordsman's powerful arms came on display as he made his move, Inryoku Tsukumitsu, Gravity Grabber. Swinging his sword down from overhead to strike the ground, it felt to the others like Yasaku was about to lop the entire cliff off, mostly because that was exactly what he did, and Law along with it. Our ship. Several of the Heart Pirates that were currently tending to Jean Bart shouted upon seeing Law go over the edge along with a pretty big chunk of land. Upon hearing no massive splash or no sounds of something being crushed underneath, they breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap, man. Johnny shouted as the ground shook and the Isle of Women became one cliffside smaller. That was your first move? I didn't even know you could fucking do that. You just cut off a cliff. Where the hell do you think the name Gravity Grabber came from? An irritated Yasaku yelled right back at him as the land continued to quiver from his last move. That was what I made it for. Bullshit. When have you ever done that attack near a cliff? Johnny shouted in turn. Every time you've ever done that move you just cut a deep, huge straight line in the dash. Oh. Never mind. The Kuja Elder Nyan was completely flabbergasted, but for a reason that the others weren't even pointing out. Kubikirabuchu hadn't even been complete. It was still somewhat broken from his last fight with Jean Bart. Strength like that is absolutely terrifying. And he didn't know how to use haki? He sure took his shot though, didn't he? Polly interjected, continuing to smoke a stogie even as his interest in the battle grew. Law did ask for it. That I did. Horrifyingly enough, Law and the chunk of cliff that Yasaku had cut off to send him taking a spill into the ocean, seemingly levitated back up and over Yasaku's head before settling down on the ground safely with the supernova standing on top of it. That was Impossible. Well no, because Naruto could do something a bit like that when he was using Rinnegan, but for Law to be able to so casually do something like that. That sneak attack was the only hope Yasaku believed he had to win. That was actually really nice. A casual hop down off of the slab of sliced cliff from Law got Yasaku to recoil back just in case. I didn't expect that out of someone like you. With your body type I expected a power-based sword style, but I really underestimated just how strong you'd be. Murad didn't say anything about that. Law said, still smiling in his usual aloof manner, cutting the whole cliff down. I'll have to take that one for myself later. There wasn't time to be amazed or to question what Law had done. Yasaku hefted his sword up again, but had to lower it when in a heartbeat Law sprang up and twisted through the air to attack Yasaku with the unsheathing of his Nodachi. Much to Yasaku's pleasure, when he lowered his weapon to block the blow and heard the clang of steel he wasn't moved an inch. I'm stronger. So it wasn't a matter of whatever special thing he had enhancing his strength. Yeah, but I'm faster. Law said, now at Yasaku's side, much to his horror. The heavy swordsman of the Foxhound Pirates tried his best, but he couldn't escape Law's slash. I meant to get more than that. That's not fun. All of Yasaku's comrades freaked out from the sidelines due to the fact that the last move had resulted in Yasaku's arms being cut away from his body at the shoulders. The only thing that stopped them from voicing it aloud was the fact that there was no blood, nor cries of pain or anguish from the man himself. The two arms were hanging in the air along with Kubikirabuchu in their grasp and floated away from Yasaku's body over to Law, who had beckoned for them with movement of his hands. A mortified Yasaku tried to ask, only managing to stutter at first. What did you just do? Don't worry, it's just a part of my powers from my devil fruit, no me, Operation Fruit. I'm a free mod man. Law said, making Yasaku's arms and sword float freely around both of their bodies and above their heads, all over. What the hell does that even mean? Johnny asked, rubbing his eyes underneath his sunglasses in a bit of amazement. Law just chuckled and made strange gestures with his hands. I can dissect anything that my sword could cut through as long as it's in my room. Anything within my sphere of influence I can control with our auto shambles. You're in my operating room and I'm the mad surgeon serving up an ass-kicking. And just like that, Yasaku felt as if his heart had dropped down out of his chest. He didn't know that. Didn't know that Law had a devil fruit. And here he was without the only thing that he had that would let him defend himself. Period. He was literally disarmed in both meanings of the word. He shook his head, backed up a few steps. This wasn't fair. He hadn't taken on the battle expecting to win, but if this was what he could have banked on happening, on losing his arms, he probably would have Oh hell, he probably still would have fought anyway. And he was still going to. I don't care. Yasaku said through gritted teeth, the old me probably would have run away the second you didn't flinch after my last attack. The old me from back in the East Blue probably would have run after you showed up here in person. Wait. As Yasaku said that, Law paused in his hand movements and his dismembered arms stopped moving right by him. Not only that, but why did his arms visibly tense up when he imagined gripping his sword as tightly as he could? Really, blood came from his hands and spilled onto the ground, which was what let him notice everything. Look. Just quit. Law said, placing his hands on his hips, I can just put your arms right back on, and I don't really want to break your spirit like I'm going to. Sanhyakuro Kujudo Fun K, 360 degrees decapitation. Only the look of focus on Yasaku's face warned Trafalgar Law that he was about to get nailed, and he ducked to avoid getting his head separated from his shoulders, losing his hat in the process. With a move of his hands, he moved the arms away from him, but could not separate them from the hold they had on the sword. I do believe you've killed my hat. Law deadpanned as it fell to the ground with the top cut off of it. You moved your arms? Oh yeah? Yasaku said, Yasaku coming at ya. Ufuku, round trip. Yasaku's arms independently proceeded to hurl Kubikirabuchu at Law before the man performed a lifting motion with his index finger and stopped it cold without any drag whatsoever. Tact. I told you. I have complete control of this space. With that he turned his hand away and sent the sword flying back at the armless Yasaku, who barely dodged it as it ripped through the ground. As he dodged he saw the sword come to a stop a certain range away. Wait, that's it. That's his ran dash. Mezu, scalpel. Law struck Yasaku square in the chest with his bare hands and out the back of his chest flew a small cube, leaving a hole in Yasaku's body where he had been hit. Johnny watched Yasaku's frozen form before he saw his best friend sink to his knees on the ground, but there was no blood. Looking closer at the cube that had hit the ground right behind Yasaku he went cold. Inside of the transparent cube was a heart. Yasaku's heart. You son of a bitch! Johnny shouted, hand moving to his own sword at his side as he prepared to rush Law down. Damn the consequences. The challenge was officially over. What stopped him was the strong grip of a rope around his waist that also trapped his arms, keeping his sword sheathed and rendering him unable to quick-draw. Damn it, Polly, let go. And what the hell do you think you're going to do? Polly hissed as he'd preemptively lassoed himself a speed swordsman. You just saw that. The second you get in range with him, he's got more of an advantage than you can handle, even if you are fast. He took Yasaku's arms. Well, he'll take your legs. The cigar-chomping shipwright then let the rope go slack. Besides, he's not dead. Yasaku was still on his knees, breathing heavily and exhausted from Law's last move as the latter picked up his heart. A whole lot of brute force, a little ingenuity, but not much else. No matter how you came at me, it wouldn't have worked though. He said with the laid-back smile returned to his face. You can cut through a lot of things it seems, but unlike me you actually need to make contact to cut anything. All Yasaku did was breathe heavily with his head down. I'll tell you what. Law said, walking back in front of Yasaku while holding his heart out in front of him, I don't feel like killing you because then I'll have Uzumaki Naruto at my throat and we can't leave the island just yet. I'm still Luffy's doctor. So I'll go ahead and give this back. Don't look down on me. Yasaku said quietly. That's all I can do. You're on the ground, you know. Law replied dryly, you know, I'm usually not this nice, normally I dashed. He then gave the heart a little squeeze, forcing Yasaku to cough a little blood. Do that, or worse. Then do it. Yasaku said, staring up at him with a bloody grin. You'd better do it. Because I'm not done yet. Sure, I'm not strong enough now. But one day I will be. Not without your arms. Want to bet? That caught Law off guard. Say what now? You heard me. Yasaku shrugged. Without arms, you took my arms, so what? I've got a mouthful of tiny little blades. And if they're not enough, I'll get a razor-sharp grill or something. Next time I'll bite a cliff off of a ledge. Next time I might bite a mountain in two. I've seen a man that made me believe that anything is possible. Boo-hoo, my arms are gone. I'll never be strong. Is that what you want me to say? Trafalgar Law just stared at Yasaku until turning and walking away from him. You know what? I'm not going to kill you, because Uzumaki Naruto will turn half of this island into a missile and throw it at me and my crew, but I will keep this for now so you don't attack me again. Tell him to get it back before you all leave. No need. I'll get it back myself. Yasaku said, not faltering in the slightest despite his complete defeat. When I'm man enough. All the superpowered surgeon could do was chuckle at that. I like that. With a gesture of his hands, Yasaku found his arms attached back in their rightful place. I guess if that's the way you want to do it, that's how it's going to go. Why are you giving me my arms back? Because I don't need them. Law said, holding Yasaku's missing organ up. After all, I've got your heart in my back pocket. He turned his head and addressed his crew. I'm heading back to the palace in town before Boa Hancock starts throwing a fit. I don't need that shit. Keep watching the sub. Yasaku watched him go and worked his arms out to figure if everything was where it belonged before standing up, placing his massive cleaver blade back into its harness. Now that the battle was over for good, Johnny walked up to him and stared at Law along with him. Are you all right? Fine. He said, touching at the space that used to house his heart only to find that it was covered once again. Nobody tells Naruto Aniki about this, got it? Both Johnny and Polly looked at each other concernedly. He's got your heart. I'm not dead yet, am I? No. So it's not a big deal yet. He was then whacked over the head with Elder Nyan's snake staff. Ow. What the dash? God, old woman, that hurt. Why did you hit me? I have several reasons. The diminutive old woman snarked before hitting him again repeatedly. You have that much belief in yourself? Whack, to continue to fight without your arms. Whack, without your heart. Whack, but you don't have hockey. Whack, I have to ask why. Whack, how could someone with that much self-will not be capable of using hockey if after all that he still believed that he could win? Because I didn't think I could win. Yasaku admitted, ducking down and holding his head to shield from the blows, but I fought that fight because I wanted to prove something. Not because I knew I could beat him. If you've got to lose, you might as well lose big. Well, there's your problem. Nyan said with a bit of a tone. You have a strong will, but your self-esteem is so low that it's counteractive. I don't understand how a person's mind could work this way. Who would be willing to fight so hard that they were willing to lose their arms and later their heart, but still didn't believe that they could win? Did he want a glorious death? What was his motivation? Probably because before we came to the Grand Line or joined our crew we stunk out loud as fighters. Johnny offered as an answer, seriously, we were horrible. Yasaku might have lost today, but back then, who? I see. Elder Nyan said, I shouldn't do this since you're men, but enough of Amazon Lily's old archaic traditions are being broken constantly lately, so why not? Come with me. I believe I can help you. Why? Polly asked suspiciously, what in the hell do you want to help these two stupid swordsmen for? He then chose to ignore the stereo cries of, "Hey," afterwards, and why the hell is the stupid captain allowed to stay in Amazon Lily if we got escorted out? Because our empress is somewhat fond of your captain. XXX. Amazon Lily, Battle Ring Arena. Since there was no way to really buy anything due to the fact that belly wasn't the accepted form of currency, Vivi had to go on a bit of an errand to get a bit of Naruto's money exchanged so that she could go get herself a little something and for the other girls as well. Naruto would have gone with her, but it probably wasn't a good idea. Men weren't allowed in the kingdom, the city especially, and he was fairly sure that with his luck he'd run into one of the Kuja pirates that he and Soren had defeated/terrorized a while back. That little bit of trouble was not needed. He figured he could walk around in Oiroke no Jutsu form. He even showed her just what that idea entailed by transforming to show her in advance, but Vivi just glared at him until he took the idea back and decided he'd wait for her somewhere else to seal away her stuff. If he just waited at the palace it'd be a way longer walk for her than otherwise. Should have brought Karu or something for that. Naruto commented before sighing. She took Kurama though. Yes, Kurama had ditched him in exchange for walking around with Vivi, because he'd gotten enough sleep at the palace before Silver's Rayleigh showed up. He was sitting in the empty stands, looking down at the very large ring in the center of the stadium that was surrounded by a spike pit. Why do they have a battle arena? Nobody's ever here but them. Probably for the exact same reason that Konoha apparently had an arena dedicated entirely to the final rounds of the Chunin exams. Actually, Konoha had two arenas come to think of it. It was just that one sat in the Forest of Death and the other sat at the end of town. Either way, this was still boring. Trying to feel out with Sage Mode in order to waste some time, he could feel Johnny, Yasaku, and Polly moving miles away from the city with the old lady Kuja from earlier. Lucky bastards, getting to explore the island. Turning it off, he sighed as he didn't need Sage Mode to feel the things around him. Now that Kurama was back he could sense and gauge the negative emotions of the living beings around him to locate them, and there had been someone in the stadium with him for most of the time he'd been there. But whoever it was they weren't attacking him, instead just observing him. If you're going to watch me you might as well just come over here to do it. Naruto shouted into the air without even looking up at the top of the stands in the direction that he felt the presence in. I'm pretty sure just standing there staring at me is making you as bored as I am. It took a while but eventually to the side of Naruto the sun was blocked out by a massive presence. A bulky blue fishman that stood a full body taller than Naruto and just as wide. With two sharp teeth protruding up from his lower jaw, he had curved yellow eyebrows and sideburns, a scar on the side of his face at the side of his eye, a bulbous nose, and long black hair with gold streaks in a topknot. Underneath a red jacket he wore a traditional kimono open enough to show a tattoo of a red sun on his chest, with Geta sandals on his feet. He just stood over Naruto and stared down at him while Naruto just kept looking forward, not looking back at him. Eventually the massive fishman just sat down next to Naruto and looked down into the ring as well, as if it were actually something to do. Neither of them said anything, until the fishman spoke. Uzumaki Naruto? Yeah. Who are you? Jinbei, captain of the Sun Pirates. At that, Naruto turned to look at him and size him up. He'd heard that name in passing before, back when he was beginning to learn something about heavier hitters on the Grand Line. You're one of those Shichibukai aren't you? I was. Jinbei said, recently I've made some decisions that will undoubtedly mark me as an outlaw pirate once again. Refusing to take part in the Whitebeard War was one, as I refused to fight against a man as great as he, and the other was assisting Monkey D. Luffy in trying to rescue his brother Ace from Marineford. There was nothing more that needed to be said about that. So why were you watching me like that? Trying to figure out what kind of man you are. A blank stare came his way from Naruto that was met with the seemingly serious to a fault one from Jinbei. Naruto was scrutinizing something about him though. The red tattoo that he could see on Jinbei's chest. It looked familiar, like the one on Hachin's forehead, or Arlong's chest. Crap. And he totally killed that guy a long while back and a big chunk of his crew as well to boot. Naruto didn't know how to eloquently ask, so he just went to the point. You knew Arlong didn't you? Jinbei nodded and Naruto continued, you know I killed Arlong don't you? Another nod from the gigantic fishman, are you going to try and kill me? Jinbei didn't answer, instead putting forth a question of his own, explain to me why exactly you did it. From what word says about you, you were far beyond him. Killing him wasn't necessary for someone like you to win. He wouldn't stay down. Naruto said, remembering the battle. Now that it was long over and the ill feelings he had for the brutal fishman pirate had subsided, Naruto could say that even though Arlong wasn't anywhere near strong enough to threaten him, he never backed up a step in that battle. In hindsight was somewhat admirable that he never gave up. I hit him with something too heavy for him to take. I grew up with Arlong in the Fishman district. Jinbei said, "For years he was a friend and a comrade of mine in the Sun Pirates before we parted ways under heated circumstances. To hear that he was killed, and in the East Blue of all seas, it resonated with me. Well, I killed him." Naruto stated bluntly, "He took over a bunch of islands in the East Blue and made people pay 100,000 belly a month to him or he'd kill them, and even then he still destroyed a bunch of villages down to the last person. And I'm sorry he was your friend, but I'm not sorry about what I did. If you want to fight me about it." From a pocket, Naruto drew a kunai and hurled it down into the ring before using Hiraishin to teleport down. "We can definitely do that. I guess the quickest way to find out what kind of person you really are is to fight you." Jinbei discarded his jacket before jumping all the way down the stands and over the spike pit to land in the ring as well. "Show me." Naruto stood in place for a few seconds to balance out enough energy from Amazon Lily that he could draw in, as he wasn't going to take any chances here. "If you're mad that I killed Arlong and most of his pirates, you're not showing it." There didn't seem to be any anger or hate. If there was, he would have been able to tell. Arlong let himself become a monster out of anger and grief. Jinbei set himself in a particular hand-to-hand fighting stance that looked stern and strong. "With the way things turned out, one of my gravest mistakes was allowing Arlong to take his crew and leave the Sun Pirates after I became a Shichibukai. I'm not angry for what you did. Someone would have had to do it. All the same though." Jinbei rushed forward than Naruto had ever seen a fishman move and threw a hard, straight punch at him that Naruto leapt back out of the way to avoid, but a shockwave flew out from his hand that knocked Naruto back a long way across the ring ground before he finally stopped himself. "Phew," Naruto said, his arms lowering from blocking the heavy blow. His forearms showed the effects of defending the move, even in Sage mode. "All right. I didn't see that coming. That wasn't chakra, and I don't think it was haki either. If it had been, he would have seen it and sensed it. That was just from the sheer force of the punch. Fishman karate in the hands of a high-level master is a dangerous weapon." Jinbei warned before preparing to make his move again. "All you can do is be prepared." "Well, I'm pretty good at taijutsu, but I'm not a master at it," Naruto said as he charged Jinbei down directly, appearing ready to engage him in hand-to-hand before disappearing in a yellow flash just before they would have met with fisticuffs. Naruto reappeared behind him at the sight of the Hiraishin kunai he'd thrown before the fight started and attacked from behind after picking it up. "Ninjutsu is more of my specialty." Jinbei turned and saw Naruto with a spinning blue ball of pure energy in his hand, bearing down on him with just a few steps left to go. "Gozen Megawara Seiken, 5,000 tile true punch." Turning on a dime, Jinbei fired an vicious uppercut meant to intercept Naruto before he could attack, but just before he turned, Naruto threw the kunai into the air out of his sight and used this to Hiraishin to safety directly above Jinbei, forcing him to miss his punch so fast. "Senpu, Otama Rasengan, Sage Art, Great Ball Rasengan." The attack, while whether it landed or not remained to be, smashed the ground and left spiral marks carved out of it in a 75-yard circumference. The entire arena shook as if a miniature earthquake had struck it and smoke and debris flew up and out from the point of contact. Both Naruto and Jinbei sprang out of the smoke, running perpendicular to one another before Naruto jumped in at him and Jinbei moved his way as well, with the two meeting, flying kick against power punch. They repeated this process several times until they neared the edge of the ring. While Jinbei stopped, there was no reason for Naruto to stay in the ring and his choice of action was to jump the spike pit and plant his feet on the retainer wall of the stands before springing off back at the captain of the Sun Pirates. "Gah, I'm useless outside of water," Jinbei thought to himself, and while that was a serious overstatement since outside of water he was still more powerful than pretty much anyone else he would face, it was enough of a difference for it to pass through his mind. He had fully healed from his Marineford injuries by now as well, so it wasn't that he's really this good. But he was ready, prepared to stand strong against whatever Naruto's attack would be as he rapidly careened through the air at him like a missile, before once again disappearing. Whipping around, Jinbei again spotted the Hiraishin kunai that had fallen from the sky after the last time Naruto had used it, but he didn't see him reappear. He swore that he felt something extremely oppressive though, if only for a second. He did definitely feel the pain from places all over his body like mosquitoes stinging him rapid fire. Only, insect bites shouldn't have felt like a barrage of punches and kicks moving you around, and they shouldn't have let you see a yellow streak moving around you in close either. After being ping-ponged around in close for a handful of seconds, Jinbei was finally knocked away off of the ring and put through the retaining wall on the other side of the surrounding spike pit, his body obliterating it, and was driven up into the seats all the way to the very top where he finally came to a stop. Breathing heavily at the top, Jinbei looked down at what he figured was Naruto, only now he looked grossly different. His entire body was covered in a dense, yellow glow that took the form of a Haori with 3 Magatama marks on the collar with big, thick, dark circles around his belly that seemed to stretch to cover most of his torso, leaving his yellow body still glowing bright yellow. I thought you said hand-to-hand wasn't your specialty. Jinbei said with a bit of dry humor. Despite the swift thrashing he'd taken with Naruto's fists and feet, he stood back up with only minor discomfort and marks of battle. Are you a liar, Uzumaki-san? No, it really isn't. Naruto said, looking up at Jinbei with a smile on his face. Even now he couldn't sense any anger or hatred from the fishman. Just interest from the short scrap they'd shared, and sorry about that. I haven't really had a chance to test this out since I got it back. Even then it still wasn't really a test. He needed a lot of open space and something that really needed to just disappear destructively if he really wanted to test it. He'd only been back on the journey for half a day before being summoned to Amazon Lily, so he hadn't had a chance to put Tailed Beast Chakra mode to work. You didn't hit me as hard as you could have. Jinbei said, opening his kimono enough to reveal deep fist and footmarks on his body where he was hit. You held back your strikes. I don't have any problems with you, I just haven't had a good fight in a few weeks. Admitted the grinning ninja, and if you really did want to hurt me for what I did to Arlong, I could have understood. Even bastards have people that care about them. I wasn't going to lay down and take the beating if you did, but I understand enough to give you a chance if you wanted to try. And you don't care that I'm a fishman? Jinbei asked as he walked his way down the stairs and back to the ring. You didn't destroy Arlong's crew because they were fishmen? It wasn't very nice, but there wasn't a really pleasant way to ask the question. No. I'm not racist, Databeo. Naruto was offended at the very idea, to say the least. Arlong's crew almost killed the guys that are my crew swordsmen, extorted an entire region of the East Blue for 8 years, and worked with some marine that stole millions from someone close to me and shot my girl in the back. Naruto counted off on his fingers. I didn't beat the shit out of Arlong because he was a fishman. I did it because he was a prick. He wasted his 3 strikes really quick, and then he kept going. Jinbei lowered his head in something of a bow until a glowing yellow hand planted itself on his forehead and tilted him back upright. I was going to apologize for unleashing Arlong into the East Blue after our falling out, knowing what he would do. No wonder he chose to venture to the weakest sea to begin his plans of a topside empire over the humans. All he wanted was to make the humans pay for what their race as a whole did to the fishmen. You don't need to apologize to me. Naruto said, throwing his hands up behind his neck. All it really did was piss me off and give me a bit of a workout. And I even started my crew because of everything that happened there. He felt a familiar presence running his way as fast as she could, along with another one he knew even better, speaking of which dashed. Naruto, did you really get into a fight like Kurama said? Please stop getting into fights everywhere we go. She then noticed that he was absolutely beautiful. All glowing and golden and, dare she say, regal. Oh wow. She'd never seen him look like that before. Was it wrong that she was turned on? There goes my princess. Right on cue, Vivi arrived with Kurama in tow, a bit out of breath from running and holding a few bags as she leaned against the wall of the breezeway while staring at him distractedly for some reason. He'd sworn he'd seen that look before, but he needed a closer look at her to make sure what it was. What are you two doing back? He shouted up at them. Hearing his voice yelling at her in particular, Vivi snapped out of it and ignored Kurama's snickering. Stupid mouthy talking overlord of a fox. If both of them could sense negative emotions without even trying the way that he told her while shopping, if he was really trying to read her feelings unlike Naruto, he could probably have picked up lust. We could feel the battle. She shouted down at him, trying to make sure he heard her. I could feel you pull on my chakra to transform, idiot. Kurama informed Naruto dryly, holding more bags with his tail. That and every single person in this part of the city heard the explosion from the Rasengan, and then every soul on the island felt you use Tailed Beast Chakra mode. If foxes could grin, Kurama certainly was. You can turn it off anytime you want to, by the way. No rush. He concluded, cutting his eyes momentarily at the Princess of Alabasta. Vivi probably would have kicked him if she thought it would hurt him, and she wasn't absolutely certain that he'd yank her soul out with one of his tails the way he kept threatening to do to others whenever they pissed him off. Oops. And he'd probably have to do something to fix the parts of the arena he wrecked, or he'd piss off Boa Hancock. He could fix all of that. Clones could anyway. Well, it wasn't all bad. I made a new friend. Naruto defended as he returned to normal, trying to put an arm on Jinbei's shoulder only to find him too tall to do so. I think we'll have to continue this fight in the ocean sometime. I want to see what you've really got. Vivi just gripped the bridge of her nose and sighed, shaking her head while Kurama just rolled his eyes. All Jinbei did was put an extremely small smile on his face. I don't think that would be necessary, Uzumaki-san. What he felt was something that no one else saw. The bruises underneath his kimono that had been put there with just a few landed attacks were beginning to deepen and bleed externally and internally. He was holding back in order to avoid hurting me in that form. And he would still probably need significant medical attention. Most definitely, because he could taste blood welling up from his throat. Maybe in the water a battle would be more even between them, but a regular human shouldn't have been so confident about their chances in a fight with a fishman in the ocean. That by itself had to say a lot for what he had left to show. He did not want to battle this man again, even in an exhibition like they had just done. Not on dry land at least. XXX. Elsewhere on the Isle of Women, outskirts of Amazon Lily, Elder Nyan's home. Putting aside the momentary blast of huge power that was a combination of the aura of Naruto and that stupid fox, the trip through the jungle outside of the kingdom was fraught with forest-based anarchy. Goddamn, this island. Johnny said as he led the way by prompting of the Kuja elder, One Finger Island is so much better than this place. It was. Most of the plants found in the jungle on that island were safe and or edible, and the animals were mellow aside from the flipping people off thing. Outside of the city that they weren't really allowed inside of, the Isle of Women kind of sucked. All of the women lived only in Amazon Lily despite the general name of the island. There were dangerous plants all over the place, and snakes were abundant in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Their rivers and coasts played host to giant, vicious poisonous serpents as well, and the kicker was that since the Kuja tribe worshipped snakes they couldn't really kill any of them. He was keeping those damn laughing mushrooms though. Those seemed like they'd be a blast to eat in small doses. Eventually, after slogging through the jungle for a while, they wound up coming upon a rather scenic cliffside villa overlooking the ocean. Well, this is my home, Nyan said, stopping in front of Johnny, Yasaku, and Polly in what could be seen as her front yard, though it was still rather wild. Any questions other than why I don't live in the village with the others? Yeah, why the hell did we have to come all the way out here? Yasaku asked, pointing back in the direction that he knew the village was. I would way rather be in the city full of awesome women that haven't seen men before. Polly just scoffed at the thought, all of those harlot women walking around in nothing but loincloths at most, detestable. Okay, seriously, Johnny said, glaring at the blonde shipwright from behind his sunglasses, keep talking bad about the women in this place and I might cut you. They're the best thing about this island. It almost makes everything else worth it. Men are not allowed in Amazon Lily to begin with. You're fortunate that you're all still here even if it's outside of the limits of the kingdom. Nyan stated before turning to a large rock formation and pointing at it with her snake staff. Now do you see that mountain over there? Actually it looks more like a plateau really, Polly said, puffing smoke from his cigar as he stood off to the side, arms crossed. Just saying. It doesn't matter, the elder Kuja said before addressing both Yasaku and Johnny, making sure they were paying attention to her. One of you cut through it. Use the Busashoku haki and slice through this plateau. Polly nodded with a smile upon his point being taken. Johnny gaped at the old woman before finding his vocal cords. What in God's name and the short amount of time that we've been on this island makes you think we're capable of something like that? I'm not joking. Neither was the lady. In case you haven't realized, I'm a speed swordsman, not a power swordsman. That's his bag, Johnny replied, and he just got through getting his heart removed if you hadn't noticed. I could get a little way through without breaking Kubikirabuchu worse than it already is, but I can't cut through something like this, Yasaku said, looking at the plateau and imagining the force behind his swing. If he could truly manage to do such a thing, not a chance. I don't know the first thing about hockey. He thought that learning how to break steel was something special when he and Johnny learned how to do it in their own respective ways, but to take down a mountain? Then again, Naruto cut through mountains for shits and giggles or turned them into oversized stress balls to hurl away for miles. Nyan just stared at him before sighing. I do admit that it is not an easy task to demand of you. As the Kuja tribe we have an inherently better intuitive grasp of hockey than others. Especially since you came from the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas, correct? That's what people say about it, Polly said, adjusting his goggles on his head. I'm really starting to question that though. As a shipwright formerly of the Galley-Law Company he'd seen all sorts come through Water 7 during their Grand Line journeys. People from seas all over the world, North, South, West, and East Blue. While the quantity of truly dangerous people called the East Blue their point of origin, they seemed to be the potentially most treacherous. The bulk of the Straw Hat Pirates came from that sea, as did a great chunk of the Foxhound Pirates. Hell, the elemental nations were apparently situated at the far back end of the East Blue. He'd only seen part of it, but Naruto hailed from there and in only one visit to the place he saw gigantic toads that dwarfed sea kings in some respects and a fox that was made of more power than he'd ever felt that close before. So maybe the East Blue wasn't teeming with potential Grand Line threats. But the few that actually chose to come out of the East Blue and prepared to embark on the Grand Line journey tended to not be fucking jokes at all. To use haki, Elder Nyan said, shutting her eyes to think of a way to explain it in a way that the two idiot swordsmen would understand better, it is a manifestation of the strength of your will, and all living beings are capable of learning to utilize it, but it is rare that they ever do. Tell me, have either of you ever done something that you couldn't explain? Yasaku nodded slowly, at Ini's lobby. I had to fight a vice admiral with Miss Valentine. We were losing bad, and she was the one that powered my sword up by weighing it down more for the first time. We couldn't hurt him at all, until the very end when I finally got him one good time. Did you kill him? No, he survived it, but Miss Valentine did something to make his body weigh a few thousand kilograms so we could leave. Yasaku then drew Kubikirabuchu, but it was the sword. I finally figured out that it wasn't just a big sword. It was special. A gift someone that believed in me gave me, and I knew that I could cut that bastard. It wasn't a legitimate win, as the man still stood and was still ready to try fighting, but it was enough of one to him to be a success because he could no longer pursue them in any way. He figured the push that let him move to the next level was a combination of him finally swinging true with Kubikirabuchu without the fear of breaking it and Miss Valentine's devil fruit power enhancing his swing with the weight of his sword. The look on Elder Nyan's face said otherwise, and do you recognize that every Marine of at least Vice Admiral rank utilize haki? Do you merely think that sheer force of weight is all it took to deal with a man like a Vice Admiral? She tapped her snake cane on his head, softly this time. You used haki to injure that man, whether you know it or not. Which leads me to believe that if you can learn to consciously use it in combination with your strength, you can perhaps develop the most powerful sword swing in the world. That's a bold statement. Johnny declared with a twitchy grin. And you? Nyan said to Johnny, I've heard your title. Show me the speed of your draw. Johnny shrugged and walked to a tree before seemingly twitching with a sound of sliding metal and splitting wood before he turned to walk back around to everyone else without even breaking stride. I don't see a single nick on that tree. With his rope action style of attack, Polly flicked out his wrist and shot out a lightning-quick knot-ended rope that hit the side of the tree Johnny had apparently cut, smashing 9 large, equal-sized segments out of the trunk that Johnny had cut with a single unsheath. That was better, and more expected. From her point of view, with haki under his belt, Johnny could probably unleash bolts or blades of energy with the speed of his draw. You both hold yourselves back from utilizing it. Nyan said, for a swordsman, you have to believe that every time you strike with your weapon you will cut through it. When you felt that you had to accomplish something, with no room for failure, you rose to the occasion, but your sense of worth has been marred by your past. Defeat after defeat would do that to people. Even when Johnny and Yasaku actually started winning battles they didn't attribute it to themselves, it was because of Naruto Aniki's training, or Naruto Aniki's gifts to them. Even when they had personally put in the long stretches of time to get faster and stronger respectively, they still had a low sense of self-worth. The others didn't act that way, even the ones that had improved and grown stronger under similar circumstances. Naruto gave Nojiko the guns she used and the waiver skates that let her move faster than she ever could have without them, but she understood that she had put in the work to improve her use of those things. Naruto gave Miss Valentine the idea of how else she could use her powers, but she did the actual work of investigating and figuring them out. Willpower, eh? Polly said, looking inside of the sleeve of his jacket at the seemingly unlimited number of thick ropes he kept hidden on his person. That doesn't seem like enough. And that is why you will fail every time. Elder Nyan stated, having heard his remark, part of using Busashoku haki is sheer will, to the point that it becomes projected brute force. But it isn't hopeless for you. You can learn. And if you dash. She pointed at Yasaku with her staff, getting him to cringe lest he get hit again. Ever want to defeat that Trafalgar Law, you will have to learn it. And that's all there is to it. Yasaku kept staring at the mountain, and then at Kubikirabuchu, and then at his friends, and then at the Kuja elder. Clenching his teeth so hard he could hear them creak, he turned around to Elder Nyan and sat down on the ground. Johnny walked over next to him and sat down in a similar manner, facing Elder Nyan as well. Both swordsmen then looked over at Polly expectantly. He could keep trying to look cool all he wanted to. He wanted to hear this too and they all knew it. Johnny even patted a spot on the grassy ground next to him for emphasis. Ha! Polly groaned to himself before walking over and taking a seat. All right. I guess this complete load of crap is worth a listen at least. Smack, OW. Damn it. XXX. On board the natural disaster, below deck. Trying to quell her splitting headache, Nojiko retreated to her quarters for the time being to try and get some rest. It was all beginning to take a lot out of her. Maybe I should have told Naruto-kun after all. She more or less moaned out to herself, laying face down on her bed with her face in a thick pillow, my head. A knock came to her open door, just getting her to moan again in an effort to shoo whoever it was away. You look like hell, Soren said, leaning on the doorway casually as Nojiko turned around far enough to look at him. Are you still going to be able to navigate us back to Sabaody, or are we just going to be drifting again? Just keep the ship on course for an hour or something and come get me then. She asked. I just want to try and get some kind of sleep. Maybe that'll help a bit? Nothing Murat could ethically give her as a practicing doctor could take away enough of the pain for her to ignore it any longer. Uzumaki's gonna be pissed when he figures out that you were hurting like this and you didn't tell him. He's gonna be way more worried now than he would have been if you'd have told him before the migraines got this bad. I can be strong too, Nojiko said firmly despite the constant pounding in her head with every beat of her heart. I'm not as powerful as Naruto-kun, you, or Miss Valentine. You're all monsters. I don't even think I could defeat Johnny or Yasaku. But I don't want to be some damsel in distress that needs to be protected. I had enough of being weak and powerless for 8 years. Soren just chuckled and shook his head, beginning to anger Nojiko at his attitude toward her until he actually spoke. You think you're weak? Being on this ship really is driving you crazy. You don't realize that you're one of the toughest women I've ever met. He said, much to her amazement. You don't even have a devil fruit, and I'd take you to have my back in a battle before almost any other chick I've met. I'd definitely take Valentine ahead of you, but everybody's got to admit that ever since she actually started training hard, Valentine is just awesome in a fight. This was absolutely stunning to Nojiko. Soren was surly, salty, crass, sarcastic, and while everyone on the crew trusted him after watching him bleed over and over for the crew in battle, he was the last person anyone expected to give out reassuring talks like that. He ended it with a bit of a backhanded compliment, but it was still something of a compliment. I don't want people to worry about me, the gunslinger femme said, holding her hands on her head. There are more realistic things to worry about than my headaches. I'll still be able to navigate, but other than that I'm not that important that it'd be a big deal if I was down. You really don't get it, do you? Soren asked incredulously. You're the fucking glue on this ship. You're probably the biggest reason we all haven't either killed each other yet or died miserable deaths trying to figure out where we're going. Uzumaki might have brought us all together somehow, but some 5 feet 6 inches 105-pound Blue Annette keeps us all in check with the fear of God and bullets. What are you saying? I'm first mate, and Uzumaki's the captain, but nobody takes the half of the stuff we say outside of battle seriously. Soren admitted with a feral-looking grin. The buck stops with Uzumaki, but you're basically the one in charge. Everybody listens to what you say because most of the time you're right. You think the only thing special about you is that you can navigate on the Grand Line? Look, I'm only 20 years old, and I really don't feel like being considered the den mother for this nest of psychopaths. Cue deadpan stare from Soren. Okay, it's like drugs to me. The control was difficult to ignore or pretend that she didn't enjoy to an extent even if it was difficult. But what if one day I say something wrong and people get hurt, or we fail? What if my hockey's wrong, or what if I read it inaccurately? You won't because you're smart. It's as simple as that. Soren held his chin in thought to try and think of a way to get his point across. Alright, let's just put it this way. The guy that tore the grove that the human auction house was on off of its roots out of the ocean and crushed it into a big-ass island-sized death ball in one move defers to you more often than not. That should tell you all you need to know. I'm pretty sure you're either really smart or the best lay in the universe to make that happen. I would totally shoot you right now if the sound of the gun going off wouldn't murder my senses. Nojiko said with a glare before softening her stance, but thank you. I didn't expect that out of you, tasteless as it was. Well, don't get used to it. And don't tell anybody either. Soren demanded, acidic mist coming off of the skin of his hand for emphasis. The last thing I need is anyone on this ship thinking that I'm not a bastard. I won't tell anyone that you're a big softy underneath all of the sarcasm, scowling, and acid. Nojiko teased with a small smile. Wow, a little bit more polish with your speeches and you might just sweep that Toshiji girl off of her feet if you see her again. If she doesn't cut you in half first. And there it goes. An embarrassed Soren said, leaving Nojiko's room before stalking off down the hall. You kept the moment for as long as you could before fucking with me, didn't you? All he could hear was Nojiko laughing from back in her room. I hope laughing hurts like hell right now. It does. XXX. Isle of Women, jungle outside of Amazon Lily. After Elder Nyan's explanation on hockey, Johnny had gone off away from the others to think about himself, finding a wonderful little spot by the riverside in the jungle to rest and think. Think about himself, and where he wanted to go. His best friend had found a personal reason, a drive that made him want to improve. It was a reason that many people wouldn't understand, and a lot of people would call him a fool for, but it was something. He didn't really have anything to get stronger for. To protect the other members of his crew? Not a single one of them needed him to protect them. Most of them were stronger than him. He didn't want anything abstract like respect or love like Yasaku did, or to find a way to understand if true world peace would really ever possible the way that Naruto did. Everyone had something. Soren wanted violent, bloody revenge on Doflamingo. Nojiko wanted to see the world's ends. Polly wanted to be the shipwright of a vessel that could endure the Grand Line and its perils. Perona, while she wasn't a crew member, wanted to find Gecko Mariah again and make her own decision on her future from there. Miss Valentine, well, she just wanted to keep having fun. Vivi wanted to grow strong enough in mind and body that no one could try to enforce their will on Alabasta ever again. Byron, he was new, so no one really knew what he wanted yet other than to remain free from slavery. All Johnny wanted to do was to be a strong swordsman like his old partner Roronoa Zoro in his own way, specializing solely on his favorite part of swordplay in the speed of the draw. He couldn't think of a deeper reason for wanting to be more powerful. The only thing he'd ever desired was to save people and to be cool, ever since he'd started being a bounty hunter in the East Blue. He'd had his moments sometimes, but he failed more often than not at that venture when it came down to just him. Yasaku had visibly grown in strength, even if he had lost to Law earlier, but for himself he just couldn't see the growth. He was fast, he knew that he was, but even so, his thoughts were brought to an abrupt end when he heard the sound of a rope tensing over the sounds of the jungle. Immediately he jumped to his feet and turned, instantly drawing his sword to cut through an arrow being shot at his back. Perfect aim. He got it right at the center of the arrowhead. Only he didn't cut it. If he hadn't planted his feet firmly on the riverside rock he'd been sitting on, it would have blown him off and into the water. Instead of slicing through the arrow, he merely deflected it after a 2-second struggle, which in context with the speed of the encounter was an eternity. I should have split that sucker down the middle. Johnny thought to himself as he saw the shot fly off back into the wilderness. Come out. Why would you attack me? I'm just sitting here. Figuring that whoever his attacker was wouldn't reveal themselves as long as he was holding a sword, he sheathed it and held his hands up. Look, I put it away. I don't want to fight. Honestly, putting the sword back in the sheath made him far more dangerous than if he'd had it out to begin with, so it wasn't a loss at all to him. After a moment, a young woman emerged from the brush holding one of the island's shape-transforming snakes like a bow. Okay, so she was another Kuja. Kind of far from the city, but whatever. Like many of the women on the island, she was curvaceous and thoroughly gorgeous with unruly neck-length blonde hair, a small and revealing animal skin miniskirt and animal skin top that exposed much of her breasts. Her clothing also consisted of a white cape, and a single black and white striped legging with a pair of high-heeled boots. Another man on the island? The Kuja said as she lowered her bow, though with another arrow fixed in the string. If she felt threatened she could have quickly raised it to fire at him. You don't look like those heart pirate men though. So who are you? Ah, that was right. They hadn't been very impressive when they'd been hurried out of the city from the palace, so word probably didn't spread that more men were there. Johnny. From the Foxhound Pirates. He could feel a distant intensity that he couldn't explain, but it compelled him to change up his introduction a bit. We're not pirates though. He said slowly and carefully, only for the intense feeling to fade. Thankfully, our captain got called here by Boa Hancock, so he took us for safety. The girl crinkled her nose strangely in response. Safety? If your captain took you here for safety, how strong could he be? I doubt someone like that was asked to come here by Hebeheim. She'd gotten the drop on him and almost shot him first before asking questions, so really. Okay, look. Johnny said a bit disgruntled, I'm not the heaviest hitter on the crew, but I'm not weak. I helped my crew make it halfway out on the Grand Line. I don't know why I didn't cut your arrow in half, but that slash should have. I put hockey into my shots. Of course she did. Wonderful. So most of the women on this island really could use some kind of hockey. A sigh came from Johnny as he went to sit back down where he'd been before. All right. Well, I'm just waiting, and thinking. I'm not going into Amazon Lily, so don't throw a fit over it. I know how bent out of shape you all get about that. He didn't want to be turned to stone and executed or whatever they did there for punishments. Men were supposed to be killed for being on the Isle of Women, but those laws were becoming a bit more lax these days after Luffy had made it there. And this man apparently didn't even care that she'd just been shooting at him to kill. She really shouldn't even have been talking to him. She should have just continued on her way to the Elder's dwelling the way she'd planned to originally before she noticed this strange man's presence. I'm so going to get into trouble for this. Walking over to Johnny's rock, she took a knee next to him and looked over at his deeply intrinsic expression. What's wrong? From what I know about men, they're supposed to be happy and energetic, and stretchy. The only man she'd ever met and spent any real length of time with was Luffy. It's a long story, but the main thing is that I need to learn how to use haki or I'm gonna get blown out of the water the next time I fight an enemy stronger than me. Johnny said before scratching at the kanji tattoo on his face. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. I don't even know your name. Marguerite. Oh, nice to meet you. Aside from the whole shooting me with an arrow from my blind spot thing. Turning to get a good look at her now that he was up close, he caught himself staring for longer than he probably should have. Something's really got to be wrong with me. You're gorgeous and I haven't tried to hit on you once. Marguerite narrowed her eyes at him in return. You'd better not try to hit me. That would be one of the dumbest things you could do here. She obviously didn't understand the slang, which caught Johnny off guard. No, I didn't mean I was actually going to hit you. Johnny said, trying to defuse the situation once again. Hitting on someone means you dash. Oh, never mind, it doesn't matter. Getting herself back on track now that things settled down again, Marguerite drew an arrow from her quiver and held it out. Well, it's not that hard. For her, because she was a Kuja and pretty much had to learn how to use haki, I just think whenever I have to shoot that no matter what my target is, my arrow is going to go through it. Nothing's going to stop me from destroying my target. When you aim and shoot, whatever you hit isn't going to get back up afterwards. You've got to believe that from the bottom of your heart. That could be a problem. Johnny's belief in his ability wasn't that he could destroy whatever he cut into, it was that no matter what he was going to be the one to strike first. What's there to think about? Marguerite said aloud after a few moments of him seemingly thinking for a bit too long. Believe and you'll just do it. If you have to convince yourself it's not going to work, you've got to know that this or that will happen to make it yours. For fuck's sake, she wasn't even that good with her haki and she knew that. A slow nod came from Johnny before he abruptly jumped back up to standing, hand on the hilt of his sheathed sword in a position to draw and strike. Fine. My name is Johnny, the speed swordsman of the Foxhound Pirates, that aren't pirates. I'll be so quick on my feet that I'll slash you on your front and your back at the same time. My draw'll be so fast that when I cut you you'll see your blood change color in the air. I might not be the greatest swordsman, but I'll be the fastest. If you're fast enough, that converts itself into force. He didn't need Yasaku's inhuman brute strength to destroy what his best friend could. All he needed was a sharp blade and the swiftest pull of the sword that most people would ever see, or not see. Are all men so brash? Marguerite thought as she sat and watched Johnny continue to try and build his own belief in himself. Speed is power. Speed is power. Speed is power. Johnny kept chanting inside of his own head until a series of crashes rocked the jungle and sent animals scattering through their clearing, stopping his mantra short. What the hell? Ace. Heartbreak, anger, and almost any negative emotion that one could imagine could be felt in that shout. The ability to feel negative emotions was completely unnecessary to pick this much up. More thunderous crashing and breaking of trees and rock formations nearby got Marguerite to cringe and recoil in dread. That's Luffy. He looked dead 4 hours ago. Johnny said before he could hear and see something else coming his way through the jungle. Look out. He was able to pick up and move Marguerite out of the way just as several large trees and chunks of boulder came flying their way, crashing into the clearing dangerously. The well-trained movement speed of Johnny allowed him to outpace the perilous objects and keep them both safe. Wow, that's fast. The blonde Kuja warrior commented aloud, really not expecting Johnny to be so fleet-footed. He didn't look very strong at first glance, but that short-distance speed wasn't an illusion. And being close enough to touch him, it was clearer that despite not showing himself to be very muscular at all, he was as sturdy as stone. Johnny set her down without taking his eyes off of the approaching Luffy. Hey, it's great to see you awake, Luffy Aniki, but calm down would you? Luffy was covered in bandages almost from head to toe and was breathing heavily as he glared at Johnny and Marguerite. He was saying absolutely nothing to either of them, just staring blankly at the pair. I thought he was supposed to be in the palace under Hebiheim's watch. Marguerite said before smiling in a relieved fashion. Luffy. You're all right? He looked like he was knocking on death's door when he'd arrived with Jinbei and the Heart Pirates. He didn't hear a word that they were saying though. Ace. The Straw Hat Captain repeated again, quieter this time but no less intense in the meaning behind it. It was heartbreaking to see him so not like himself. Johnny adjusted his glasses on his face and grew melancholy, as Luffy had been out of it for 2 weeks after fighting savagely against the Marines to save Ace from execution. Well, I don't really know how to tell you this, but I guess it needs to be said. Ace is to dash. Gomu Gomu no pistol, Gum Gum pistol. Completely unprepared for a violent outburst, Johnny never had a chance to defend himself from the stretching arm of Luffy flying out and striking him dead in the face. To Marguerite's shock, Johnny was sent flying out of the clearing, smashing through several trees before his body finally came to a stop. I don't want to hear that. Luffy shouted loudly, eyes welling up with tears. He promised. Ace promised me that he would never die. Johnny. That was a brutal attack from Luffy on someone that meant him no harm. Luffy, why did you do that? He's just trying to tell you the truth. You can stop looking around for your brother, he's not here. He's dash. Don't say it. This time Luffy's attack was turned onto his first Kuja friend in his grief and rage. Gomu Gomu no stamp Gatling, Gum Gum stamp Gatling. He shot out his leg, foot first at Marguerite, trying to strike her down with rapid-fire stretching kicks, only to miss her, obliterating everything behind her though and bringing down a rock formation. Nothing landed against her though, as again she was moved out of the way by extremely timely intervention from Johnny. He was back up and bleeding from how he'd been treated moments before, but he was used to taking beatings stiffer than this. Johnny. Marguerite said upon realizing that he'd gotten back up from Luffy's heavy attack fast enough to rescue her from a move that she wouldn't have been quick enough to avoid. That was some serious durability. Just, give me a sec. Without his sunglasses on, as they had been knocked off by Luffy's first punch, Johnny's eyes appeared to be squinted enough to be permanently closed. His face had blood slowly moving down it from the injuries he'd received from being blasted through trees, but he didn't look on the surface to be acknowledging that he was hurt. Give me a second to get my head on straight. That didn't mean that his skull wasn't still ringing like a fire alarm was going off in his head. The way he felt at the moment would have given Nojiko's ongoing migraine problem a run for its money. He'd have some marks on him for quite some time after this was over. Okay, this wasn't good. Luffy was in the middle of a rampage. That could be bad since the entire thing about men being on the Isle of Women apparently hinged on how Luffy was perceived. The trail back in the jungle that Luffy had made en route to where they were now seemed to go on for miles, probably starting from the palace outward. On top of that, he was in a dangerous sense of denial over the fate of Portgas D. Ace. He wouldn't even listen or try to talk it out. So now Johnny had to subdue Luffy before something bad happened, such as his wounds reopening, putting him back in dire straits and in need of emergency treatment all over again. Could he do it? Hell no. Was he going to try his best anyway? Of course he was. That was all a part of the spirit of being one of the Doberman swordsmen of the Foxhound Pirates. Outnumbered, outgunned, out of your mind? It didn't matter. There was a job to do, and damn it they got the job done whether they were able to do it in one piece or not. Luffy beat Sandersonia and Marigold. Marguerite commented, finding herself unable to draw her bow against the young man. The thing was though, that Johnny had positioned himself in front of her to intercept whatever may come their way for her sake. Did he even know he was doing it? We don't stand a chance. Johnny just grinned bitterly back at her. Heh, the thing about that is, I don't think I've ever really fought anyone tough that I was supposed to be stronger than to begin with. In other words, this was just another day at the office. A few minutes prior, Amazon Lily, Empress Palace. What the hell happened? Naruto asked upon returning to the palace with Vivi and Kurama only to find a gigantic hole in an upper floor wall. A visibly distraught Robin was sitting on the bed that used to contain Luffy. Robin just shook her head, looking out of the hole. He woke up and started panicking. I tried to tell him what I heard had happened when he seemed lost, but he snapped and did this. Kurama let out a whistle as from the palace he could see the trail of destruction along the upper border of Amazon Lily that Luffy had left in his panic to get out of the city. Oh man. Naruto. I know. Naruto muttered to his partner, as he could sense where Luffy was, and exactly how he was feeling. This could be bad, I'm going. He said as he jumped through the hole and hoped he'd get there in a timely enough manner before something bad happened one way or another. Before he could depart, he felt Robin grab him with one of her hands sprouting out from the wall in order to hold him back for a moment. Naruto. Please, help him. If I went after him with you I would slow you down. Bring Luffy back, Uzumaki. Hancock asked, seemingly beside herself as she wrapped her arms around her own body for a split second. It was subtle, but it was there, if he were to hurt someone such as one of the Kujas on the island, or himself. Two women that shouldn't have been showing any emotion about much of anything going around them were visibly affected by all of this going on with him. Damn him and his soft spot. It's not him hurting a Kuja that'll be the problem. Naruto thought to himself before nodding at the pair of requests from the ladies and taking off in a long fall down from the floor that they were on before vanishing in a shunshin. Johnny, you'd better keep him calm for a few minutes. Chapter 46, Sword in Hand. Fuck, 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 fuck. Naruto thought to himself frantically as he tried to navigate his way out of the city of the Kuja tribe. The reason for his desperation was because of the fact that Johnny was as far as he could sense face to face with a monumentally pissed off Monkey D. Luffy. Fuck. Johnny was scrappy and a better and more powerful combatant than he would ever give himself credit for, but Luffy was Luffy. The only chance he really had was that Luffy was still hurt, but he'd probably sacrifice that advantage for the very same reason. Because Luffy was hurt, he wouldn't want to make things worse. That would have been kind of admirable if Luffy wasn't so much stronger than Johnny. In this case it just wasn't smart. Looking down from how he was transporting himself over the rooftops of many of the city buildings, Naruto was glad that he was moving fast and silently enough that no one had noticed him. He probably didn't have many fans there, and with the whole-tailed beast chakra mode test he'd run against Jinbei earlier, most of the Kujas that would have felt the initial release of chakra were probably on edge. Naruto liked Luffy a lot, but Johnny came first any day of the week in this instance. They would have been all the way on the other side of the island though, would they? He'd have to kick on the afterburners to make it there in a timely manner. A second Shunshin it was then. Bet you wish you'd learned how to make those markings correctly just with your chakra so you could just Hiration to your friend, don't you? You can make an elaborate-ass sealing jutsu with enough fail-safes to keep all of the Biju safe, but you can't apply an itty-bitty marker? Don't tell me you're still using the ones Minato made a century ago. Yo Kurama. Naruto thought to himself loudly, hoping that it reverberated in the skull of his fox partner. Shut up. Ooh, good one. Apparently sarcasm was a language that Kurama's abilities hadn't dulled in. I hate you so much right now. Why do you seem so pissed? Because after you tapped into my chakra to kick that fishman's ass, I've finally found some time to use our connection to check in on your body's condition, and I've got to ask, how long did you think you could hide what you did to yourself from me? Of all the ignorant, foolish kinjutsu to use, you would have to use the one that could actually kill you somehow. Ooh, he wasn't expecting that to come back on him so soon. Or ever really. When he'd used it, Kurama hadn't been there and he hadn't been anticipating finding it necessary to bring him back into the fold. There was only one thing that he'd done worth remembering recently that Kurama could have picked up on that would have upset him in some way, and it wasn't destructive. Quite the opposite actually. I wasn't really hiding what I did. It just wasn't important. Just, trust me. Right? Not important. That's the key word here. I'm going to bite your head off when we get somewhere where I won't have to torch a whole city to do it. There is no excuse for using that jutsu and you know it. Can we talk about this later? Maybe when one of my crew isn't in danger of getting crippled and getting his ass sent home to the East Blue forever. Kuja pirates that were well enough acclimated to their haki were able to feel a big burst of power from the city that signified Naruto moving at top basic speed to reach his crewmate before Luffy's rampage claimed him as a victim. XXX. Elsewhere on the Isle of Women, with Johnny. Johnny stood a good distance away from a heavily bandaged Luffy who was snorting like a bull and glaring a hole through him. The speed-based swordsman wasn't alone however, with a blonde young Kuja standing behind him. Yeah. Johnny said, holding a tight grip on the handle of his sheathed sword, I'm gonna need you to stay out of the way, because I don't think you're fast enough to shoot him. Excuse me? Marguerite said with a pointed look at her would-be protector, I might be young and I might not be considered strong enough to join the Kuja pirates, but I'm a warrior of the Kuja tribe. I don't need a man to fight my battles for me. Gomu Gomu no rocket, Gum Gum rocket. Hold that thought. Johnny said as he swept Marguerite up in his arms again to dodge Luffy's arms shooting past them to grab a pair of trees and propel his body at them like a slingshot. It was a narrow miss, and from the way the girl looked after he set her down again he could tell that she wasn't even close to being used to following that kind of speed. You still think you want to fight that? Marguerite looked at the row of destruction Luffy had managed to blaze through the trees that had previously been behind them and measured it to be 50 yards deep, with the man himself still seething and glaring in anger as he turned around to face them again. She actually blinked before witnessing Johnny walk right in front of her again. This woke her up and she pointed fearfully at Luffy. You want to fight that? Johnny just kept his back to her, but if she looked lower to the ground she'd have seen his knees shaking. If she could see his face she'd definitely see tears of terror trailing down his face, and oh. I don't want to fight that. Not after the things I've seen this guy do. But he had to. There wasn't any honor in running away and leaving that girl behind. He was tired of always needing help if he actually wanted to accomplish something or win. Even some of his speed attacks required Yasaku to use his strength to throw him and give him an initial boost first. He was tired of looking up to people like Naruto, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, hell even Soren, as people that were strong and had something worth looking up to. He wanted people to see something in him worth looking up to, but that would never happen if he just ran away when the going was tough and he was all by himself. So he would fight. Even if he lost and lost badly he would fight. Maybe he could wear Luffy down enough to get him to stop. Johnny sighed and turned his sheath around in the position he was holding it in at his waist. Right. Let's do this. His feet dragged through the grass and dirt to settle himself into his Iajitsu stance before he gestured for Luffy to come on. Luffy charged forward, as did Johnny with his hand on the handle of his sword, ready to pull it free. Luffy was hurt, so he wasn't going to be as fast, and Johnny managed to actually get the instep on him. Being fast wasn't just about motion, it was about timing, and his was on enough to land first with a blindingly quick draw, Subaru J, sliding J. To Johnny's complete chagrin, Luffy's arms blocked his torso where he'd been aiming to strike with the first of his unseeable barrage, and he did it without buckling at all. Behind his glasses his eyes went wide upon remembering that Luffy's body was immune to all but the most powerful of blunt attacks, and the backside of his sword was blunt in order to keep from killing him. Luffy grabbed onto both of Johnny's shoulders with nothing but bad intentions in his eyes, CRAGUUH. Luffy shoved his foot directly into Johnny's stomach and kicked him away, stretching his foot out to shove him farther away. The rubberman jumped forward, flipping rapidly through the air as he reeled himself in and crashed his forehead off of Johnny's, Gomu Gomu no Marinoko, Gum Gum Buzzsaw. Because he held him in place after landing the blow, Johnny didn't slide or fly away. His head snapped back and he froze as his body twitched before he sank to his knees. Luffy stood over him, holding onto his shoulders and breathing heavily. During the course of all of this, Marguerite had trained her bow back on the two of them, but lowered her aim after hearing the stone-splitting crack of Luffy's skull off of Johnny's. You weren't supposed to be able to hear things like that. The noise was disgusting. Johnny latched a hand onto one of the forearms of the arms still holding onto him and stood back up to his feet with his head still leaning back before he brought it back forward and headbutted Luffy in return. It didn't affect him, but that wasn't the point of the move. He just needed some space. Yosen Ixen, primary flash. With a silver flash, Johnny resheathed and drew his sword again with a spin into Luffy's body, sending him sliding back across the ground and forcing his body to stretch out in a backwards direction before Luffy snapped it back like a rubber band to strike with it at Johnny, who blocked by holding up the sheath of his weapon. Goor. Blood coated Johnny's face, but he endured the attack before pulling his sword free from the sheath in his other hand in a short-range draw as he took several lightning-quick swings at Luffy, who managed to respond in kind. Stop it, Luffy Aniki. Ace's dash. Shut up. Gomu Gomu no Gatling, Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy immediately sent back blurry, rapid-fire punches that forced Johnny to avert his strategy from attack to defense in order to deal with the reach that Luffy's stretching provided him. Using both his sword and sheath with forceful dexterity, he was able to alter his strikes to deflect Luffy's punches to move past and keep them from hitting him. It was like standing in the eye of the storm, and it showed at the end of the barrage when the sleeves of Johnny's jacket were shredded to show that his arms were extremely muscular for someone his size. Johnny's solace despite the intensity of the fight was that at least Luffy wasn't using his Gear 2nd or Gear 3rd techniques, probably because his body definitely couldn't take those things in its current state. Even so, things still weren't looking good. Who cares? Johnny thought to himself, it doesn't matter anymore if this was dumb, or if I can't win. As far as this went, it was now something simple, dumbed down. Winning wasn't the point. None of that blood flowing through Luffy's bandages was from anything that Johnny had done. Fighting on and going on his rampage was killing him. So he had to do something to stop him. I might not be the greatest swordsman, but I'll be the fastest. My draw will be so fast it'll cut through light. Johnny thought to himself, gritting his teeth as everything seemed to move in slow motion. He and Luffy charged each other again, and Johnny knew they were both moving at the exact same speed that they'd always been moving at, but to him it felt like they were jogging at one another. It was strange. He'd never had that kind of clarity before. It was empowering and weird. What the hell was happening? Things slowly began to speed up and Johnny, quickly realizing that this wouldn't last for long, pulled his sword free as quickly as he could. Much to his surprise, he felt the sheath of his sword heat up as he pulled it free due to the friction. As the steel freed itself from its prison, he could see the inside of the scabbard glowing red-hot with fire blazing from the end of it. Mukeke's Wakiru, headwind slash. RAH. Luffy was smashed back by a blow from Johnny's sword that burned hot enough to release a flaming arc of energy in the air that rebuked the rubberman. It actually hurt him. The intense attack was viewed from a short distance by Marguerite, who knew what she had just seen. That was it. Her face lit up upon seeing Johnny's inexplicable attack maneuver. That was it? You did it. That was Haki. He couldn't believe it, and he'd just gotten confirmation that he'd done it. That draw was so fast, the sparks from pulling his sword free were hot enough that the streak he caused in the air burned. What? What? Staring at his sword in surprise, he looked back up at the sound of hearing a rapid series of stomping noises and a hiss and saw Luffy, his skin red with steam flying off of his body. What the hell was that? It seemed like Luffy was using one of his arms to line up a shot with his other one, thus Johnny prepared to dash. Gomu Gomu no Jet Pistol, Gum Gum Jet Pistol. It seemed impossible, as Luffy's stretching punch really did seem so fast that it was a bullet fired from a gun. Johnny anticipated the punch that smashed him in the face for a second. He'd seen the regular one coming even if it had been rather fast in of itself, but this was absurd. He witnessed Luffy's body move to uncork it, but never got to see the arm itself move. Johnny's body smacked off of a rock structure, but he didn't go down, instead stumbling about on his feet after his body cracked the outside of the surface. Did that just happen? He never really got to see the follow-up either. Gomu Gomu no Jet Gatling, Gum Gum Jet Gatling. Bending forward to brace himself, Luffy's arms rocketed at Johnny so fast in rapid-fire succession that the only thing that could be seen were jet streams where his arms were tearing through the air and his fists were impacting off of Johnny's body. The blows were heavy enough to destroy the rock monolith that Johnny's body smashed into it. And that showed just how far the distance between the two in strength went. Even with an incredible breakthrough the likes of discovering his own haki, it wasn't enough to close the gap. Johnny! Marguerite cried out upon seeing the violent blow land. Actually, saying that she saw it land would have been incorrect as she didn't see it. But she could see as clear as day what it had done. She ran over to the spot where she'd seen Johnny's body land, but before she could make it all the way there Luffy started stalking over. Luffy, stop it already. That's enough. Get out of the way. Luffy said, still seething in anger and aggression as the Straw Hat Pirate captain stomped forward. Marguerite shook her head and stepped her way directly into Luffy's path, holding up her snake bow at him only to find him right in her face holding onto her arm meant to draw an arrow back. His grip was hard enough that he knew it was leaving a print on her wrist and she could feel her joint strain underneath the pressure. Luffy's other hand was held back and ready to punch when he saw something of a premonition of a sword skewering him and leaned his body out of the way as Johnny's sword flew through a space between his torso and Marguerite's. The distraction allowed Johnny to rush out of the dust cloud caused by the destroyed monolith, gouge Marguerite out of Luffy's grip by slipping his sheath in between Luffy's fingers to stretch them and allow her an opening to pull her hand away. I can't let you do that. His jacket existed no longer, revealing a metal mesh shirt underneath it and body covered in bleeding red bruises that had been toned by training day in, day out in the sadistic madhouse that was the Foxhound pirate crew. After all of that, if there was one thing that someone could say he was good at, it was getting his ass kicked. Marguerite backed away a few steps, eyes not moving off of Johnny's form. You don't have to dash to. Yeah. I do. Johnny said before she could even tell him that he didn't need to take all of this. That's the kind of man I want to be. I want to save people. I don't want Luffy Aniki to hurt himself. He turned to her and spared her the strongest smile he could give in the situation. I don't want him to hurt you. Gum Gum Dash. I don't need him hurting you either, idiot. Before Luffy could hit Johnny again, a yellow-topped blur came out of nowhere and tackled Luffy out of the clearing altogether before he could deliver another Gear Second enhanced blow. As Johnny and Marguerite stood alone, the former swaying around groggily in place, a second Naruto appeared in front of them. Captain and underling just stared at each other for an unspecified amount of time, one in far worse condition than the other. And it didn't need to be said who it was. The second Naruto that had appeared on the scene and stopped looked over Johnny and frowned. Rough day? Johnny just grinned and gave him a thumbs up. I almost had him. Naruto just shook his head and put a hand on Johnny's shoulder. Was it worth it? At first, Johnny just looked back at Marguerite and saw her eyes quivering at his condition before he turned back to his captain. Hell yeah. Good. Naruto said before tapping him on the head with his index and middle fingers. After everything else that he'd taken, this rendered Johnny unconscious to fall back onto the ground, at least until Marguerite braced his fall and caught him. He shook his head and turned his back as the Kuja girl started to fret over Johnny's condition. Don't let him die until I get back. I'll kill him myself. With that, Naruto popped into nothing but smoke, but she didn't notice. Triple X. With Naruto and Luffy. Both Naruto and Luffy broke apart after flying a certain distance through the jungle. Naruto kicked off of a tree and landed on the ground while Luffy backflipped and landed in a deep crouch on the ground. We done? Naruto asked with a stern look on his face before he punched into his palm and his eyes took on an orange pigment with toad-like irises. 'Cause I'll beat you till you stop moving. You want to talk instead? Trigger time, ace is gone Luffy. I know that already. Luffy fired out another jet pistol of a punch that Naruto was adept enough to catch in his hands, but it still sent him sliding back across the ground until his heels dug up a 4-foot trench. If it was a dream, I would have woken up after Johnny burned me. Johnny burned Luffy? How? He'd have to figure out what that was all about later, but for now, dodge. Luffy was trying to outpace Naruto with blinding speed, but even if he hadn't been injured he would have found it a bit past his ability to achieve to hit Naruto in Sage mode while fighting out of sheer anger and desire to hurt something. If there was anything Naruto knew about fighting angry after all of the times he'd had to do it, it was how it made you prioritize dealing damage to an opponent. It was all about causing the kind of harm that you could see on an opponent. Drawing blood was the name of the game when you were pissed. Why can't I hit you? Luffy's body was moving as fast as he could to try and tag Naruto with a punch, a kick, anything. But nothing was landing. This wasn't like beating on Johnny, where once Luffy tapped into gear second all of Johnny's speed wound up meaning nothing after he couldn't tell how to use his haki. Naruto was in sage mode, knew full well how to use it both in speed a precognitive ability, was used to using it, and had dealt with people faster than Luffy. All of that changed when Luffy saw Naruto's eyes go back to normal. The little natural energy Naruto had been able to build up on the fly had worn off, and there was Luffy's opening. Putting everything he had into closing the distance quickly, Luffy's arms were thrown out behind his back as he appeared at Naruto's side, so fast that people wouldn't have been able to see them stretch. Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka, Gum Gum Jet Bazooka. He thrust both of them forward at Naruto, actually managing to see a glimpse of surprise in his eyes until he just vanished in a golden wisp. Luffy's arms flew forward in the blink of an eye in one of his coup de grace moves and hit nothing but air. What? Did he use that Hiration thing of his again? If he did, where did he go? None of his stupid knives were anywhere around. A vision of getting hit tickled the back of Luffy's mind, but he didn't move fast enough to react to it and wound up getting hit once by something he couldn't see. Then twice. Then 3 times. Then all over until he finally crumpled down to his hands and knees. But not because of the heavy blows he'd been taking. Naruto had been holding back extensively on those. Eventually, Naruto stopped in front of him and stood in place, glowing with the effect of tailed beast chakra mode. It was almost enough to make him spring a tear to his eye at how much pure negative emotion was flying off of the normally sunny young man's spirit. I'm so weak. Luffy said, punching at the ground. You've been doing this for what, a year? Naruto asked in return, you're not that weak. Do you have any idea how long it took me to get strong enough to start making a difference? It was definitely longer than a year. That doesn't matter. Luffy's head turned up to Naruto with eyes full of tears. I trained for 10 years at home just to be good enough to do this. I wanted to be strong like Ace, but all I did was get in the way and get him killed. He died protecting me. How can I be the pirate king if I need my own brother to die saving me? He found himself picked up by the shoulders so that Naruto could stare at his face, right before he headbutted him. He then dropped Luffy and walked past him to sit down on the ground. So you think Ace died for nothing because he protected you? The headbutt itself hurt like hell because Naruto had been in his ascended chakra state when he'd done it. Luffy's head lolled back limply before Naruto gave him a firm shake to recapture his attention. But Luffy had never been ignoring him, he would have been fine. That a kinda guy, he wouldn't even have had to deal with him at all if I wasn't so weak that I slowed him down. Oh, Naruto said, that's all? He then dropped Luffy onto the ground like a sack. Look Luffy. I met Ace before. If that guy thought you were a burden, wouldn't he have told you to turn back? The blonde just shook his head. No, the only thing he told me to do was watch out for you. Probably to make sure that when something like this happened you didn't fall apart like this. Ace was the strongest guy I knew. The pliable pirate captain sounded absolutely broken. He wasn't supposed to die. Luffy people that I loved, some that I grew up with, a few that could still probably push me in a fight to this very day, got killed. Well, tell me what I'm supposed to do about that. There are only 2 things you really can do. Naruto admitted, scratching at his head at trying to find an apt way to put it. You can either get it through your head that this is what you chose to do, and that you should have known from the start that there was always a chance that someone would die. That's not good enough. Luffy said, as he got up to his knees, head lowered. The way he shook almost seemed like he was about to lash out again. What kind of weak-ass answer is that? Naruto just shrugged. Well, that's what the second thing is for. The other thing you can do is just get so strong that it doesn't matter. He put his hand on the young pirate's head and walked right past him, that's all. Basically his options were to either shut up and deal with it, or shut up and become so powerful that such a thing became a non-factor. According to Naruto there was no middle ground. No easy medium for him to take. But this was Luffy. A guy like that just wanted a solution to grasp onto. It didn't matter how difficult a task it would be to achieve, or if it would be perceived as impossible. And it wasn't as if this hadn't been something he hadn't thought about as a method either, it was just that the way Naruto said it as if it were as simple as learning how to walk through him off. He'd been training for 10 years just to grow in strength enough to sail to begin with. He'd developed new technique to deal with the more powerful enemies he kept running into on the Grand Line. And here he was hearing that it was simply being dismissed as nothing more than someone saying, great. You did all of that to get this far. Now just do it better because it wasn't enough. I wish I had a way for you to basically cheat to do it the way I did dashed. Naruto said, hands laced behind his neck casually as he walked close to a cliff to look at the great blue ocean, but I don't. So you've got to knuckle down and get the job done the hard way. Well said. With a smile on his face, the old and gray Silvers Rayleigh walked up and yanked Luffy back up to his feet. The distraught young man was confused at first until his mind fully caught up to what was happening. Old man Rayleigh. For someone that wants to find One Piece, breaking down at a time like this is unbecoming. Rayleigh said as he dusted the bandaged Luffy off, as a pirate, you'll come across many treasures in your life, but in the same vein you'll also lose them as well. Now tell me, after all of this, have you truly lost everything dear to you? Is there nothing else worth striving to protect? If you say no, I'm gonna tie your ass to the front of my ship until you stop being stupid. Naruto bellowed from where he was sitting down by the cliffside, I don't care if you're half dead or not. It didn't take Luffy long at all to come up with the things that he found precious to his heart. The moment the question was asked of him, his head was filled with nothing but thoughts of his crew. All of the friends and comrades he had amassed over the last year. Of course I do. Luffy said, clenching his fists tightly, Zoro, Nami, Chopper, Usopp, Frankie, Sanji, Brook, and Robin. All of them. My nakama. I need to get back to them. He'd left them all alone for so long. They were all supposed to meet back up after splitting up to lose the Marines in 3 days, and it had been far longer than that. Robin's here. Naruto pointed out without turning around, she was in your room when you woke up and flipped out. She was really worried after finding out what happened to you. Robin? Luffy said to himself, smiling as tears started to spring to his eyes, if she's alright then all the others, they've got to be looking for ways to get back too. I can't sit here. Old man. Naruto. One of you have got to get me back to Sabaody, now. Rayleigh held up his hands defensively. He didn't have a ship. He swam all the way there from the Sabaody archipelago, a 3-day trip in of itself, and Luffy couldn't submerge himself in seawater whatsoever. Devil fruit powers and all. Naruto though, simply sat there and acted like he didn't hear a word Luffy had asked of him. First of all, telling him to do anything was never the best course of action to take. Second of all, while he obviously had a ship to use, there was a major point that Luffy seemed to be missing, and what'll you do when you get back there? A dog stumbles upon a fountain of some sort, running its way face first into it and gets blasted by a jet of water. Not understanding why this unpleasant incident occurs in the manner that it does, the dog will try to figure out what's going on for minutes at a time, taking blast after blast right in the mug. From this practice, one can find a few similarities to what might have happened now. He's right. Rayleigh said, nothing has changed since the moment Kuma sent all of your crewmates flying, except that now you're 200 million belly more the target than you were when you first made it there. Even if your whole crew was able to reunite, I fear that events of a similarly tragic nature would befall you again. So what were they saying? That it had to all end here and now? The crew that he worked so hard to form, that had fought so hard along with him just to get this far on the Grand Line, wasn't good enough to go any farther and have any chance of reaching One Piece? You've got to train. Naruto said with a big wide grin, turning his head halfway around to show it to Luffy, train like hell. Train, till it hurts, and then keep going. Rayleigh nodded before making sure he had Luffy's undivided attention. If you really want to go after One Piece. If you really want to make sure you can keep your crew from being destroyed by the dangers of the Marines and the New World, I would be more than willing to train you. But I did train. Luffy reasoned. So? Hearing Naruto question him, Luffy just stared blankly at the Foxhound leader, expecting more. He didn't get anything at first though. If it wasn't enough, just do more. Do you really want to quit now? No. Are you okay with more friends dying? No. Then do you have any better ideas? Fine, I'll train. Well, don't sound so excited about it. Fuck you. Fuck you. With that, Naruto turned back around to glare at the ocean while Luffy huffed angrily behind him. The mutual moment of irritation between the two almost set off into another battle, as Naruto was still sort of pissed off that Luffy had beaten the daylights out of Johnny. But Johnny was a grown man that made the choice to fight, so he couldn't be too upset. Also, he'd promised more than one person today that he wouldn't let Luffy re-aggravate the injuries from Marineford that almost killed him. So the older of the hotheads cooled down first. Naruto tried one more time to reason Luffy into standing back up. Somebody told me something a long time ago that somebody else told them. Naruto said, they said, if something is truly important to you, even it's heartbreaking, even if it's sorrowful, you keep on trying and trying, even if you lose your life, you keep on protecting it with your 2 arms. His eyes still never turned away from the rolling waves of the ocean as he spoke. Then, even if you die, you leave behind the proof that you are a man, forever. Luffy just stared at Naruto's back with wide eyes while Rayleigh just smiled in his usual manner and waited, watching Luffy's reaction. Wow. The rubbery human said. A fisherman that never picked up a sword in his life said that, and he actually lived it. Apparently a fisherman has bigger balls than you. Naruto said before smacking his lips idly. This shit isn't supposed to be a barrel of laughs, Luffy. Yeah, you can have fun with it, and that's why I liked you when we met, but you can't just shut it down because things get too real. That stopped when you got your first bounty. Let alone the completely crushing one that he had now. It was bigger than Naruto's now. Your enemies don't give a shit if you're sad, especially the Marines. If the Marines get to you and your crew now, you and them are just gonna get the same thing Ace got. Naruto said bluntly before concluding, so sack up and get stronger, or give me my goddamn kunai back. I'll find your crew and tell them you're taking your ball and going back to the East Blue. Somebody tougher can go find One Piece, I guess. A sound of something sharply inflating filled Naruto's ears from behind, and he turned his eyes to the side to try and see behind him. Gomu Gomu no Gigant Pistol, Gum Gum Giant Pistol. Naruto was punched into the distance from behind by an extremely large fist that stretched out to hit him and knock him out to sea by a rejuvenated Luffy. You think I'll just let you break my nakama up like that? Not after everything we've been through. And I will find One Piece, you bastard. He shouted out to sea, his voice echoing like a cannon in the open air. In the middle of his declaration he saw the flying Naruto burst into a puff of smoke before a flash of yellow heralded the glowing gold Naruto reappeared right in front of his face. Good. Q knee to the belly that sent Luffy's torso flying back 20 feet. The rest of him would have gone with it had Naruto not stepped on his toes with his other foot and grabbed him to hold him in place. So instead of being shot off into the distance from the force of the blow, Luffy's internal organs turned his torso into a slingshot before he dropped and hit the ground. Rayleigh walked over and picked up Luffy under one arm while still smiling at Naruto. You did that thing where you make copies of yourself, didn't you? I thought I knew how to notice the difference. I thought Luffy had actually hit you. I did hit him. Luffy muttered painfully. He did that yellow flash teleporty thing. Naruto looked around suspiciously before grinning and pulling up his upper lip to reveal a Hiraishin marker branded on the inside. Painfully by the look of it, my clone did actually, and switched with me. I didn't know it well enough to use in a full-scale fight when we met Rayleigh, and Tailed Beast Chakra mode was way less of a hassle when I wanted to move fast. I had Pa help me tag myself with it after the last fight with Kizaru. I thought you couldn't chakra brand things with the Hiraishin markers. It's not a marker from my chakra. It's a tattoo. Oh. Kurama said telepathically before the implication of it all set in. Oh. That probably hurt like hell. Aha. Naruto thought back to his chakra-based partner before speaking to Rayleigh. So what's the plan now? I need. Luffy wiggled around, prompting Rayleigh to put him down so that he could stand back up. I need to get a message to my crew. Rayleigh nodded and the two walked off to converse amongst themselves. That was fine with Naruto. As long as he got back it didn't matter to him who brought the guy back. Speaking of crew, Naruto headed off to go and get back to his injured crew member that Luffy had beaten the daylights out of. If anyone wanted to find him for the time being it wouldn't be difficult. XXX. A few minutes later, elsewhere on the Isle of Women. Help him. Marguerite cried worriedly, having dragged Johnny off to the nearest place where she figured someone would assist. Unfortunately it was not the Heart Pirates that she went to. No, it was closer to bring him back to Elder Nyan's villa where other members of his crew in Yasaku and Polly had been busy learning what they could of the hockey ability. He could die from the beating he took from Luffy. Elder Nyan had bad news from her though. I've lived many years, but I simply don't know enough about the male anatomy to risk trying to fix him without making his injuries worse. Yasaku stroked his chin and thought, well there really isn't that much of a difference between men and women where he should be hurt. He said before gesturing roundly in front of his own chest, except he doesn't have any, whistle-s. Pervert. Polly commented from where he was stooped over Johnny's stiffly breathing form. What? So I can't even acknowledge that women have boobs and men don't around you? Yasaku asked belligerently. I'm pretty sure they've figured that out by now, you friggin' prude. I'm surprised you figured it out by now. Are you calling me dumb, you damn smoke-billowing grease monkey? I'm saying that any concept more complex than Yasaku smash and you can see smoke coming from your ears. The two looked like they were just about to come to blows. Crewmates be damned, situation not warranting any other kind of combat be damned. They were both willing to escalate a situation that meant absolutely nothing just for kicks. The swordsman that could force his way through anything versus the man with an infinite amount of sneaky, unbreakable ropes that could come from anywhere. Rumble in the jungle? Alright, sure. Ring the bell. This isn't helping. Marguerite shouted in a bid to stop them before they began, cradling Johnny's head on her lap and looking down at his blood-stained face. From his breathing he seemed to be unconscious, but with those sunglasses on she couldn't tell. Why do I feel so terrible about this happening? I just know if he died now. Both Polly and Yasaku looked at each other before calming down from their would-be fight. This Kuja girl was really upset about Johnny going down in bitter defeat. He isn't even stretching. The blonde young Kuja cried, pulling at Johnny's cheek. He has to be close to dying. Yeah, she obviously didn't know them very well. Yasaku scratched his stubble trying to think of something reassuring to say. Look, I don't know your name, but this guy is tougher than you think, even if Luffy Aniki beat 8 shades of shit out of him. Did he land anything? Marguerite smiled a bit. He used his haki. I didn't even see him draw his sword. It was so fast he started a fire just by swinging his sword and hurt Luffy. Hearing that made Yasaku's eyes go wide, and without caring if Johnny was hurt or not he shoved his foot into his stomach to bend him up and grab him by the jacket. Hey, wake up. You got your haki? How'd you do it, you dash? He promptly dropped his injured best friend after getting whacked on the head by Marguerite's snake weapon. Ow, you little dash. Are you an idiot? Marguerite asked, holding Johnny's limp body protectively away from Yasaku. Polly's face split into a grin and he opened his mouth to answer the question until Yasaku placed his head within the open circle of Kubikirabuchu. Don't you even say it. I'm still gonna think it. Marguerite felt Johnny lifted from her grasp and speedily turned around, ready to fight, only to see that Naruto had taken the speed swordsman off of her hands. He's really bad. Is he going to die? Nah. Naruto said, patting Johnny on the back. This guy's had his share of the rough stuff before. I'll drop him back on my ship and have our doctor fix him up. He'll be fine. A twinkle came to Naruto's eye when he saw the breath of relief Marguerite gave at hearing that. Yasaku raised his hand and took his sword from around Polly's head to strap it to his back once more. Yo, Naruto Aniki. I'm coming too. Might as well. Polly was also in on that, raising his hand as well. I've got to start practicing anyway. Nodding, Naruto gestured the duo over before looking over at Marguerite with a big grin. Do you want to come and watch him until he wakes up? Say thanks or whatever you want to say. If that girl was into the faster of his crew's 2 idiot swordsmen, why in the world would he do something to sabotage that? Whatever the man had done to get a Kuja girl to feel strongly about him, he'd clearly found his backbone from the act of doing so. Also, she was very cute. Way to go, Johnny. Absolutely not. Elder Nyan declared, clocking Naruto over the head with her snake staff. He didn't expect to get hit by an old lady, like he could talk about someone being old. But how could getting hit with a snake hurt? Either way, it did. This island has customs. If she goes out to sea with you instead of as a Kuja pirate, she will be branded as a traitor to the Kuja. Really? Just for leaving for a few hours? These were some strict tribe laws. He intended to bring her right back. Lickety-split. Look, I can bring her back quick as long as Hancock has the Hiration kunai I gave her. Naruto said, holding his head where he was hit but otherwise showing nothing. Speaking of Hancock Dashta. Naruto made a clone and handed Johnny off to it before it teleported away with his crew members. He then grabbed Marguerite. I'm gonna go ask her instead. Cheers. With that, he bolted in a flash of yellow, leaving the oldest living member of the Kuja tribe alone. At least she was outside of her villa. XXX. On board the natural disaster. Ow. Nojiko complained, holding her temple and lying on one of the beds in Murit's medical bay. Can people die from headaches? Yes. The life doctor of the crew responded, looking over some of the tests that she'd taken the time to run on Nojiko. Understandably, Nojiko was quite disturbed by the thought of dying from a headache, but you won't. There's nothing in any of these scans that would say so. You've just got to gut it out until the pain subsides. Do you want something for it? No. Someone on this ship's got to stay sober since the first mate probably won't. Nojiko sat up and prepared to stand back up to head outside only to feel a sudden appearance of multiple familiar signatures. Noticing the Foxhound Pirate's first lady hesitate in getting up, Murit raised an eyebrow at her until footsteps could be heard on the wooden floor of the hallway outside. A few seconds later, Polly and Yasaku walked past the doorway, the latter blowing a kiss to her that she thoroughly no-sold and ignored. That's my heart in there, Polly. She heard Yasaku say once he got a bit farther down the hall. God, she had to block a visible shiver after hearing that. It took a moment for Polly to get the double reference from Yasaku after everything that had happened on the Isle of Women. I hope you realize that's not funny. Even if he wasn't going to tell anyone that Trafalgar Law had sole possession of his heart until further notice, making jokes about it was kind of dark. It's kind of funny. A moment later, Naruto walked into the medic bay with the beaten-to-hell Johnny slung over his shoulder, whom he proceeded to drop onto an open bed before sitting down on another. Murit's mouth was wide open at the looks of Johnny's wounds until she came back to reality and cut his shirt off to start trying to gauge the damage done to him. Oh my god. What happened to him? Luffy happened to him. Naruto said, much to the surprise of the other two who obviously couldn't see why Luffy would ever attack one of them like that. It's a long story, but don't worry, I'll talk about it later. Just handle Johnny. Murit nodded and redoubled her efforts to do her job. He looks like someone beat him with a pillowcase full of doorknobs. She remarked to herself with a frown, it looks like I don't need to give him any surgery, but seriously, what the hell? Naruto then looked over at Nojiko who looked back at him as if she were hiding something. He noticed her wince slightly in pain and tilted his head in confusion. What's the matter, Nojiko? Did something hurt you? Nojiko shook her head in response. Ugh, that was a big mistake. She had to hold her head afterwards. It's nothing. Just my head. She knew that the others had harped on her before to tell him what was wrong, so she decided to now that he was there, I think I just need to get used to my haki developing because it's giving me migraines. It's been like this for a few days. Don't worry. Even the smile she gave him looked like it hurt. Poor thing. All of the Kurama stuff, going back to MT Mayaboku, and getting back out to sea, damn it, how could he miss something like Nojiko's discomfort? Getting up, Naruto walked over to her and placed a hand on her forehead before running it down her cheek. You should have told me earlier. Tilting her chin up, he gave her a kiss on the lips for support. Lie down. I'll get Soren to run the ship until boss gets back. Or I can do it, I guess. I was just gonna dispel after dropping Johnny off. Confusion was set on her face until she understood Naruto's remark. You're a Naruto-kun clone? Yeah. Clone Naruto said, boss'll be back with Vivihime in a little while, so just sit tight. He gave her another kiss and got her to lay back down before turning to Murit who was still working on Johnny. You got this. Murit gave him the okay sign before continuing to work on Johnny. It was going smoothly though. No trouble here, just basic stuff. I'll make sure Nojiko gets some rest right after I'm done with this guy here. Go on, Clone-sama. Nojiko did her best to pout from the bed at her forced inaction, but she couldn't keep it up for too long from the guilty expression on Naruto's face. Naruto-kun, I was the one hiding it from everyone. It's not like you're the only person that missed it. Now go. The clone still looked unsure but quickly bolted when Nojiko's fingers twitched to her hip. It was instinctive as this was where she kept her guns, but on this occasion she wasn't wearing any of her holsters. Murit just shook her head at seeing one of the strongest people alive run for the border. You have one of the most dangerous men on the Grand Line, the actual person that's supposed to run this ship, trained. XXX. Amazon Lily, Empress Palace. Hancock took to Robin's being there much easier due to the fact that she was a woman, and that stance only softened further when she learned that Robin had been a slave at Tequila Wolf, even if it had only been for around 2 weeks. But then Naruto broke her out and brought the place down before the revolutionaries planning to do it ever even showed up. That would certainly serve to piss off the world government more than it already had, but he more than likely didn't care. They could only kill you once after all. With Luffy's well-being weighing on the mind of Robin, Hancock, and Vivi, the 2 members of the foreign crews decided to try and pass the time by telling stories involving their respective captains. And that's how I ended up on the crew in the first place. Vivi said to Hancock in the Snake Princess throne room with Robin listening, as well as a conclusion to her story of how she fell in with the Foxhound pirates to begin with. Then there's the story about how he convinced the Marines that I'm brainwashed to fight for him. Hancock just listened with a raised eyebrow to what Vivi could tell her of Naruto's capabilities and/or exploits until she was finished. So he fooled the Marines with a plain bluff? He didn't enchant them the way she did, or threaten anyone by turning them to stone. The more I hear about him, the more terrifying the thought it is of what he would be capable of if he was fully knowledgeable of how the world worked. Vivi just shrugged in return. She was incapable of finding Naruto scary. After being trained by him, she had never really been affected by his shows of force, even when she'd seen him in action or the aftermath of certain things he'd done. Fighting admirals in brutal battles that actually caused the maps to be redrawn on one occasion, it didn't scare her. Even though that golden state of his that made her feel like he could cause a crater sneezing a little too hard, she was more attracted to it than afraid of it, because it had been established that for all of his strength he would never hurt her more so than most on the crew. In a flash, Naruto reappeared in the throne room with his hold on a blonde Kuja that seemed to be completely stunned at the fact that she'd been in the jungle just a moment ago and now stood right before Boa Hancock. Remembering herself and who she was in front of, Marguerite hurriedly bowed to her leader, Hebihime. Hancock's eye twitched slightly at the close proximity Naruto had with one of her subjects, so much so that her tone came out frosty, even for her standards as leader of the Kuja. Uzumaki? Where is Luffy? To Vivi and Robin, the room seemed to get a tad colder than it had been back when they had been telling stories about their respective captains. Rayleigh's got him. Naruto replied, not oblivious to the change in tone one bit. He walked off with him before I could ask if they wanted to teleport back here. They should be here in a little bit though since I took my time getting back. Did you now? That didn't seem to assuage her bit of a temper too much, but her expression was cold. Doing what, may I ask? And what is one of my younger Kujas doing with you? Naruto looked over at Marguerite still bowing to Hancock and rolled his eyes, pulling her up to her feet. That's kind of what I was taking my time about. It turns out Luffy wrecked one of my crew members trying to protect her before I got there, so I had to send him back to the natural disaster. Anyway, I just wanted to see if it was okay if I sent her to my ship for a bit to watch my crew member until he woke up so she could thank him. Another of your crew? Hancock asked skeptically, losing her angrily stony countenance. You couldn't be talking about one of the men you brought, could you? Because your little princess has been sitting here with me this entire time. Hey, I'm not young. I'm about to be 17. Vivi rebutted. She didn't like being treated like the baby of the crew, and it only seemed to be other people outside of the crew that did it. She was the princess of a nation, damn it. Next in line to run the place. Her chops for being there were just as legit as anyone else's. Naruto just nodded to Hancock's query, wondering why it mattered why it was a male crew member of his. Seriously, he thought they were past this. Yeah, one of my swordsmen, Johnny. Anyway, I'll bring her right back. Honest. She seemed to just stare at him for several seconds, trying to appraise what he was saying before apparently coming up with something intriguing. Fine. As long as you're willing to leave a hostage in exchange, just in case. You understand. Once again, she wanted to see what this man was really made of. Yep. Naruto said before gesturing for his resident princess, Viviheim Dashta. Hancock's face didn't change, but her eyes did. Was Naruto going to leave the princess of Alabasta there in exchange to get what he wanted? Come over here so I can send you home with? I'm sorry, I never got your name. He said apologetically to Marguerite. Vivi could tell what Hancock had been trying to do and just grinned over at the Shichibukai for trying to expose some selfish side of Naruto with the bit of subterfuge utilized. Feeling vindicated by her captain, Vivi bounded on over to him where he sent her and Marguerite away before flickering right back. You're using yourself as a hostage? Boa Hancock asked of Naruto after seeing him alone in front of Robin and herself. Well, not so much a hostage, since even if he didn't have the capability to teleport away at a whim, he was really confident in his chances to take anything dished out to him. So, guest was probably a better term to use than hostage in this case. Yeah. Naruto replied, so go ahead and turn me to stone or whatever you want to do to make you feel safe. You could be a clone. Robin pointed out, actually finding a bit of amusement at the whole thing. Without flinching, Naruto punched himself in the face hard enough to draw blood and bruise his eye. What a way to prove he was himself. Thanks for reminding her of that, by the way. Naruto said sarcastically to a smiling Robin before turning his attention back to Hancock, but yeah, it's me. So go ahead and do the whole, turn me to stone thing. He wasn't afraid of being turned to stone and being left vulnerable? At this point she had met only two men that weren't afraid of dying or suffering as a result of their actions, and you're fine with that? You'll turn me back. He answered with a grin, tapping his head before pointing at her. I can't sense any ill will out of you right now. Not like the first time we met, and I'm much more sensitive to that sort of thing now. And if she doesn't turn you back, I can materialize that fox path body you gave me and raise all kinds of hell. With you trapped in stone you're like my flesh bag Trojan horse. Kurama said inside of his mind, I love it that people don't know enough about my powers to be scared of me yet. Lets me come and go way easier. That won't be necessary. The dark-haired Kuja ruler said, a slight lapse in her composure, you're free to return to your ship, as long as you stay for a while after you return. Oh, an out? But that wasn't what they'd agreed on. And if she was being nice, the least Naruto felt he could do was adhere to the originally set conditions. No, I think I'll stay prisoner for a bit. He had a whole crew manning the ship, with a clone there since the one he'd sent earlier hadn't dispelled yet. It was technically like he was still there. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Soren said, leaning on the doorframe of the entrance to the medic bay, spying on the inside of it with the newest acquisition to the crew in the musician Byron. Byron didn't get what was so amazing about it. I'm afraid I don't see what you're referring to. The gentleman artist said, standing behind Soren until he looked inside to get a glimpse of Marguerite sitting at Johnny's bedside. It's a girl. Admittedly it's a Kuja girl, but you don't seem to be the type to be surprised by a beautiful woman. It's not the chick, it's who the chick is doting on. Pointing sharply inside, Soren regained his composure and sighed. Look, if you'd have been here from the start like I almost was, you'd know why it's weird that that guy has any girl that would think something like that about him. Byron just looked between Soren and the interior of the medic bay, somewhat understanding, but much more pragmatic in his approach. Well, from what I've heard, the Isle of Women lies in an area where most of them that aren't Kuja pirates have never seen men. Oh. That explained it then. Out of the handful of men that she'd probably ever even spoken to, Johnny was one of them that had done something rather impressive or worthwhile in front of her. Mystery solved. And with that, Soren's interest in the scene quickly faded, confusing Byron when he up and walked away as if a non-existent stray butterfly that had flown past him was now more interesting. Heading outside onto the deck, he found Polly smoking through his cigar as if there wasn't enough smoke produced by the stoga for his lungs to feel full enough. What's your problem, shipwright? Those two swordsmen are total morons for completely different reasons. Polly said, flicking the stump of his mighty fine smokable into the ocean. Both are two halves of the same idiot. And I wish I could say more, but I won't. We're all pretty dumb. Otherwise we wouldn't even be here. Soren shrugged and leaned against the railing next to him. He wasn't going to press him, because he really didn't care that much if it didn't involve him and no one else was dead or dying. The only people on this ship that are really smart are Nojiko and the princess. He gestured to the helm where Vivi was again manning the wheel under the watchful eye of Naruto clone. I take offense to that. Polly lit another cigar to burn through while he conversed. Say something smart that doesn't have to do with ships. Go. Don't put me on the spot, fool. Why don't you go down to the waiting pool in the back and hang out like you usually do? I'm training down there, you tattooed dunderhead. My abilities don't melt shit the way yours do. At the wheel, solidly ignoring Soren and Polly's arguing, Vivi kept a watchful eye out on the seas ahead of her, smile on her face as she steered. The intention of the crew was to head past the Sabaody archipelago area and move on along to cross the red line. That had been the course of action since returning from the sabbatical on MT Mayaboku, and there was no reason to put it off at the moment. Vivi would be the first to admit that she enjoyed having control of the wheel, even though it wasn't quite her control because she was doing what she was told to by Naruto, or his clone, who was acting as the power supply to the seals in the sail that attracted more wind to speed it up. But it was just one of the things that she'd learned since joining the crew. When she got back home, she had seen and experienced enough to be the kind of ruler that Alabasta really deserved after all that had happened to them. To make sure that no one could take advantage of them again. No Baroque works, no world government, nothing. I've got a present for you. Naruto clone said out of the blue to Vivi, getting her attention off of the ocean for a moment. Well, the real me does. Something he was working on for you for a while after dealing with a few Logia fruits, and he got the toads to finish it. It's done now, so you'll have to wait until he comes back to bug him about it. Before Vivi could launch into questions on just what he was talking about, Perona's spectral projection floated up through the deck with her hands on her hips. How come she gets a gift? Where's my gift? The belligerence of the ghost girl. Just what did she do that made her think she deserved a gift? They met her when she tried to take over the ship, for goodness sake. Vivi gave a strained smile to her unofficial rival. I didn't know that prisoners received presents. And what would you want for a gift if you could have something? Kurama-chan and Karu-chan. Perona spiritedly said, flipping upside down in her hovering out of excitement. Both of them are so cute, I can't stand it, I just want to hug them. Nefertari Vivi was vehemently against that, without question, absolutely not. Karu is my pet. I've raised him for years. She had completely forgotten through her dislike for Perona about the fact that there was absolutely no realistic possibility of Perona ever getting her oversized duck. Ever. You think my musty old fox is cute? Naruto couldn't help but snicker at the thought of anyone considering Kurama cute. If only she could see him in all of his horrifying glory. Apparently the little show of force from MT Mayaboku wasn't enough to scare Perona away from him for very long. You do know that he'll bite your face off if you try to grab him again, don't you? I'll make him love me and I won't stop trying. Perona insisted before pouting about something. We've got to do something about that voice though. Most definitely not cute. Aren't you supposed to be lookout? Was. The pink-haired ghost princess defended. Besides, there's nothing out there. I looked like 5 minutes ago. Humor me, would you? Perona rolled her eyes but flew up to the canopy-style crow's nest to return to her body and check the telescope. Upon doing so, she blushed in embarrassment at almost missing the fact that a ship was coming right for them. A warship with several large cannons sticking out of the bow, with a Jolly Roger that consisted of a castle with crossbones through it and arrows at its side pointing up. She bolted right out of her body once more and flew down to the deck with a sheepish look on her face. Pirate ship coming this way at 2 o'clock. Lots of guns. Lots of big guns. There's a name on the sail, Beej. Like the supernova Capone Beej? Vivi asked, before biting her lip. She was up on the knowledge of the several crews that were being touted as the next generation of pirates, and Capone Beej's fire tank pirates were one of them. Should I change course? We can probably outrun them. I've never seen a ship as fast as the natural disaster. That thought would have to wait, however, as some people had gotten wind of the fact that there were dangerous pirates coming their way. Namely, someone that liked fighting quite a bit. Ship? Soren jetted to the front with a looking glass to peer out at sea in the appropriate direction. Awesome. I was getting bored anyway. He then turned back around to see Naruto standing up and cracking his knuckles. What the hell do you think you're doing? He asked edgily. I'm gonna go over and talk. Naruto replied, limbering up for the bit of exercise it would take to go over there. I mean, just because they're pirates doesn't mean dash. Boom. It took a few seconds, but cannon shot from the other ship splashed in the water a short distance away. Clearly the aim had been on them. That had been pretty close for a first shot, but then again they were a bright orange ship. Never mind. I'm gonna go sink that thing. Noting the pissed-off look on Naruto clone's face afterwards, Soren turned to the side and looked over the side. Oh my god, Uzumaki. Naruto clone hurried over, thinking that the cannonballs might have been a buoyant mine of some sort. Uzumaki's clone got shot. What? Before Soren had even finished his sentence he stabbed through the clone with his index finger. Shurgan, finger gun, of the Rokushiki. No acid necessary. Up Naruto went into a puff of smoke, leaving Soren to blow on the end of his finger as if it were a real gun. Vivi, Perona, and Polly stared at him as if he were insane. One of them actually questioned this aloud. That one being Polly, are you out of your goddamned mind? You shot him. Stabbed him. You stabbed him. I didn't do it. Soren said blankly, shifting his attention to look out at the incoming ship. That first shot was closer than we thought. They got Uzumaki. You guys saw it. And if you didn't, I'll still say it happened and take it to my deathbed. Why? Because I want to fight somebody, and if Uzumaki was here he'd just hog all of the action. Even his clone would. Soren replied loudly before getting sarcastic. Eek. Now we don't have the extra wind in our sails, making us as fast as a regular marine ship. We're so doomed. Vivi would have felt the need to hit Soren in the head if she wasn't certain that it would harm her infinitely more than it would him. So you dispelled his clone? The one thing around here that can actually power the ship's super weapon and sails that give us our speed boost. Yep. Just to get into a battle with dangerous pirates? I've fought dangerous people over way less dashta. Boom. And what's life without getting into a little fight every once in a while? Soren said, cracking his knuckles as the ship of the fire tank pirates came closer and closer. Besides, who says we need Uzumaki every time something gets tough? When he got no answer from the others, the smirk slipped off of his face and his shoulders slumped as he turned back around to face them all. I need this. Don't take this away from me, you bastards. Chapter 47, Trust in Me. Princess. Soren bellowed, standing at the very front of the natural disaster and pointing straight ahead at oncoming ship that had already fired at them. Straight ahead, and steady as she goes. I want the nose of this ship to be right. Up. There. Ass. We don't have a traditional melee ram on the bow and you got rid of the only person that can power the bow's weapon. Vivi shouted right back at the acid-generating warrior, why the hell would you want to ram them? I'm getting on board that thing to beat their asses and take their swag, and I don't want to risk fucking up and falling into the water. Soren shouted, stomping on the deck several times before turning to leer predatorily at the enemy vessel. I want to see the terror in the whites of their eyes when they realize they're screwed. He was a situational psychopath. Usually this wasn't a problem. At certain times, like right then when Nojiko wasn't in the proper condition to scare common sense into him for instance, it became an issue. I'm in. Spectral Perona chirped cheerfully as she floated around the helm being steered by Nefertari Vivi. It's been so long since I've done a good old-fashioned raid. I wonder what they have. Vivi banged her pretty blue-haired head against the wheel and moaned piteously, we're not pirates. In return she got unanimous scoffs and snorts from Soren, Perona, and Polly. What? We're not. Naruto always says we're not. Polly held his cigar away from his mouth and blew his smoke away before moving closer to Vivi to let her in on the cold, hard truth. I hate to break your adorable little heart, but we're so totally pirates. We steal things and run away on a ship. Case in point, for example, when Johnny and Yasaku fixed that sword fighting tournament a while back and stole the prize money. That was piratey. That happened right after I joined up. Except for the doctor lady, ghost girl, and the tar-lunged shipwright, we all have bounties. High bounties. We fight marines all the time. Our humble captain broke his foot off in Admiral Akiji's taint if you don't remember, Soren pointed out with a swirl of his finger. That's some pirate shit right there. And besides, I don't see why you have any problems with it, Perona said, her ghost form floating upside down in front of Vivi's face. If it helps, just think of it as pirate-on-pirate crime. Polly grinned at that bit of reasoning. If a pirate robs another pirate in the middle of the ocean and no one's around to see it, is it really a crime? A rousing round of oohs from those that were intrigued by the paradoxical rhetorical question only made Vivi bang her head on the wheel once more. By a show of hands, Soren said, who wants to go over there and steal all of their shit? Perona and Polly raised their hands. All opposed? Vivi, of course, but it was 3 against 1. Those not on the deck don't count. The ayes have it. Let's do this. I wish Naruto was here, Vivi said. Soren just rolled his eyes. You heard Uzumaki's clone. He was going to just sink the ship, plunder and all. You don't sink the ship until after you get the loot. That's day 1 stuff. What kind of pirate is he? We're not pirates. Vivi insisted with a serious pout. We're not. She was gleefully ignored. XXX. Meanwhile, with Naruto, Isle of Women, Amazon Lily. Laying on his back, head resting on Kurama's sleeping form, Naruto stared up at the sky while waiting for Marguerite to request to return to the island. Fuck, this is boring, he thought to himself, almost wishing that Kurama was awake so that the fox could bitch him out over the reason that he'd been angry about earlier. Getting into an argument could be better than doing absolutely nothing. Then again, Kurama usually doesn't understand it when I say that I've got to do what I've got to do. Sighing to himself, in reality Naruto was dreading the shout and bite fest that would ensue when he tried in vain to explain why he used Rinne Tensei no Jutsu when he did and why he did. A bolt went off in his head, sending him a clone memory of looking overboard before being unceremoniously dispelled. Soren. On one hand, he could go back and completely emasculate Soren in front of not only their crew but the crew that he had eradicated Naruto's clone to fight with in the first place. That would be fun. On the other hand, he'd promised that he'd be a hostage until Hancock wanted Marguerite to return. While that hostage stuff was mostly empty, because if he was a real hostage the sky was also made of premium liquor, it was still a promise. When you were trying to establish a rapport with an organization like the Kuja tribe, things like that, though small in the grand scheme of things, could go a long way. Anyway, Naruto's crew was tough. Even with Johnny down they didn't need him to run in. If these were people he needed to protect every step of the way, he'd have never taken any of them with him. Byron was way stronger than anyone else figured either, and it was time that someone other than him got to see just what that man could do. He had been a captain on the Grand Line in his own right before he'd been captured as a slave after all. It would be hilarious to come back and see if Soren reacted to seeing that his spot as tippy-top dog first mate was threatened by the unassuming musician guy supplying his alcohol vice. It might persuade him to spend less time idly drinking and maybe bear more of the load that didn't directly revolve around fighting. So are we going to talk about the very, very stupid thing that I know you did, or are you going to procrastinate and fail to lie to me? Kurama asked lazily, though his tone held no sense of playful mocking. He was evidently still quite heated about what he'd discovered with Naruto's physical state of being. It was better to get this out of the way now. At least in Amazon Lily there was less of a chance of Kurama trying to transform and give him a beatdown. He wasn't sure how much of the place would be left standing if he did. Fine, Naruto admitted with a sigh, I used it. I used the Rinne Tensei. On what? On an entire village that got slaughtered by these pirates we ran into. What village? You didn't even find out the name of the village you used it on, did you? That was a question that Naruto honestly couldn't answer. It was quite unfortunate, because he was about to be presented with another one. How many people did you save? A few hundo tops. Oh dear sage, he wasted his life force on a few hundred people. Cue a nine-tailed slap to the head. You're lucky, you dumbass. You never used that jutsu before on anything. Ever. Why there and why them? That was an easy question, one that Naruto was more than willing to defend himself against. Blue eyes set on Kurama in a glare as he sat up off of his friend. Naruto spoke. They weren't pirates, soldiers, ninjas, or anything. They didn't pick the sort of life where you've gotta expect to die. They were just people born on the Grand Line, the wrong place to be with all of the freaks and jerks that drift through. I don't regret what I did, so you can be as pissed as you want to. You can just get over it. Kurama growled at Naruto, his eyes taking a demonic glow to them for a few seconds before remembering who he was trying to swell up against. He could admonish Naruto for being dumb, but when push came to shove he couldn't actually scare him at all. Like I said, you're lucky. I've noticed that many of these humans have a distinct lack of developed chakra systems. If you had to do the same thing to people that were actually powerful, it would cost you your life to restore them. Break that down for me a little more, and be specific, Naruto requested. I didn't ever find out how it worked other than the ways I could actually see up close. I'll use your crew as an example. You could restore all of the women on your crew, but the blonde, happy one would be extremely costly to you, more so than any others. The men are markedly more difficult, even though the blonde woman by herself would be harder to resurrect than all of the men other than the acid man. All of this talk about what-if scenarios brought about one that Naruto's wizened mind had thought of multiple times in the past, seeing as how if things kept going the way they were he would outlive them all. Could I bring them all back if I had to? The 500 million belly question. Kurama did not mince words. He didn't need Naruto wasting himself trying to give people a shot at the second chance sweepstakes. They're too strong altogether. Bringing them all back would kill you. Just bringing back the acid-spitting one alone would suck an extreme amount of life out of you. It would take me time to restore you to a workable degree, because you would Nagato yourself. Even then I'm not certain if I could put you back to the way you were if you brought back anyone around your level so to speak. You were only supposed to get one use of Rinne Tensei, and you could bring back multiple people, but it would kill the user upon completion. Naruto somewhat cheated because of the unique composition of his body makeup, his overwhelming amounts and force of his chakra, and the underdeveloped chakra of the people he'd restored. Bringing back actual warriors though was something else entirely. Are you trying to scare me? You've got to know better than that, Naruto said with a small grin. I'll keep all of that in mind though. He'd keep it in mind. It didn't mean that keeping it in mind would keep him from doing it regardless, because Kurama had answered his question, even indirectly. He could do it, it just wouldn't have a very happy ending. I'm just saying, you can die, Kurama stated informatively for Naruto's benefit. If you hid on the mountain with the toads you would probably live forever, but you would never do anything so boring. If you pull a Rinne Tensei and die, and kill me while you're at it, I will torment you in the afterlife until I respawn. I'm only making sure you realize that. Got it. From where he'd set his head back down on Kurama's torso, Naruto could hear a low rumbling from his vulpine partner. What the hell? Sitting up, Naruto looked over the other side of the fox to see that a woman's hand had sprouted from the ground to rub Kurama's neck. Robin. He wondered how much of that she heard, and from the fact that she could form any part of her body on any given surface such as ears or anything, she probably heard quite a bit. How she managed to sneak up on him he had no idea. Probably a mix of her being naturally sneaky due to how she had to survive as a child, and her completely lacking any sort of malice to him whatsoever. Kurama bites people when they try to pet him, Robin-chan, Naruto warned aloud, feeling a second arm appear to pet him as a joke. I might too, but then you might like that better. Do you gain power from lying out in the sun? Robin asked with a calm smile on her face, one that hadn't been there since he'd found her at Tequila Wolf. It was good that it was back. She was much prettier with that aloof air she had often kept before everything had gone to pot. It would explain a lot if you did. No, but now that you say that I'm thinking there's probably a way I can do something with that. Seriously, that had him thinking. How hard could it be to harness the power of the sun for his own purposes? People did it all the time back home for solar energy and things like that. It was worth looking into later. Anyway, what's up? Come with us to Marineford. Whoa. What? Squinting his eyes while looking at someone for the first time in a long time, Naruto regarded Nico Robin closely. I'm kind of supposed to stay here until the Marguerite girl wants to come back. I'm a hostage. Boa Hancock is insisting that you accompany her as she takes Luffy and Rayleigh to Marineford, Robin said as she leaned against the wall nearby. I can see why. If she left you alone, what would keep you from just teleporting home? As if to insinuate that Hancock could stop him if it really came down to it. She baited him, and it was almost a reflex for him to say what he did next. Nothing's stopping me from doing it now really. So you're admitting that this entire hostage excuse is a farce? Damn it. Him and his ego. Naruto thought he'd fixed that little problem of his after Akiji had given 30% of his body frostbite, and yet he walked straight into that one. That was a really sharp woman. She didn't even have to stop or slow the conversation to get him with that. Fine, Naruto grumbled, as this was going to be quite the journey, but why dash? You saw the wound Luffy had, didn't you? Robin wasn't asking. She was flat out declaring that Naruto had seen it. There wasn't any need of assuming that he hadn't. He would do anything for his crew. For us. If he wants to send a message to the others, it doesn't matter if he has to go back to the place that caused him the most pain in his life. I would just feel better knowing that he had all of the people around him for this that he could. Ugh, whenever she started lowering that stone-cold calm demeanor of hers to speak from the heart, it always absolutely wrecked him. I've got a crew of my own, Naruto reasoned. I've got to do right by them first, you know. You want me to take M all the way to Marineford as a distraction? Or leave him all alone while I run off and do my own thing. While he loved making his fair share of trouble, marching his way up into the face of the Marine HQ to give the chance for a message to be sent just spelled lunacy, even by his own standards. And while it would have been fine for him to do it on his own, theoretically he'd have his own crew with him when it occurred. It wasn't like they'd be fans of him saying he was heading to a place like that all on his own, so even if he tried to make it in order to wait him out they would go along regardless. He didn't even mind that such a thing would more than likely occur. At heart he resented the idea of leaving them behind more than any other plan anyway, even for a few days. He'd already left his loved ones before already, and the idea of doing the same and leaving them high and dry for the benefit of another grated him intensely, even for just a short time. "I don't know what I'm asking of you," Robin eventually said. "You've done more than enough for us in the past as it is. You've done more than enough for me. The favors still have yet to be returned." "I don't do what I do because I want something back," Naruto explained. "I do it because I care." He let out a sigh while Kurama snorted to hide a stymied chuckle. "I can't drag my crew into some danger like that, but I can do something for you to try and loosen things up. XXX. Meanwhile, on board the natural disaster. "Just for reference's sake Byron said as he finished loading a cannon with Soren stuffed into it, the princess has a serious problem with your course of action." The bandana-clad acid spitter poked his head out and shot his eyes over at Vivi who was pouting with her back turned to the entire affair in protest. Despite the bullets and cannon shot flying at their ship from all around, she did not budge an inch. Someone was clearly too tough to care about trifles such as firearms any longer. Good for her. Her dissension is duly noted, Soren droned before dropping back into the cannon. "All right, tech eyes ready. Fire this fucking thing." "Aye?" Byron said with a sigh, before lighting it and plugging his ears as it went off a moment later. Bang! In a blast of gunpowder, Soren was shot through the air, a rope connected to his body as he hooped and kept his body curled for aerodynamic benefit. Tied to the other end of it, Polly let out a sigh and lit himself a new cigar before he found himself jerked through the air by the Soren cannonball. "Idiots," Vivi muttered to herself before realizing how much she sounded like Nojiko right then. Planting her hands back on the wheel, she began to maneuver the ship around for the battle at hand. If she could avoid the headwind, she could start finding a way to circle the enemy ship safely. There wasn't a ship faster than the natural disaster that she'd seen and by now she knew how to take advantage of that. While Vivi was unaware of it, she had become a very serviceable helmswoman. Despite thinking that she needed Naruto to direct her, she was used to being the one in control of something like this. As subtle as it was, such a hands-on practice was an illusion to her to-be ruler status. She was the one with control over where they went and how they moved. "Princess Vivi," Byron asked, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of intent, "my blood is beginning to boil with the passion of battle. May I inquire as to your directions for me once we get close enough to the enemy vessel?" It caught the poor girl off guard at first, as she had forgotten what it was like to be spoken to in casual conversation with such a formal vocabulary. She quickly recovered however. I don't really have anything for you that I need done, Byron-san. What do you want to do?" "I want to fight." Okay, who could have seen the gentleman musician as one so battle-hungry? Then again, he had been a pirate captain in the past. "I'll be fine here, but I kind of need someone here to help me man the helm." That seemed to disappoint the former slave, something that Vivi quickly picked up on. "I promise that if something happens you can go do your thing, and as it is it's just you and me right now in case we're boarded." Byron's eyes lit up with an all-new fire in them. "By God you're right, princess. As of now you and I are the only thing keeping the hounds of the enemy from assailing our comrades inside. I will not fail you or them as the main guard." Well, that little situation had been handled, though Vivi admittedly really did want to see just how Byron fought. She knew that he used his hair as a weapon due to a devil fruit, but how he did so was still lost on her and many of the others. How strong could he have been though? Captain or not, she'd seen pirate captains that couldn't lace up the shoes of some of the other lower-level pirate members of other crews. But for some reason none of the active experienced fighters on the crew had ever questioned whether or not Byron could handle himself or not. She'd find out eventually, she assumed. XXX. On board the firetank pirate's ship? To the amazement of the mafia-looking pirate crew, once they stopped firing at their designated target, only 2 members of the target ship's crew came to fight them. The consensus opinion after seeing their eyesore of an orange ship with tree-like masts was that the members of that crew must not have been wrapped too tight. Only too late did they begin to recognize who they were messing with when they saw acidic steam flying off of the body of the figure that had fallen from the air, shot at them from a cannon. Polly landed smoothly in his own right, though he'd bitten through his own cigar mid-flight, making him rather cranky upon landing. "We're the Foxhound Pirates, blah blah blah." Here for all of your valuables. He was not a fan of all of the rifles and pistols being pointed at them and let his opinion of such be known. Pipe hitch knives. From his sleeves faster than a gunshot flew several long ropes with sharp blades tied into the knotting, cutting and tearing into the enemies surrounding them before they retracted back from whence they came. Soren let out a whistle, as he was going to do that, but Polly had beaten him to it. Yeah, what he said, only not as nice. All he got in return were groans of pain and discomfort. Turning to Polly he gestured to the downed enemies. Is this it, or do you think there are more below deck? Polly shrugged and watched Soren exude acid from beneath his boots to create a hole in the deck that he dropped down through. Won't know until we start looking. The shipwright then followed the crew's first mate into the opening. It wasn't a great fall at all by their standards, 10 feet at the most, but they seemed to land in an extremely posh trophy room, or a large office or lounge of some sort. There were all sorts of upscale paintings and sculptures. Lounge games, including a pool table, were situated around the vast ship room. What the hell? It was like the entire underside of the deck was just this lounge. Where the hell did the crew reside? Even lower? There had been at least 50 guys on the upper deck. This ship didn't seem big enough to fit them all if there weren't any rooms on the top floor. Holy shit, open bar. Soren said, using Saru to blur his way over to the glass display featuring all sorts of aged alcoholic beverages. These fire tank pirates knew their stuff. No cheap swill on this ship, we're coming back for all of this. Polly rolled his eyes but decided that if it would shut him up they could come back. It would at least cut down on the amount of work Byron had to do in order to keep Soren supplied with booze, for the time being anyway. From the far end of the room, the door opened to reveal 4 more firearm-toting fire tank pirates flanking one man in particular. A short stocky man with gray stubble, sideburns, and slicked-back black hair wearing a black and white pinstriped suit and hat, a green scarf tucked into his jacket. Hands tucked into his pockets and a cigar in his mouth, his beady black eyes panned back and forth between the 2 foxhound pirates. Yar, my guys didn't sink you yet? What the hell am I paying you rubes for? Sorry, father. The fire tank pirates said before opening fire on Polly and Soren. Polly ducked and covered behind the sturdiest thing he could see to protect himself while Soren simply stood statue still and activated his tech eye, putting it to the test. 15 seconds later when the murderous fire ceased, Soren was still holding up the neck of a shattered bottle that he'd been planning to sample before it had been shot by the now dumbfounded fire tank pirates. Drink up, it's Saturday. Spoken like a true alcoholic, Polly said, popping back out from behind cover. It's not Saturday. All right, it's Sunday then, Soren reasoned. Jesus had wine at the Last Supper. It's not Sunday, Polly deadpanned. Monday then? Soren said with a shrug of the shoulders, first day back at the job. It's not Monday either. Whatever day it is. Tuesday? Crew's getting on my goddamn nerves. Wednesday? Hump day. Thursday? It's almost Friday, time to celebrate. Friday? Thank God. Clearly Soren always had a valid reason to be drinking, for one reason or another. Polly sighed before hearing the sound of guns being reloaded. Oh, that's right. This is happening. He shot out several ropes from his sleeves, wrapping them around the arms of the well-armed pirates before sharply pulling them all inward. Rope action, round turn. With one yank he jerked them all inward and smashed them together with scary force. How much force? Well, there was blood on the floor where they all landed. A fairly unnerving amount of blood. You're going to want to get them a doctor, Polly said, continuing to smoke his stogie. I don't waste space with having doctors here, Beach said, not sweating the devastating injuries that had been dealt to his men both on the deck and right in front of him. If I need more guys I replace M, simple as that. You think taking down 70 or 80 guys matters much? I've got to have some people out running the ship after all. What the hell are you talking about, Tubbs? Soren asked with a shrug. You're saying you've got more guys? This ship couldn't fit many more than what they'd already gone through. It wasn't that big, and this room on its own took up most of the entire floor of the ship they were on. Where? As he asked this, Beej smirked, a row of miniature gunports forming all across his torso in the direction of Soren and Polly, tiny cannons aiming their way. Yes, it was quite a freaky ability, however after having seen what they'd borne witness to throughout their journey it wasn't really that impressive at first glance. As far as devil fruit powers went, while it was one of the more unique ones it wasn't as intimidating as some others. Are you serious? Soren asked aloud. You might as well shoot me with a BB gun, those cannons are so little. It'd probably do the same amount of damage. Beej just smirked and plucked his cigar from his mouth to speak clearly and concisely. No pirate has the natural firepower I do. The cannons were fired, and from then on out there were officially no more jokes to be made. While the cannons might have been small, after it left his body, the ordnance was full-sized. Boom! Triple X. Meanwhile, on board the Natural Disaster. Vivi could only look on with stunned eyes as an entire side of the enemy ship was blown off entirely. She hadn't requested Byron to fire a single shot with any of their guns, so it wasn't her. It had come from the inside of the vessel. Did Soren and Polly find the place where the fire tank pirates kept their armaments? No, because they wouldn't have tried to sink the ship while they were still looting the place. Blowing things up wasn't either of their styles anyway. The door to the interior of the ship flew open to reveal Miss Valentine after hearing the sound of the deafening explosion from inside. It took her only a matter of moments to realize what had begun to happen while she'd been making lunch for everyone. Wait, did we get into a battle while I started cooking? She didn't know if she was more concerned or put out that a fight had started without her. She did tend to get a bit engrossed in her meal preparation when she was working for everyone on the crew. As far as Vivi was concerned, having more hands on deck was just fine with her. Soren, Polly, and Perona were gone. Yasaku was inside dead asleep, Johnny was still badly hurt and being watched over by the Kuja girl, Nojiko's head was still splitting itself apart from the inside, and Naruto wasn't there. I can't believe this. Naruto's not here, Soren's not here, and Nojiko's under the weather, Vivi thought to herself, gritting her teeth at the sight of the smoke and fire coming from where 3 of their crew members had gone. Does that mean I'm in charge by default? Miss Valentine wasn't really a leader despite the fact that she was the most powerful fighter currently on board. She was the type to go with the flow, and she wasn't one to issue any sort of command to anyone for anything. Well, if Vivi was the one who was technically in charge, that meant that she had to take responsibility for everyone else. She was a princess, someone who was supposed to be able to lead others, so she had to step up to the plate. Now was when it counted, and even if she wasn't the strongest, there had to be something she could do. Right. I'm in charge. And with everyone else with me, there's nothing too tough for us to handle. She wasn't alone, and she wasn't about to let anyone down if she could help it. She just hoped that the others were all right. XXX. To think that anyone would have been willing to inflict such devastation on their own vessel, it was maddening. Sure, Capone Beach had a ship roughly the size of the natural disaster, but not a single member of the Foxhound pirate crew would have ever been willing to use an attack powerful enough to take out the entire starboard side of their method of travel, of their home. Floating up through the floor of the ruined ship level, Perona took advantage of her spectral form to search through the wreckage caused by only one attack from the mafia-styled pirate. While Soren and Polly had been cleaning house, she'd been locating the enemy treasure stash. Then Beach blew most of the left side of the ship away with a cannon volley from inside of his own body that could have blown the walls off of a marine base. Oh no! The ghost girl mumbled to herself as she floated around the afflicted zone of devastation. Much to her surprise, she was actually concerned. She was concerned for them. Imagine that, Ugly Acid Man and Ugly Rope Man, they couldn't really be Dash, could they? Why in the world did she care? They were just some silly crew, and they'd tied her to the front of their ship. But that had been quite some time ago and she hadn't been down there for very long, and they weren't bad. Sure, she wanted to take that pretty little princess from Alabasta down a peg, and the men were all ugly brutes to her, but the women were all nice enough. Kurama and Kuru were both adorable, and Gecko Mariah was nowhere to be found. Being with them was so much better than being alone on what was left of Thriller Bark. At times it was even fun. TCH, her attention was drawn to Capone Beach, who wandered out from behind a mostly destroyed wall. Those idiots just had to piss me off. Now I've got to take out another ship and restaff it all over again. I have all of those things with me already, but that isn't the point. You ugly jerk! Perona shouted at him, flying through the air only to pass through him near harmlessly once she reached him. She then remembered that her astral body wasn't dangerous without her utilizing her attack ghosts, and she immediately readied herself to get him back. I'll make you wish you were never born. I'm supposed to be afraid of a little girl? Beej asked, tapping the ash off of the end of his cigar as he ignored the creepy feeling of having Perona fly through him. Why don't you just float off like a good brat? Gritting her teeth as tears of anger and a bit of regret pricked at her eyes, small ghosts broke themselves away from Perona's astral body and began flying around frantically, like bees buzzing around a hive. If he wanted to blow something up, she'd give him something with some bang to it, her mini hollows. Any inclination she had to fight for some bit of revenge faded when she heard the disgruntled order come from a pile of debris nearby. I thought I said this guy is mine. That means you too, ghost girl. She didn't think she'd ever be happy to see or hear Soren of all people, but her heart lifted when she saw him render a pile of the ruined ship to a bubbling mess, dragging Polly by the neck of his jacket. Polly was out cold, and Soren looked as if he'd rolled around in a furnace, but he was still standing and seemed more pissed off than injured. Damn, that Tekai was effective to stand up to that many cannon shots at once. Hey Dandy Dick, Soren said, grinning with his sharper-than-average canines, you might have a lot of big guns in there, but your aim sucks. Only 4 of those hit me at most. Only 4? Perona thought to herself, as she floated over at the unconscious Polly, trying to get his vision to focus on her. He was a grumpy, surly old deckhand, but he hadn't been that bad to her after the initial prisoner phase had worn off. He was like a gruff uncle. Are you alright? Remind me to take a refresher on that hockey stuff from the Kuja girl. Polly muttered, I really think I wouldn't have taken the blast so badly if I knew how to do it. Soren's eyes set on Polly for a moment before his glare returned to Beej. He spit onto the floor and ignored the sizzling noise of his loogie melting through. This was all my fault. He thought to himself. Yes, he was an asshole, but he honestly hadn't expected any of his actual crew to get hurt. Short-sighted things like that. Apparently joining a crew hadn't taught him much about team accountability until right then. All of his fights had been solo efforts. For once he'd fought someone with an overwhelming attack ability and no qualms about using it without trying to precisely aim it. It was a lesson almost too hard to have learned. If he himself hadn't been iron tough, Polly might have bitten the big one. Some first mate he was. Soren couldn't bring himself to be upset at Beej for doing what he had to do. He was a pirate after all, but that didn't mean he wasn't about to get his ass handed to him. He was angrier at himself than anything else, but since he didn't have sadomasochistic tendencies, he'd have to make do with beating the daylights out of someone else and directing his rage elsewhere. First, he had to make sure that Beej's stupidly destructive powers wouldn't hurt Polly again. Perona would be fine, she was in her ghost form, but a few more errant shots like the first one and the shipwright would be pushing up daisies. Hand to hand it is then. Soren flexed his fingers with audible cracks before darting forward with Saru. A large doorport opened up right in the center of Beej's chest, and Soren's eyes widened as he saw the black metal of a larger cannon poke out. It was the only warning he got before a shot was fired. Boom! The shot missed, but it forced Soren to cut out from his attempt to attack. It also gave him a moment to analyze what he could of Beej's powers. When he opens those doors, it doesn't matter if what's behind them is small or not. When it leaves his body, it's full-sized ordnance. What a dangerous power. And he hadn't moved an inch for any of his assault. Beej shook his head and threw the stub of his cigar away. This is why I hate fighting my own solo battles. Guys like you always think they can analyze me and come up with a way to win. There's nothing to analyze. I've got an army inside of me. That's all there is to it. Sneering, Soren gestured for Beej to bring it on. Well, you'd better call out every last one of them right now. It was big talk, because while Beej seemed to have no issues with destroying what was left of his own ship just to kill him in a one-on-one, Soren still had an out-of-it Polly that neither he nor Perona could get to safety. Rising to the challenge, drawbridge doors opened on Beej's body next, prompting rifle fire from the miniature underlings he had inhabiting his body. Soren turned on his tech eye to endure the bullets for a short time until he saw what the doors had been opened for. An entire cavalry of armed men charged out of Beej's body and immediately became full-sized. Gritting his teeth in alarm, Soren turned off his tech eye and took to the charge head-on, channeling Saru to his arms. Saru, Hyaku Higuyama, 100 mountain strikes. 100 rapid-fire punches obliterated the sheer man and horsepower of the mounted troops. That's enough of this crap. Oh, what are you going to do about it? Beej asked casually despite the devastation of his crew members. Another series of gunports opened and shot more cannon blasts at Soren, but he continued to come forward, allowing the blasts to explode around them as long as he kept moving ahead. Rip your head off. Soren answered with a bellowing cry as he finally got close enough to Beej to unleash a vicious melee assault. I've got him with his stupid doors wide open. Now die. The moment Soren's hand got close enough to even feel some of the heat from the man's body, Soren's acidic claws met nothing but air as he felt himself fly and fall a considerable distance due to a sudden loss of footing on the floor. Yelling in panic at first out of sheer confusion, Soren's body smacked off of a hard stone floor as he rolled to a harsh, crashing stop against the wall. Well, that wasn't very graceful. It was rather embarrassing to have his attack dodged like that. The guy didn't even look that fast, but lo and behold, Soren was the one eating dirt, so he had to have some kind of fleetness of foot. That guy is so getting a tiger jackhammer for T-dash. Soren stopped himself when he realized that the floor was stone, not wood. The floor of the ship they'd been fighting on wasn't stone, huh? Asterisk creak? Thump, asterisk. Looking up and back from whence he came, Soren saw a large drawbridge close up and seemingly meld with the rest of the stone wall. Stone wall. Amid his confusion, hundreds of armed guards came swarming from every room inside of this apparent fortress, armed and ready to eradicate him. Wherever Soren was, he knew for sure that he wasn't on the ship any longer. What the hell's going on? He pondered aloud as he began defending himself appropriately from the onslaught. XXX. Perona couldn't believe what she'd just seen. Soren was about to take Capone Beej's head off, and just like that he vanished right in front of her eyes. What? The pink-haired girl said to herself and a barely aware Polly, but nothing even happened. That guy didn't even do anything. She'd been watching the entire time, and Beej had hardly blinked. All that happened was his stupid drawbridges closing a second or two after the foxhound pirate first mate had disappeared. I don't have to do anything, Beej responded. Like I said, I've got underlings to do everything for me. All inside of me. Your friend is about to find that out firsthand. What are you talking about? Do I have to spell it out for you? You must be as dumb as he is thinking that he actually had a chance at hurting me, the well-dressed pirate Don said, lowering his hat on his head. My powers, when they're on, anything that gets close enough to me is considered a part of my fortress. Your friend is stuck inside now, and there's no way out except in a body bag. Soren was trapped inside of Capone Beej's body as a result of his powers, with all of his pirate crew and no idea where he was. If he lasted 5 minutes, in Beej's mind it would have been a miracle. Even if that bastard was a supernova, just how many guys could he go through all on his own? He had 1,000 guys inside of his body. From the starboard side of the ruined ship, the natural disaster's distinct orange paint job floated into view as a blonde woman leapt from its deck and landed on Beej's, floating gently down with an open umbrella. Hello. Miss Valentine's voice sang happily as she landed, an intimidating shadow over her face despite her bright demeanor. The impatient tapping of her umbrella on her shoulder was the only sign anyone would have had that she was displeased. This seems to be quite the party and silly me with no invitation, Kaya ha ha ha. Another one? Beej said, not taking Valentine seriously in the slightest, judging from his unchanged demeanor and response to her arrival. TCH, they're like roaches or rats. Sexiest rat you've ever seen. I've seen better than you. In response, Miss Valentine started cracking her knuckles, eyes closed in her eerily pleasant grin until Perona flew directly in front of her to keep her from moving toward Beej. No. You can't touch him. Ugly Acid Man tried to get close and now he's trapped inside of him. Miss Valentine froze and stared at the large-eyed ghost princess before leaning forward to stare through her spectral body at their would-be enemy. That guy trapped Soren? Yes. Inside of his own body? Yes. It's like he's a human fortress. Miss Valentine just stared hard at the supernova for several more seconds before leaning back and turning her head to the skies. Kaya ha 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 ha. She hadn't laughed so earnestly and healthily in a very long time. This isn't funny. Perona insisted, waving her arms around childishly. How can you laugh? Soren's trapped with who knows what, and ugly rope man is dash. She stopped upon noting that Polly was no longer where she'd left him. He was gone. Where'd he go? Continuing to laugh, Miss Valentine merely pointed over her shoulder back to the ship where Vivi sprinted across a boarding rope with Polly on her shoulders. Wow. Naruto really had trained her well. If she was a little bit more bloodthirsty or inclined for battle, she probably could have attacked Beej if she could do all of that without being noticed. Then again, she probably had something against attacking people from behind. A noble's pride or some sort of complex like that. What's wrong with him? Perona suddenly asked, noting a pained look coming over Beej's face as he held his temple, beads of stress sweat dotting his face. He did his best to keep a stoic outlook, but there was no disguising his obvious discomfort. Miss Valentine looked at him, stifling her laughter before tilting her head in mock curiosity. I think we can rule out Nojiko's migraine for headache of the century now. XXX. Meanwhile, inside Capone Beej. Countless cries of pain and horror rang out through the great castle hall that Soren had originally found himself in after being sent inside of Beej's body. Acidic steam flew off of his unamused body as every single fire tank pirate that had tried to attack him writhed in pain on the floor, their flesh melting off of their bodies. Hey, it was their fault. He had a hell of a defense mechanism in that his bodily fluids were inherently acidic. It just so happened that he could release acid from his pores on demand. IBI no Bakuhatsu, rot explosion, jerks, Soren said, looking around as his acid stuck to every surface in the room, eating away at the walls with a loud hissing noise. I've seen some freaky powers before, but this might take the cake for a while. Is this guy really a fortress? It seemed like it. So now what? He had to get out. Staying in there for too long wasn't on Soren's list of things to do. Walking through the puddle of acid on the floor that he created and ignoring the carnage he'd caused with his devil fruit power, Soren figured that there had to be some way out. Maybe through the mouth or something. There had to be some sort of constant ventilation inside for the guys that lived there. If that were the case, then he had to find a way upstairs, because he'd be damned if he was going downstairs to find a way out. Not a chance. Taking the opening to down a quick vial of lemon juice after depleting a good portion of his body's acid stores, he started climbing the long flight of stairs to reach the upper levels. And on each level he had more goons to deal with. Beej certainly believed in quantity over quality, but once Soren got on a roll there wasn't much they could do to stop him with their guns and knives. He hadn't even bothered to try and count them. After a while it would have just been a practice in monotony. Just as long as he found a way out, that was all he really wanted. Eventually, he assumed that he'd reached the man's head. He thought it was at least because there were no more stairs heading upward, and there were two large, oddly reflecting orbesque windows that he could see Miss Valentine and Perona through. Kill him. He can't get away with running around inside of Father. Turning around, Soren jumped away from the stairs in enough time to backflip and throw a pair of tearing kicks at the incoming fire tank pirates charging up them, Rankyaku, Kiba o Yukai, Storm Leg, Dissolving Fangs. The long twin blades of compressed air flew out vertically from the flip and touched from floor to tall ceiling as they ripped through the floor. The stairs were hit, including the men just coming over the crest of them. The walkable portion of steps that hadn't been destroyed slowly melted away from the forceful and liberal application of a powerful dissolving agent. In other words, there wasn't going to be anyone else getting up there that hadn't already been there to begin with. And from the way the few up there regarded him upon his arrival, with serious concern, along with the fact that no one had come from anywhere else to attack him, Soren would have put money on the 20 or so manning what seemed to be communication controls being the only ones with him. Den Mashi? Soren thought to himself when he saw all of the snails situated on the tables. He then noted that Beej couldn't have possibly called his own guys out. Even if he'd opened his gunports and things, how else would they know what to do? He really did turn himself into a fortress. He put Den Mashi speakers throughout his body and had the guys in his head somehow in contact with his battle intentions judging from the headsets they wore. They could see the fighting happening from behind Beej's eyes, and they were the ones that issued the orders from their boss to the rest of the fire tank pirates. How long did it take him to get all of this? And how long would it take Soren to make a big mess of what was left of it? IBI no aim, rot rain. His cheeks quickly swelling up, Soren fired a spherical shot up at the ceiling. As it hit it exploded into a downpour of acid that precipitated down on everything in the room, coating the walls and floors with the caustic fluid. It had more of an effect than he thought as well, as on the outside, Beej wiped at his eyes as they teared up from behind. He could feel this? He could feel this. Did that mean that he could feel everything? That control panel was more than just a large desk. It had to be connected to, or had to represent, something very important. Without a second thought, Soren started opening and quickly downing every vial of lemon juice he had left on his person. He'd need to make more, but that was a small price to pay for leaving Beej with quite the parting gift. XXX. What's wrong with him? Perona asked, venturing a chance to float in front of Beej and wave her ghostly hand in front of his face. He's not even paying attention. Miss Valentine stood patiently, twirling her umbrella idly as her green eyes seemed to try and penetrate Beej's form. She couldn't figure out what was happening, other than the fact that Shop was thoroughly being wrecked inside of the man's body. At one point, Beej stopped fretting over the obvious discomfort that his entire body was in, downward up, and eventually seemed to go blank for lack of a better term. It was strange. It occurred over a matter of less than 5 minutes, but the progression was intriguing. Perhaps he'd managed to stop Soren? That line of thought fell to the wayside when Perona let out a quick shriek. The reason being that Beej's eye was knocked out of the socket, dangling from the connective nerves as a miniature Soren jumped out and returned to normal size, dusting his hands off as he walked away. Miss Valentine lightly clapped her hands as a form of light applause, violent display or not. She'd seen worse than a lost eye before. Soren stood quite satisfied with his arms crossed, and I did that stone cold sober, he boasted with a toothy grin. No you didn't, Perona said, having seen him drink before the battle started and even while he'd been on board the fire tank pirate ship. That was disgusting by the way. It's the only way I had out without melting a hole through his head, ghost girl, so it could have been worse. What did you do to him by the way? Would you believe that I melted away a chunk of his brain? The man pointed back at his victim with his thumb. We can get Dr. Girl over here to check if you don't. Both women cringed at the mere thought of such a thing. Really? That was intense. Why did all of Soren's victories have to be so graphic in comparison to the rest of theirs? At least they didn't have to actually see it. Miss Valentine started to say, trying to find the proper adage for the conversation, a really sadistic person. She quickly gave up and fell back on a default. Hey, I just wanted to steal their stuff because they shot at us first, Soren said before shrugging. This is poetic justice as far as I'm concerned. A guy who's a fortress and gets taken down from the inside? People write songs about crap like that. You're not going to finish him off? Miss Valentine asked, looking back at the brain-dead Capone Beej. I don't know if that's cruel or merciful since you gave him an amateur lobotomy and all. Soren gestured with his hands as if they were a balance beam. It's either kill him and trap all of his guys inside of him since his powers won't work anymore after he dies, or let him live brain dead but keep all of his guys alive. I'm not really pissed at the rest of the crew per se, so it's pretty double-edged. Anyway, Valentine, help me loot their swag and let's jet. The sunny blonde's disposition lit up at the prospect of ripping off their enemies, and it was clear that she was on board with the idea. Get back on the damn ship already. All three of them almost immediately did what had been demanded of them from the eardrum-rending shout that had rung clearly through the air. Perona actually did float back over to the natural disaster in response. They'd thought it had been Nojiko at first, until they picked up the timbres of Vivi's voice instead of the expected sniper lady's vocal patterns. Wow, she must have been really, really pissed. Apparently victory didn't make everything okay after all. Can we steal first? Miss Valentine asked weakly, her voice barely carrying far enough to be heard. You have 30 seconds. Both remaining Foxhound pirates immediately sprinted off to find what they could have worth to pilfer, lest they find out what she'd be willing to do with her hard-to-trigger temper seemingly activated. Soon after the fact, Miss Valentine and Soren would wonder to themselves how they both found their wills dominated so effectively by a teenage princess. Much further down the line, hindsight would set on them both, in that they should have seen what eventually happened coming a mile away, even from this little event. If it had been a bit more memorable of an incident for them, the special talent Vivi developed in earnest really would have been obvious beforehand. XXX. With Naruto, Isle of Women, Amazon Lily. On board the flagship of the Kuja pirates, supplies were being loaded for another trip back to Marineford, as well as medical equipment just in case it was needed for Luffy. Are you certain you wish to do this? Jinbei asked of Naruto, having been rebandaged after his short conflict with the Foxhound pirate leader. You don't owe anyone anything. Naruto gnashed his teeth uncomfortably before grunting, it's not about owing somebody something, or doing this for a favor. I can't just do nothing when one of my friends is trying to reach a bunch of my other friends. You can't ignore that. I've got to do something. He just wished the something he had to do wouldn't have been so damn troublesome. Oh, who was he kidding? He wanted this so bad it hurt him sometimes to think about it, but it was still ultra irresponsible to do. At least it would have been if everyone else on the crew that knew the Straw Hat Pirates wouldn't have agreed that what Naruto planned to do was for the best. Nojiko probably wouldn't even hit him with her pistol, shoot at him for being an ass, or call him a maniac. Since this was for Nami as well, it would be swept under the rug. It was basically a license to act like a blowhard, just as long as he got as much attention as, humanly possible. Kurama was definitely down with that. Jinbei nodded to what Naruto said but quickly excused himself upon noticing the presence of someone behind the ninja. Naruto turned around only to find himself looking up at the face of the taller Boa Hancock. He was trying so hard not to let his eyes stray any lower, but if they did he already had an excuse ready, as looking at her chest didn't require him to look upward. We will see you in a matter of days, won't we? She asked, arms crossed over her chest as she tried to look impassive and keep her face from getting red at receiving his full, undivided attention so close. You'd better hope not, Naruto answered with a frown. If you see me while any of this is happening, that pretty much means I screwed up. You might see me afterwards I guess, maybe, he said, letting the question linger to try and get the snake princess to squirm a bit. I'll hold you to that Uzumaki. To what? To a maybe? You couldn't do that, it wouldn't do to have you captured or killed so early after the Kuja pirates have considered you and your crew allies. Return Marguerite once you've returned to your ship if you would. Naruto nodded and jumped into the air with a heel click before landing and teleporting away in a flash. You had to leave M with a little flair. Hancock simply watched where he'd been standing before letting out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding and looking out at the ocean. What Naruto was about to do, what he'd volunteered to do to keep eyes off of her ship as she took Luffy back to Marineford, it was tantamount to insanity. But he was so certain that it was something he could do to make things easier for them, and it wouldn't be taking his crew out of the way of where they were intending to go next. I used to be worried that he couldn't handle something like this as well, Nico Robin said, watching from the gangplank, much to Hancock's surprise. Seriously, that woman had her own special brand of stealth when it came to showing up unnoticed. It was uncanny. I remember the very last time I didn't believe in him. The last time I thought that there was something beyond his capabilities to handle. You've known him for how long, a year at most? Hancock asked. This is the Grand Line. I'm sure you're aware of just how much trouble you can cause in under 12 months. Indeed she did. It only took her a year as a pirate to become a Shichibukai, so her original point was rather moot. Shaking her head as she walked the rest of the way up onto the ship, Robin smiled serenely. It's wrong of me, but I believe in him. I promised that I wouldn't doubt him again after the last time that I did, and I'll keep that promise. He keeps his own after all. Even if that promise is to intentionally bring to bear the fullest wrath of the Marines that he can provoke? Heavy footsteps on the ship sent the view of both women to Silver's Rayleigh, the great legendary pirate smirking to himself as he walked past them, seemingly paying no real mind to the conversation at hand. He did choose to chime in as he departed, however. You're speaking of the man who fought the Pirate King and his crew on a whim, for the sake of a local, legendary Leviathan of all things, Rayleigh said. When he says he's going to do something, if I were you I'd go ahead and consider it done already. With that being said by perhaps the most respected pirate either of them knew of, there was really nothing else that Robin could add, her mysterious smile only seemingly to increase in its mirth. You have to admit, that kind of resolve and the presence to reinforce it is very appealing. True enough. He was going into action for the sake of his allies, the Straw Hat Pirates, and now the Kuja Pirates as well. All in order to help Luffy, and assist Hancock in lending him a hand so that her Shichibukai status was not put at risk. It is rather refreshing, Hancock said, rubbing the head of her snake weapon as she thought to herself.